Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The floating garden, in the distant corners of the world, beyond the limits of known maps and forgotten lands, there was a place whispered about in hushed tones. It was said to be a realm where the earth and sky met in a delicate dance, where the laws of gravity and time had no hold, and where a garden bloomed high above the world's surface, floating on a sea of clouds. This place was known as the Floating Garden, a realm of unimaginable beauty and peace, untouched by the turmoil of the world below. Only a few had ever set foot there, and none had ever spoken of how they arrived, for the path to it was hidden and elusive, only revealed to those whom the garden deemed worthy. It was a sanctuary, a paradise, a dreamscape brought to life, and for one young man named Cale, this dream was about to become his reality. Cale had grown up in the city of Alwyn, a sprawling metropolis nestled at the foot of the mountain range known as the Skyward Peaks. Life in Alwyn was a constant buzz of activity, carriages filled with traders, children running through crowded streets, the hum of merchants peddling their goods. But for Cale, it was never enough. He felt the weight of the city's constant motion, the endless clamor of voices, the suffocating sense of routine. There was something inside him, a restlessness, a longing for something beyond the familiar walls of his world. He had always been captivated by the stories of the floating garden, told by the elders of his village, tales woven with mystery and wonder, of gardens that defied gravity, where flowers bloomed in the air and streams flowed through the sky. For as long as Cale could remember, these stories had been his escape, the only thing that soothed his restless spirit. But now, as an adult, that longing had grown stronger, deeper. It was no longer a dream, it was a call, a whisper that echoed in the quiet corners of his mind, urging him to find the garden, to discover its secrets, to live a life beyond the ordinary. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of purple and orange, Cale stood on the balcony of his small apartment, gazing up at the towering peaks that loomed over the city. The mountains had always fascinated him, their jagged edges piercing the sky, their snow-capped summits hidden in the clouds. They were a reminder of the world beyond, of places that existed outside of his reality. As he stood there, lost in thought, an old man approached from behind. The man was hunched over, his back bent with age, his clothes tattered and worn, but there was a certain energy about him, a spark in his eyes that defied his frail appearance. The man came to a stop beside Cale, his eyes following the young man's gaze toward the peaks. "You seek something, don't you?" the old man asked, his voice raspy but firm. Cale turned to him, surprised by the man's sudden appearance. "How do you know?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. It wasn't just the longing in his heart that the old man could see, it was something deeper, something unspoken that had drawn him to this place. The old man smiled, a knowing smile, one that seemed to carry the weight of years of wisdom. "I've seen many like you. People who feel the pull of something greater than themselves. The call of the unknown. The dream of the garden. Cale's heart skipped a beat. "You been there?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The old man's smile deepened. "I was once like you, boy. Restless. Searching for something I could not explain. And in my search, I found the garden." He paused, his gaze distant, as if recalling a memory long buried. "But it is not a place one can find easily. The garden chooses its visitors. And when it does, it reveals itself in ways you cannot expect." Cale's mind raced. "How do I find it?" he asked, his voice desperate now, as if the words were escaping before he could stop them. The old man studied him for a long moment before answering. "You must leave Alwyn. You must venture into the skyward peaks, and you must seek the gate that lies hidden in the heart of the mountains. But remember this, the path is not what it seems. The garden is not a place you can simply walk into. It is a realm that exists between worlds. A threshold that must be crossed with more than just your feet. You must be ready to let go of everything you know, everything you think you understand, in order to enter." Cale felt a mixture of excitement and fear coursing through him. The garden. It was real. It wasn't just a story. It was waiting for him. But the old man's words struck deep. He would have to let go. Let go of everything he had ever known. He wasn't sure if he was ready for that, but the pull was too strong to ignore. "I will find it," Cale said, his voice steady, despite the uncertainty that churned in his chest. "I'll go to the mountains. I'll find the gate." The old man nodded, his expression unreadable. "Then go, Cale. But be warned, the garden is not a sanctuary for the faint of heart. It will challenge you, test you, and reveal things about yourself you may not be ready to see. But if you are willing to face these truths, you may find the peace you seek." With those final words, the old man turned and slowly made his way back down the street, disappearing into the shadows of the evening. Cale stood there for a moment, his thoughts swirling like a storm. The decision had been made. He would leave Alwyn. He would find the garden. And nothing would stand in his way. The next morning, Cale packed a small satchel with the essentials, food, water, and a map of the skyward peaks, though he knew deep down that the map would be useless once he reached the heart of the mountains. It was a journey of faith, one that required him to trust in the unknown, to follow the whispers of a dream that had haunted him for as long as he could remember. With one last glance at the city he had called home, Cale set off toward the mountains. The journey ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in his life, he felt as if he was exactly where he needed to be. The garden was waiting, and Cale was determined to find it. The journey to the skyward peaks began at dawn. The early morning mist clung to the ground, wrapping the world in a quiet embrace. Cale walked through the sleepy streets of Alwyn, past rows of homes and the market square, which was still closed for the day. He felt a sense of finality in his steps, as though once he crossed the threshold of the city, there would be no turning back. He did not know exactly what awaited him in the mountains, but he knew it was the only place he could go to find the answers he sought. As Cale reached the outskirts of Alwyn, the familiar hum of the city faded behind him, replaced by the stillness of nature. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the distant sound of rushing water echoed faintly from the valley. He looked up at the towering peaks that loomed in the distance, their snowy summits veiled in mist, as if they were watching him, beckoning him toward them. The path to the mountains was a winding road, leading through dense forests and along rocky hills. The landscape was rugged, wild, untouched by the hand of civilization. The further Cale walked, the more he felt the weight of the world fall away, replaced by a sense of freedom he hadn't known he was missing. His pack, though small, felt heavier with each step, not from the weight of its contents but from the realization that he was venturing into the unknown. By midday, Cale reached the foot of the mountains. The road became steeper, the ground uneven and rocky. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches spreading wide like the arms of ancient giants. The air was thinner, cooler, and the silence felt almost sacred. Cale paused for a moment, taking in the vastness of the landscape before him. He felt small here, insignificant in the face of such towering beauty, but the call of the floating garden was louder than the doubts in his mind, and Cale pressed on. The climb was arduous. The path twisted and turned, leading him up cliffs and over ravines. His legs ached, and the weight of his pack began to feel like a burden, but he never wavered. Each step was one closer to the garden, to the place he had only dreamed of, to the truth he so desperately sought. As he ascended, the landscape around him became more alien, more surreal. The trees began to thin, replaced by jagged rocks and barren hills, their sharp edges catching the sunlight in brilliant flashes. As the sun began to set, casting the world in hues of gold and orange, Cale reached a plateau. From here, he could see the world stretched out before him, the valleys below, the distant forests, the faint outline of Alwyn in the distance. But it was not the view that captivated him. It was what lay ahead. Beyond the plateau, the mountain range split into two towering peaks, their sides steep and impossible to scale. Between them, a narrow path wound up toward the sky, disappearing into the clouds that had gathered at their summit. This was it. The gate. Cale could feel the energy in the air change as he stepped onto the path. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the mountain itself was alive, breathing with him. He had been told the path was hidden, that the garden revealed itself only when the time was right. But this felt different. This felt as though he had been chosen, as though the garden had been waiting for him all along. He took a deep breath and began the final ascent. The air grew colder as he climbed higher. The path narrowed, and the wind howled around him, tugging at his clothes and pushing him toward the edge of the mountain. It was a treacherous climb, and more than once, Cale had to steady himself against the wind, gripping the rocks tightly to prevent himself from being blown away. But he kept going, his gaze fixed on the distant summit, on the place where the clouds gathered like a veil between the worlds. By the time night had fallen, Cale had reached the top of the narrow path. The stars above were bright and endless, casting a soft glow on the mountain's jagged edges. But it was the clouds that caught his attention now. They had parted slightly, revealing a shimmering light that seemed to come from nowhere, an otherworldly glow that illuminated the space before him. Cale's heart quickened. This was the moment. This was the threshold. He stepped forward, his feet moving almost of their own accord, as though drawn by an invisible force. The light enveloped him. And for a brief moment, he felt weightless, as though his very body had been lifted off the ground. The air around him shimmered, bending and folding in impossible ways, and Kale's surroundings began to dissolve, replaced by something far more beautiful. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. Kale found himself standing in a vast, open space, unlike anything he had ever seen. The ground beneath him was soft and warm, as though it were made of earth, yet it felt weightless. All around him, towering trees floated in the air, their roots dangling freely, as if they had never touched the earth at all. Vines wrapped around their trunks, their leaves glowing faintly in the soft light that bathed the entire realm. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed in the air, their petals drifting lazily on the breeze, leaving behind a trail of stardust in their wake. The sky above was not the sky Kale had known. It was filled with swirling colors, a brilliant display of blues and purples, like the light of 1,000 suns blending together. Floating islands dotted the sky, each one covered in lush greenery, their edges glowing with a soft, golden hue. It was a place of pure magic, a place beyond the ordinary. Kale could hardly believe his eyes. This was the floating garden. This was the place he had dreamed of, the place he had been called to find, but as he stepped forward, he realized that he was not alone. From the center of the garden, a figure emerged, a woman, tall and graceful, her presence radiant and serene. Her hair was long and silver, flowing like liquid moonlight, and her eyes gleamed with an inner light that seemed to reflect the very essence of the garden itself. She wore a gown of translucent fabric that shimmered with every movement, as though it were woven from the light of the stars. She approached Kale with a gentle smile, her steps silent against the soft ground. "You have arrived," she said, her voice as soft as the breeze, yet filled with an undeniable power. "You are here at last, Kale." Kale's heart skipped a beat. "How do you know my name?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The woman smiled again, her eyes filled with an infinite understanding. "I have been waiting for you," she said simply. "The garden has chosen you." Kale stood speechless, the weight of her words sinking in. He had come seeking answers, but now he realized that the journey was far from over. The garden had chosen him, but for what purpose? What had he come here to discover? The woman extended her hand, her smile inviting him to step further into the heart of the floating garden. "Come," she said softly. "There is much to learn." Kale hesitated for a moment, the weight of the woman's words still echoing in his mind. "The garden has chosen you." He could hardly comprehend what that meant. But the invitation in her eyes was undeniable. Something deep within him urged him to take the next step, to move forward into this unknown realm that felt both alien and familiar at once. He reached out and took her hand. The moment his fingers brushed against hers, a wave of warmth spread through his body, as though he were being drawn into the very essence of the garden. The air around him seemed to hum with energy, and the landscape shifted slightly, as if the garden itself were reacting to his presence. The flowers seemed to bloom brighter, the trees swayed in a rhythm of their own, and the ground beneath him pulsed gently like a heartbeat. "Welcome to the heart of the floating garden," the woman said, her voice gentle but filled with an ancient wisdom. "Here, time and space blur, and the truth lies not in what you see, but in what you are willing to understand." Kale looked around, his breath caught in his throat. The beauty of the garden was overwhelming. The floating islands in the sky drifted lazily, each one a small world unto itself, suspended in a sea of colors that stretched into infinity. The flowers that bloomed in the air were unlike any he had ever seen. Some glowed with an ethereal light, while others seemed to shift in color and shape with each passing moment. In the distance, he could hear the soft murmur of water, and the scent of something sweet. Like honey, hung in the air, yet, despite the garden's splendor, there was an underlying sense of stillness, a peace so profound that it seemed to wrap around him like a blanket. It was as though time itself had slowed, or perhaps stopped altogether. "I don't understand," Cale admitted, looking at the woman. "Why was I chosen? What is this place?" The woman smiled, her expression soft, yet knowing. "The garden is not a place, Cale. It is a state of being, a reflection of the world within. The garden reveals itself only to those who are ready to see beyond the surface, who are willing to look beyond the veil of reality and discover the truths hidden within." Cale frowned. "But I don't feel ready. I'm just a man from Alwyn. I don't have any special abilities. I don't know anything about magic or, you are here because you are ready, Cale," she interrupted gently. "The garden does not choose those who are perfect. It chooses those who are willing to embrace their imperfections, who are willing to confront the parts of themselves they have long ignored." Cale felt a chill run through him. He had spent so much of his life running from his fears, his doubts, the parts of himself he didn't want to face. Now, standing in the heart of the garden, he realized that whatever lay ahead would demand more from him than he had ever been willing to give. "Come," the woman said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Let me show you." With a graceful motion, she turned and began walking through the garden, her steps light and effortless. Cale followed, his footsteps heavy as he tried to keep up with her pace, his mind swirling with questions. The air around them seemed to hum with an unseen energy, and the plants around him reached out, their leaves brushing against his skin as though they recognized his presence. They walked for what felt like hours, through a series of paths that wound between towering trees and over crystalline streams that glittered in the soft light. The deeper they went, the more surreal the garden became. At one point, they passed a flower that seemed to sing, its petals vibrating with a melody that resonated deep in Cale's chest. At another, they crossed a bridge made entirely of mist, the delicate strands of water vapor hanging like silk in the air. Despite the beauty of it all, Cale couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the garden, something hidden beneath its surface. Finally, they reached a clearing, and Cale stopped short, his breath catching in his throat. Before them stood a massive tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its roots spreading across the ground like veins, connecting it to the very heart of the garden. The tree was unlike any Cale had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with silver and gold, and its leaves glowed faintly, as though they were made of light itself. At the base of the tree, there was a small pool of water, perfectly still, its surface reflecting the tree in a way that seemed almost too perfect, as though the reflection existed in a different world altogether. "This is the tree of reflection," the woman said, her voice reverent. "It holds the key to understanding what lies within you, Cale. It will show you who you truly are." Cale stepped closer to the pool, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't understand what was happening, but something told him that this moment would change everything. As he gazed into the water, his reflection rippled, and for a moment, He thought he saw something else, a shadow, a figure moving just beneath the surface. Its eyes locked with his. Before he could react, the reflection began to shift. The image of Cale faded, replaced by something else, something that wasn't him, but was. It was a version of himself, but older, wiser, and yet haunted. The eyes of this figure were filled with sorrow, and the expression on its face was one of loss, of regret. Cale took a step back, his heart racing. "What is this?" he whispered, his voice trembling. The woman remained silent, watching him carefully. "This is a part of you, Cale. A part that you have hidden away, a part you have ignored for far too long." Cale's mind raced. The reflection was like a mirror to his soul, showing him everything he had tried to bury, the fear of failure, the guilt over choices he had made, the overwhelming sense of doubt that had haunted him his entire life. He had thought he had left all of that behind when he left Alwyn, but now, here in the garden, he could see it all laid bare before him. "This is who you must confront," the woman said gently. "The garden shows us the truth, but it also forces us to face it. It is only when we accept these parts of ourselves that we can truly be free." Cale swallowed hard, the weight of her words pressing down on him. He had come here seeking peace, but now he realized that the garden would not give it to him easily. It would ask him to look within, to face his darkest fears, to come to terms with the parts of himself he had been avoiding. "I don't know if I can do this," Cale admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know if I'm ready." The woman smiled, her eyes filled with understanding. "You do not have to be ready, Cale. You only have to be willing." Cale looked at the reflection one more time, taking in the figure staring back at him. The version of himself that he had been running from. For the first time in his life, he felt the weight of his own truth pressing against him, and for the first time, he was ready to face it. With a deep breath, Cale stepped forward, his hand hovering just above the surface of the water, and then, he touched it. The moment Cale's fingers touched the water's surface, a surge of energy coursed through him. It was not a physical sensation, but something far deeper, an electric current that seemed to resonate with the very essence of his being. The water rippled beneath his touch, its surface shivering as though it were alive, and the reflection of the figure in the pool began to shift again. Cale's heart raced as the reflection blurred, then cleared, revealing a different scene. This time, he was no longer standing by the tree of reflection. Instead, he found himself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the sound of crackling flames echoed in his ears. His hands trembled, and he looked down at them. His hands were different. Older. Weathered. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him, his face a mirror of his own, but with a look of cold determination in his eyes. "I didn't want this," the reflection whispered, the words a low murmur that reverberated in the stone room. "But I had no choice. I had to do it." Cale's chest tightened. "Who is this?" His breath caught in his throat as he realized that the figure before him was not someone else, it was him. A version of him. A version of himself from the past that he had long buried. The man in the reflection, older and battle-worn, stepped forward, his expression dark and conflicted. "You think you can run from your past, Cale. But it's always there. waiting for you. No matter how far you go. The words felt like a punch to the gut. Cale staggered back, his hands pressing against the edge of the pool as though to steady himself. His mind spun. He had never allowed himself to look this closely at the past. It was too painful. Too much to bear. But now, seeing this version of himself, this older, haunted version, Cale could no longer deny it. His past was a part of him. He could run, but he could never escape what happened. Cale whispered, his voice barely audible. The words felt heavy on his tongue, as though asking would make everything real. The reflection's eyes darkened. You made a choice, Cale. A choice that led to this. To everything that followed. The pain. The regret. He paused, his gaze faltering for a moment. I thought I was doing the right thing. But I didn't see how deep the consequences would run. I couldn't have known. Cale's throat tightened as the scene shifted again. The stone walls faded, replaced by a vast, empty battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke. Figures moved across the field, their faces obscured by the chaos, but Cale could feel the weight of their loss. The reflection stood in the middle of it all, his eyes hollow, his hands stained with blood. I thought I was fighting for something, the reflection continued, his voice breaking with pain. But I didn't see the cost. I didn't see how much I would lose. Cale's heart hammered in his chest. He understood now. This was the moment he had tried so hard to forget, the battle that had haunted him for years. It had been a turning point, a decision that had shaped everything that came after. He had told himself that he had no choice, that he had done what needed to be done. But now, standing in the garden, seeing this version of himself, Cale realized how much he had lied to himself. The reflection turned to face him, its eyes full of sorrow. The truth, Cale, is that you've been running from this moment ever since. You've been hiding from your own guilt, your own mistakes. You think you can leave the past behind, but it's always with you. It shapes who you are. Cale clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. I never wanted this, he said, his voice shaking with anger and grief. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing. The reflection's face softened, and for a moment, Cale saw a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I know. But the past doesn't care about our intentions. It only cares about what we did. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Cale wanted to look away, to deny it, but he couldn't. This was the truth he had been avoiding. The consequences of his choices were far-reaching. And no matter how much he wished he could change them, he couldn't. He had to accept them. Only then could he move forward. The reflection faded slowly, its form dissolving into the mist that now surrounded him. The garden shifted once again, and Cale was left standing alone by the pool, his heart aching with the weight of everything he had just seen. The woman, who had been silently watching from the edge of the clearing, stepped forward. Her presence was calming, a gentle anchor in the midst of Cale's turmoil. You have seen the past, Cale, she said softly, her voice like a balm on his wounds. But now you must choose. Will you accept it? Will you let it define you, or will you learn from it and move forward? Kale's mind raced. He didn't know how to answer. The past was part of him, a part he could never undo, but did that mean it had to control him forever? Could he truly let go of the guilt, the regret? Was it possible to move forward without being weighed down by everything he had done? I don't know if I can, Kale admitted, his voice cracking. I don't know how to forgive myself. The woman nodded, her gaze kind and understanding. Forgiveness is not something that happens overnight. It is not a simple thing. But it begins with acceptance, Kale. Acceptance of who you are, and who you were. Only then can you begin to heal. Kale closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The path ahead was unclear, filled with uncertainty, but he knew one thing for sure: he could not change the past. He could not undo the things he had done. But he could choose how to live with them. He could choose to learn, to grow, and to move forward. I want to try, Kale said, his voice steadying with determination. I want to learn. I want to heal. The woman smiled, her eyes filled with approval. Then you are ready, Kale. The garden has shown you the truth. Now, it is up to you to use it. Kale nodded, a sense of peace settling over him. It wouldn't be easy. There would be days when the past would rise up, threatening to pull him back into its grip. But he was no longer afraid. He had seen the truth. And now, he could begin to walk the path toward healing. The woman extended her hand once more, and this time, Kale took it without hesitation. Together, they turned toward the heart of the garden, where the next step in Kale's journey awaited. Kale walked beside the woman, his mind still reeling from the visions he had witnessed. The garden's strange power had peeled back the layers of his heart, exposing wounds that had long festered in silence. He had never expected something like this. Never imagined that confronting the past would leave him feeling so raw, yet so liberated. It was as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders, though the path ahead still loomed uncertain. As they walked deeper into the garden, the world around them seemed to shift. The vibrant colors of the flowers and the gentle rustle of the trees became a blur, the sounds and sights melding into something almost dreamlike. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and wild herbs, and the temperature, though cool, was soothing, a balm against the storm of emotions swirling within Kale. You're quiet, the woman said softly, glancing at him with a knowing look. Is there something on your mind? Kale hesitated, his gaze flickering to the ground before lifting to meet her eyes. I feel lighter. Like I've seen something I wasn't ready to see. But also, it's like I understand more of who I am. Or maybe I don't. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the weight of the uncertainty that lingered. I don't know if I'm ready to face whatever comes next. The woman nodded thoughtfully, her expression compassionate. The garden does not ask you to be ready. It only asks that you are open. Open to what you will find, open to what you can become. They continued to walk, the path now winding through a dense thicket of trees with silver bark that shimmered in the light. In the distance, the faint sound of rushing water became more pronounced, the gentle rhythm of a waterfall nearby. Kale's mind wandered back to the reflection in the pool, his past, his choices. It wasn't just the battle or the bloodshed that haunted him. It was the feeling of having failed, of not being able to live up to the expectations he had set for himself. Do you think it's possible to ever truly forgive oneself? Cale asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman's gaze softened, and for a moment, her eyes seemed to look beyond him, as if searching for something deeper. Forgiveness is not a destination, Cale. It is a journey, one that begins with compassion. Compassion for yourself and for others. You will not wake up one day with all your doubts and regrets gone. But each day, as you make peace with your choices, you will find it easier to move forward. Cale looked ahead, a slight frown on his face. I understand that. But sometimes it feels like no matter how much I try, I'll never be able to forgive myself for everything. The woman turned to him, her expression gentle yet firm. You may never forget, Cale. Some wounds don't fade with time. But the act of forgiveness is not about forgetting. It is about releasing the grip that the past has on you. It is about choosing to live in the present, free from the weight of what was. They reached the edge of a small clearing, and Cale stopped, his breath catching in his throat. Before them stood a towering waterfall, its waters cascading down from a high cliff, sparkling in the soft glow of the garden's light. The sound of the water was soothing, hypnotic even, as it splashed into a crystal-clear pool below. The garden around the waterfall was alive with flowers in full bloom, their petals a riot of colors, deep purples, vibrant blues, and radiant pinks. The sight was breathtaking, the sheer beauty of it almost overwhelming. The waterfall is where the garden cleanses, the woman said quietly, stepping toward the water's edge. Here, you will release the things that still hold you, the things you are ready to let go of. Cale's heart quickened. The idea of releasing his guilt, his grief, seemed both impossible and necessary. Could he really let go of everything that had been weighing him down for so long? The memories, the pain, the endless regret, could he release all of it into the water and walk away free? He stared at the waterfall for a long time, the sound of rushing water calling to him, beckoning him toward its cleansing embrace. It was as if the water itself could wash away the parts of himself he no longer needed. Do you trust the garden, Cale? The woman asked, her voice soft but serious. Cale glanced at her, uncertainty clouding his gaze. I want to. But I don't know how. Trust is not something you need to earn. It is something you choose, she replied, her voice full of quiet wisdom. If you are ready to leave behind the past, you must step into it. You must surrender what you no longer need. Cale closed his eyes, the image of the waterfall in his mind. He thought of the battles he had fought, the people he had lost, the mistakes he had made. All the weight of his past, the burden he carried every day, pressed against his chest. Could he truly release it all? A moment of silence passed, and then, with a deep breath, Cale took a step toward the water. Each movement felt heavier than the last, but his resolve hardened with every step. He had seen his past, he had looked at it, accepted it, and now it was time to move on. The garden had shown him the truth, and now it was offering him the chance to let it go. As he reached the edge of the pool, the woman stepped back, watching him with a quiet, encouraging smile. Cale hesitated only for a moment, then knelt by the water's edge, dipping his fingers into the cool liquid. The moment his hand touched the surface, He felt a strange warmth spread through him, as though the water were responding to his touch. "Release it," the woman said gently. "All that weighs on you. Let it go." Cale closed his eyes, letting the water's coolness seep into his skin. He focused on the emotions he had carried with him for so long, the guilt, the shame, the fear, and imagined them dissolving into the water, slipping away like smoke. The feeling of release was slow at first, tentative, but as he concentrated on letting go, the burden in his chest lightened, little by little. He felt the weight of his past slipping away, being absorbed by the water. Until all that remained was a quiet emptiness, not painful, but calm. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that his heart felt lighter. The tightness in his chest had loosened, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Cale felt a sense of peace. The past was still there, still part of him, but it no longer held him captive. He had let go. The woman was standing beside him now, her hand on his shoulder. "You are free, Cale," she said softly. "The garden has given you the gift of release. Now, it is up to you what you do with it." Cale looked up at her, the weight in his heart gone, replaced by something new, something he hadn't realized he was missing: hope. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice full of gratitude. The woman smiled, a knowing gleam in her eyes. "You were always the one who had the power to heal yourself. The garden only showed you how to see it." Cale stood, feeling stronger, more at peace than he had in years. As they turned to leave the waterfall behind, the garden seemed to hum with a new energy, a sense of promise for whatever lay ahead. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in his life, Cale felt ready to face what came next. Cale stood at the edge of the waterfall, the soft, rhythmic sound of water cascading over rocks echoing in his ears. The lightness he had felt moments ago had settled deep within him, like the first breath of dawn after a long, restless night. The weight that had once clung to his heart now felt like a distant memory, as though the garden itself had woven its healing magic into the very fabric of his being. The woman remained at his side, her presence unwavering yet gentle. There was something about her that seemed to reflect the calmness of the garden, quiet, serene, and profoundly wise. Cale still had many questions, but he found it difficult to speak them aloud. The stillness of the moment was so perfect. He didn't want to disturb it with words. Yet, the pull of the unknown was strong within him, urging him to move forward. "Where do we go now?" Cale asked, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of uncertainty. The past had been heavy, but now that he had released it, the future loomed before him like an uncharted path. The woman turned toward him, her eyes thoughtful. "Now, we enter the heart of the garden. There, you will find what you need to understand about yourself. What you seek is not outside of you, Cale. It has always been within." Cale nodded, though the words felt like a puzzle he wasn't quite ready to solve. He had faced his past and let go of the weight it carried. But now, it seemed as though the journey ahead was one of self-discovery, something far more elusive, and perhaps even more difficult to navigate. They walked together, following a winding path through the heart of the garden, where the flora seemed to grow in wild, untamed beauty. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches stretching high into the sky, and the flowers bloomed with an intensity that was almost otherworldly. The air smelled of earth and rain, a sweetness that made Cale feel as though he were stepping into a world that existed beyond the confines of time. as they moved deeper into the garden, the atmosphere shifted. The once vibrant flowers began to fade in color. Their petals growing darker, the air turning heavy with a distant tension. Kale couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to unfold. "Something is different," Kale murmured, his senses on high alert. "The garden, it's not the same." The woman glanced around, her gaze sharp and knowing. "Yes," she said softly, "the garden reflects the state of your heart. And sometimes, it responds to what you have yet to confront. What is left unsaid, unacknowledged." Kale stopped, the realization hitting him like a wave. There was something else within him that he hadn't addressed, not the guilt or the regret, but the anger. The anger at the world, at the injustice he had witnessed, at the things that had been taken from him. He had buried it beneath layers of self-doubt and sorrow, thinking that if he just moved forward, it would somehow disappear. But now, standing in the garden, he knew it was still there, hidden in the shadows. "I never wanted to be angry," Kale admitted, his voice a mixture of vulnerability and strength. "But it's always been there. I've tried to push it away, tried to ignore it, but it doesn't go away. It festers." The woman nodded, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. "Anger is not something to be feared, Kale. It is a fire, a force within you. It can destroy, but it can also transform. The key is not to let it consume you, but to learn how to channel it. Only then will it become a source of power." Kale looked down at his hands, the weight of her words sinking in. Could he really transform the anger that had haunted him for so long? Could he learn to use it without letting it destroy him? He thought back to the battles he had fought, the wars that had torn his world apart, the lives lost, the destruction that seemed to follow in the wake of every decision he made. He had always been the one to shoulder the pain, the one to carry the burden of his choices. And yet, the anger remained, a constant companion. Is it wrong to feel this way? Kale asked, his voice quieter now. Almost fragile. Is it wrong to be angry at the world for what's happened? The woman's gaze softened. It is not wrong to feel, Kale. The world is full of pain and loss, and it is only natural to feel anger in response. But you must remember that anger, unchecked, can become a weapon that wounds not only others but yourself as well. It can blind you to the beauty and the hope that still exist in the world. Kale took a deep breath, the weight of his emotions pressing against his chest. He could feel the anger still simmering beneath the surface, a fire that threatened to burn him if he allowed it to. But there was something else now, something that had begun to shift in his heart, a flicker of understanding. As they continued through the garden, the air seemed to grow heavier still. The flowers had all but withered, their colors drained, and the trees now loomed over them like dark sentinels. Kale couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. It was as if the garden itself had become a reflection of his inner turmoil. They reached the center of the garden, where a large stone archway stood, its surface covered in intricate carvings. Beyond the arch, Kale could see a faint light, a soft glow that beckoned him forward. "This is the place," the woman said, her voice gentle. "Beyond this arch lies the heart of the garden, where you will face the last part of your journey. The darkness you carry within will be revealed, and you will have to confront it. Only then can you move forward. Cale stepped forward, the air thick with anticipation. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing on him, the heavy shadows around him closing in. He had faced his past. He had released his guilt. But now, he would have to face something even more challenging, the darkness within himself. As he stepped through the archway, the world around him seemed to shift once again. The darkness that had surrounded the garden now seemed to envelop him entirely, the air cold and still. The light ahead seemed distant, almost unreachable, but Cale knew that it was his only way forward. "Are you ready?" the woman's voice asked. Echoing softly in the darkness, Cale didn't answer at first. Instead, he took a deep breath, grounding himself in the silence. Then, with a quiet but resolute determination, he nodded, "I'm ready." And so, Cale stepped into the darkness, knowing that this was the final test he would face. The garden had shown him the path, and now it was up to him to walk it. The darkness swallowed Cale whole. It was not the kind of darkness that made the eyes strain, but one that seemed to exist beyond the physical realm, a thick, oppressive void that pressed in from all sides, suffocating the air. He felt the ground beneath him, solid yet somehow unyielding, as if the earth itself had turned into something unfamiliar. His breath quickened, and the weight of the shadows felt as though they were closing in on him, but he forced himself to stand tall, refusing to let fear take root. Somewhere in the distance, a faint light flickered, a beacon of hope amidst the suffocating blackness. The woman's words echoed in his mind, "The darkness within will be revealed. Only then can you move forward." He wasn't sure what to expect. Some part of him had hoped the garden's trials would be physical, something he could fight, something tangible. But this was different. This was internal, a battle within the very core of his being. The anger, the regret, the guilt, it all came rushing back now, not as memories or images, but as a tangible force that seemed to pull at his soul. "Cale," a voice whispered from the shadows, low and haunting. His heart skipped a beat as he spun around, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. There was no one there, just the oppressive darkness. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice steady but laced with the hint of unease. The voice didn't answer directly, but it came again, closer this time, as though it were circling him, taunting him. "You can't escape it, Cale. You can't outrun what you are. Not this time." The words cut deep, reverberating through the silence like a dagger finding its mark. Cale's fists clenched instinctively, but he steadied himself, resisting the urge to lash out. He had been down this road before, this path of anger and frustration. He knew what it was like to feel trapped within his own fury, to be consumed by it until he no longer recognized himself. "Who are you?" Cale demanded again, louder this time, forcing himself to stand firm. "Show yourself." There was a long pause, and then the shadows seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a sudden wind. A figure materialized from the darkness, tall and indistinct, its features obscured by the shifting shadows. It was both familiar and alien, a figure that felt like it should be known to Cale but wasn't. "You know me," the voice whispered, more clearly now. More familiar. "I am everything you try to bury. I am your anger, your fear, your regret. I am the part of you that you want to forget." Cale's breath caught in his throat. He knew this voice, though it had never spoken aloud before. It was his own, twisted, darkened by everything he had failed to confront. His heart hammered in his chest as the figure stepped closer, its form growing clearer with each passing moment. It wasn't just a shadow, it was a reflection of him, distorted, broken, and consumed by the darkness that he had tried so hard to suppress. "I've tried to move on," Cale said through gritted teeth, taking a step back. "I've tried to leave this behind. You don't have to define me anymore." The shadow chuckled, a low, mocking sound that made Cale's skin crawl. "Move on? You think you can just forget me? Forget everything you've done? Everything you've failed to do?" The figure reached out, its hand grasping Cale's shoulder, cold and unyielding. "You can't outrun your own darkness, Cale. It will follow you, no matter how far you go." Cale clenched his jaw, the weight of the words pressing heavily on him. He had always tried to escape this version of himself that he hated. The warrior who had caused so much pain, the man who had failed to protect those he loved. The anger he carried, the vengeance he had once sought, all of it wrapped in a cloak of self-loathing. He had buried it deep, but the shadow knew it all. It was everything he refused to face. "You're right," Cale whispered, his voice raw with the truth. "I've spent my whole life running from you. Running from what I did, from what I couldn't fix." The shadow laughed again, a bitter, hollow sound that echoed through the void. "And yet, you're still here. Still trying to push me away. Still trying to pretend that the past doesn't matter. But it does, Cale. It matters. And until you accept it, you will never truly be free." Cale's heart raced. He felt the pressure of the shadow's presence, its grip on him tightening. Every word it spoke was a strike to his soul, a reminder of the things he had tried to forget. The people he had lost. The choices he had made. The lives that had been shattered in his wake. The things he had never been able to change, but even as the darkness threatened to consume him, a flicker of light shone within him, a tiny spark of hope that had been buried for so long. The woman had told him that the garden could heal him, but it would require something from him. It would require him to face the very things he feared, to confront the darkness he carried, and to learn from it. He couldn't run anymore. With a deep, steadying breath, Cale squared his shoulders, lifting his chin in defiance. The shadow may have been a part of him, but it didn't define him. The past was something he could not change. But it wasn't something he had to be bound to forever. "I'm not running anymore," Cale said, his voice low but firm. "You're a part of me, yes. But you don't control me." "I do." The shadow recoiled, its form flickering as though disturbed by his words. The grip on Cale's shoulder loosened, and the figure stepped back, its features distorting in frustration. "You think you can simply will me away?" The shadow hissed. "You think you can just decide who you are?" Cale nodded, his gaze unwavering. "I can. I won't let you drag me down any longer." For a moment, the shadow seemed to pulse with anger, its form swirling and writhing in the darkness. But then, slowly, it began to fade, dissipating into the air like smoke. As it did, the oppressive weight that had settled over Cale's chest began to lift. The darkness that had surrounded him started to recede, replaced by the soft glow of the distant light. He was free, free from the grasp of his own inner demons. Cale stood in the silence that followed, his breath steadying as he allowed himself to feel the release. He wasn't defined by his past or by the anger that had once consumed him. He was more than the sum of his regrets, more than the darkness he had carried. Ahead of him, the faint light grew brighter, and Cale knew that his journey was far from over. There was still much to learn, much to face. But for the first time in his life, he felt ready. He had confronted his shadow, and in doing so, had taken the first step toward freedom. As he moved forward, the woman's voice echoed in his mind, "The garden shows you who you are, but it is you who decides who you will become." And so, with the darkness behind him, Cale stepped into the light. Cale stepped forward, the flickering light ahead of him gradually growing more intense, until it enveloped him completely. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, so warm and soothing, yet pure in its clarity, as if it were washing away the very core of his doubts. The last traces of the shadow, that dark reflection of his fears and regrets, had faded, leaving him with a profound sense of peace. He felt lighter, as though something heavy had been lifted from his chest. The path he walked now was different from before. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and fresh earth. The ground beneath his feet was soft, yet firm, like walking on the edge of a dream. The light, now no longer distant, was everywhere, casting long, golden rays through the thick canopy of trees above him. Cale had faced his darkness and emerged from it, but there was still a sense of something more ahead, a final piece of the puzzle he had yet to find. The garden had shown him where he needed to be, but it was now up to him to discover what it truly meant to move forward. As he walked, the woman appeared again, stepping out from behind one of the massive trees that lined the path. Her presence, though calm and serene, now carried an almost ethereal quality. Her eyes were filled with a quiet knowing, as if she had always been there, watching him, guiding him without speaking. "You have done well, Cale," she said, her voice a soft murmur in the breeze. "But this journey is not yet over. The light you have found is only the beginning." Cale stopped, his gaze meeting hers, and though he wanted to ask questions, so many questions, he knew that the answers he sought could not be given to him outright. The garden, like the woman, could only guide him. The rest, the deeper understanding, was something he would have to discover for himself. "What comes next?" Cale asked, his voice steady but tinged with curiosity. "I have faced my darkness. What more do I need to learn?" The woman smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "Now, you must learn to see with the eyes of the heart, Cale. Not all is as it seems. There is more to this world, to your world, than you have yet understood." The words echoed in his mind as they left her lips. More than I have understood. He had always thought of himself as someone who had seen the world clearly, someone who had understood his place in it. But now, in this moment, standing in the heart of the garden, he felt the weight of his ignorance. There was more. There was always more. She gestured toward the path ahead, where the light grew even brighter, if that were possible. "Follow the light," she instructed. "It will guide you to the next step." Without another word, Cale began to walk again, his footsteps lighter now, as though he were no longer merely traveling, he was becoming something. The path ahead was not straight but curved, winding through trees that seemed to move in gentle patterns, their leaves shimmering as though they were alive. The garden was no longer just a place. It felt like an extension of his own soul. Each step he took a reflection of the deeper work being done within him. As he continued, he felt a change, an overwhelming sense of awareness, like the world was unfolding around him. The trees no longer seemed just to be trees, they were ancient sentinels of knowledge, their roots deep in the earth, their branches reaching high toward the sky. The flowers that grew in radiant clusters at his feet whispered in the wind, their petals shifting in colors Kale had never seen before, as though they were attuned to something beyond the senses. He was starting to see. Really see. The garden was not just a space, it was a living entity, breathing with the world around it, connected in ways Kale had never imagined. The light that guided him was not merely a guide. It was a part of the garden itself, a force that pulsed with life. It was the same energy he had felt when he first arrived, vibrant, full of potential. At the end of the winding path, Kale found himself standing before a massive stone structure, its surface carved with intricate symbols and designs. It was as though the very stone itself was alive with stories, with memories of the past and the future. The light seemed to emanate from within the stone, casting long shadows that danced and flickered as though they were alive. "This is it," Kale whispered to himself, feeling a strange reverence wash over him. The woman stood beside him once more, her presence calm and steady. She placed her hand on the stone's surface, and Kale noticed that her fingers seemed to leave a faint trail of light as they moved. When she withdrew her hand, the stone began to hum softly, the symbols glowing with a gentle, pulsating light. "This is the heart of the garden," the woman said. "This is where the past, the present, and the future all converge. Here, you will find what you need to understand the world, to see it for what it truly is." Kale's heart began to race. This was the moment. The final step. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the stone, and immediately, a flood of images and sensations overwhelmed him. His body tensed as the world around him seemed to stretch and blur. In an instant, he was no longer in the garden, but somewhere else, somewhere vast, a place where the sky was dark, but filled with stars. The earth beneath his feet was soft, and the air felt fresh, but there was a hum in the air, a sensation that everything was connected. He felt the pulse of life, the flow of energy between every living thing. The garden, the earth, the stars, it was all interconnected, each piece a part of a greater whole, and then, just as suddenly, the vision shifted. He was standing in a battlefield, familiar faces around him, those he had fought beside, and those he had fought against. He saw his own hands, bloodied and worn, gripping a sword. But it wasn't just the past he saw, it was a possibility of the future. A choice he could still make. In that moment, Kale understood. The garden had not just healed him, it had shown him the truth. The anger, the pain, the mistakes, those were all parts of the journey, parts of who he had been. But they did not have to define him. He could choose. He could change. The woman's voice broke through the overwhelming tide of images. The future is not set, Kale. It is yours to shape. But you must choose with wisdom, with the knowledge that every action has its consequence. Every choice shapes the world. Kale pulled his hand away from the stone, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths. The images had stopped, and he stood back in the garden, the light once again surrounding him. He felt different, changed, but in a way that was difficult to articulate. He understood now. He understood that the journey wasn't just about finding peace with his past, it was about realizing that his future, and the world's future, was in his hands. Every step forward was a choice, a chance to reshape the world around him, to choose love over hate, understanding over division, hope over despair. "You've seen the truth," the woman said, her voice filled with quiet approval. "Now, it's time to take the next step." Cale nodded, his heart steady, his purpose clear. He had faced his darkness, and now he would step into the light, not as a man burdened by his past, but as one who could shape the future. The air in the garden seemed to shimmer with a strange energy, and Cale could feel the pulse of the world itself beneath his feet. The soft hum of the earth reverberated through him, as if the entire garden was alive, aware of his presence. He stood at the foot of the glowing stone, its warmth still radiating through his palm where it had once rested. The visions, the choices, everything he had seen and felt, lingered in his mind, like threads waiting to be woven together. The woman was silent beside him, her presence calm and composed, yet there was something in her eyes that spoke of a deeper understanding. It was as if she knew the weight of what Cale had just experienced and knew that his journey was far from over. "Now, you must go," she said softly, her voice breaking the stillness. "The garden has given you what it can. But there are others, and they too must find their own path. You are not alone in this world, Cale. Your journey will intersect with others, and you must be ready to walk with them." Cale turned to face her, his expression firm. "I understand. But how will I know when the time comes? How will I know what to do?" The woman smiled, a knowing, gentle smile. "You will know. The garden will guide you, just as it has guided you here. Listen closely to your heart. The answers will come when you need them." With those final words, she stepped back into the shadows of the trees, her figure dissolving as if she were part of the garden itself. Cale stood for a moment longer, taking a deep breath. The air was still, but there was an energy here that beckoned him forward. As he walked, the path ahead seemed to shift once more. The trees around him grew taller, their trunks thick and ancient, their leaves shimmering in the light that now seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own. The garden was alive, more so than he had ever realized. He could feel it with every step, the connection between all things that seemed to stretch beyond the physical world. The light ahead was brighter now, drawing him like a beacon. He had no clear sense of where he was going, but it didn't matter. The journey was not about a destination, it was about discovery. He was no longer the man who had entered the garden, burdened by anger and regret. He had been transformed, awakened to the truth of his own power and the potential that lay before him, and then, just as he thought he might reach the end of the path, the garden shifted again. Ahead of him stood a vast, open space, the ground stretching out into a field that seemed to go on forever. The sky above was a deep violet, filled with stars that twinkled like distant memories. The light had now turned into a soft, ethereal glow that danced across the landscape, casting shadows that stretched far into the distance. It was both beautiful and otherworldly. As though he had crossed into another realm altogether, at the center of this space was a figure, tall and cloaked in dark, flowing robes. The figure stood with its back to him, gazing at the horizon as if waiting for something. The air around the figure seemed to hum with a quiet power, an energy that felt familiar, but at the same time, distant. Kale could not explain it, but he knew, somehow, that this was a significant moment, one that would shape the next phase of his journey. He approached cautiously, each step measured and deliberate. The figure did not turn, but Kale could feel its awareness of him, like a presence just beyond the edge of his perception. As he drew closer, the figure spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Kale," it said, without turning. "You have come far. But your journey is not over." Kale's heart quickened at the sound of his name, spoken by this mysterious figure. There was something in the voice that resonated with him, like a call to something deep within his soul. "What do you want from me?" Kale asked, his voice steady, though his mind raced with questions. The figure finally turned, and Kale's breath caught in his throat. The face of the figure was obscured by a hood, but there was something familiar about the shape of it, as though he had seen it before, though where, he could not say. "I want nothing from you," the figure replied, its voice as smooth as velvet. "But the time has come for you to choose. You are standing on the edge of a great crossroads, Kale. The path you take now will define the future, not just for you, but for all who walk beside you." Kale's eyes narrowed, and he stepped closer, his gaze searching the figure's face. "What do you mean? What is this place?" "This is a threshold," the figure explained. "A place between worlds, between what was and what is yet to be. The garden has shown you the truth of your past, the light that guides you. But here, you will find a new truth, a truth that will shape the future." Kale's heart beat faster, uncertainty creeping in. "I don't understand. I've faced my past. I've learned what I need to learn. Why am I here?" The figure's eyes glimmered beneath the hood, filled with a wisdom Kale could not yet comprehend. "Because your future is not yours alone to shape. There are others who will be affected by the choices you make. Others whose fates are intertwined with yours. You must decide, Kale. You must choose whether to walk this path alone, or to embrace the bonds that will shape the world around you." Kale felt a chill crawl up his spine. The weight of the words pressed on him, and he felt the gravity of the choice he faced. He had always believed his journey was his alone, that his struggles and triumphs were his to bear. But now, he understood that this was no longer the case. The world was vast, and the lives of others were just as interconnected as his own. "Who are these people?" Kale asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who will I walk with?" The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it gestured to the horizon, where the faint outlines of figures could be seen on the distant landscape. They were faint, like shadows in the mist, but Kale could feel their presence, just as he could feel the weight of his own choices. "You will know them when the time comes," the figure said. "The garden has shown you what you need to see. Now, you must take the next step. Choose wisely, Kale. The fate of many depends on it." Kale took a deep breath, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on him. The future lay ahead, uncertain and unknown, but he knew one thing for sure: he would not walk this path alone. He would face the unknown, not as a solitary figure, but as someone who had the power to shape the world alongside others. With a steady resolve, Cale nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "I understand," he said, his voice strong. "I will choose to walk with others. Together, we will shape the future." The figure nodded in approval, and for the first time, its face seemed to lighten, as though it were filled with a quiet satisfaction. "Then go, Cale. The path ahead awaits." As Cale turned to face the distant figures on the horizon, he felt a sense of purpose stir within him. The road was long, and the choices would be difficult. But with every step, he knew he was not alone. He would find his way, and he would help others find theirs. Together, they would forge the future. The horizon stretched before Cale, a vast canvas painted in shades of violet and gold. The distant figures, their outlines still faint but growing clearer with each passing moment, stood like sentinels in the landscape, awaiting something, or someone. He could feel them, their presence like a whisper in the air, as though they, too, were aware of him, of the choice he had just made. It was strange, this connection he felt, as if the universe itself was shifting to accommodate him. Aligning the stars, the winds, and the earth in a way that he had never noticed before, he took a deep breath and began walking toward them, his pace steady but filled with a sense of purpose that he had never known before. The ground beneath his feet felt different now, the path softer, as though the garden itself was welcoming him into this new chapter of his journey. The light, ever present, seemed to grow brighter with each step he took, illuminating the way forward. The figures on the horizon became more distinct as he drew closer. They were not just shadows, they were people, real and tangible, though there was a sense of mystery about them. They were scattered across the vast field. Some alone, others in pairs, their faces hidden in the shadows, but their forms radiating a quiet power, a strength that Cale could feel even from this distance. He could sense that each of them had their own story, their own journey that had brought them here to this moment. One figure, standing slightly apart from the others, caught Cale's attention. It was a woman, her dark hair flowing like liquid night around her shoulders, her eyes glowing with an inner light that seemed to shine through the fabric of her robes. She stood with her back straight, her posture regal and commanding, but there was a sadness in her gaze, a sorrow that seemed to run deep, as though she had carried the weight of the world on her shoulders for longer than she could bear. Cale felt an immediate pull toward her, a connection that he couldn't explain. He found himself walking faster, drawn by the force of her presence, his footsteps quickening as he neared her. When he finally reached her, he stopped just a few paces away, unsure of what to say. The air between them was thick with unspoken words, a tension that seemed to stretch beyond the physical space, as though the very moment itself was pregnant with meaning. The woman turned to him slowly, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that took Cale by surprise. Her gaze was not cold, but filled with a depth of understanding that was almost overwhelming. "I knew you would come," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. "I felt your presence long before you arrived." Cale frowned, confused. "You felt me? How?" She smiled faintly, though the sorrow in her eyes remained. "You are not the first to be called to this place, Cale. And you will not be the last. The garden has a way of drawing those it deems worthy, those whose destinies are intertwined with the fate of the world." Her words echoed in Cale's mind, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never thought of himself as someone special, someone whose destiny had any real weight to it. But now, standing before this woman, he began to question everything he had believed about himself. Was he truly destined for something greater? And if so, what would that mean for the world? Who are you? Cale asked, his voice quiet, yet filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The woman's gaze softened, and she took a step closer to him. I am Alira, the keeper of the threads, she said, her voice a whisper in the wind. I watch over the paths that connect all lives, the threads that bind us together in this world and beyond. I have seen the future, Cale, and I have seen the role you will play in it. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of prophecy, and Cale felt his heart race. The future? What role? I don't understand. Alira's eyes darkened, and she looked past him, toward the distant horizon where the other figures stood. The future is not set in stone, Cale, she said, her voice almost sorrowful. It is a web, fragile and intricate, shaped by the choices we make. And you, Cale, have the power to change the course of that web. To tear it apart, or to weave it into something new. Cale's mind spun, trying to grasp the enormity of her words. The future is a web. He had always believed that life unfolded in a series of predetermined steps, that fate was something that could not be altered. But Alira's words spoke to a deeper truth, one that resonated within him, as though something deep inside had always known it. Alira continued, her voice low and steady. But you are not alone in this, Cale. The others, the ones you feel connected to, they are here for a reason. Their fates are intertwined with yours, and together, you will shape the world. But it is not an easy task. The threads of fate are fragile, and one wrong move could unravel everything. Cale's mind raced, the weight of the responsibility pressing down on him. How could he possibly bear such a burden? How could he be expected to make decisions that would affect the entire world? Alira seemed to read his thoughts. Do not be afraid, Cale. The garden has prepared you. You have the strength within you, though you may not yet see it. But the time has come for you to embrace it. Cale stood in silence, the gravity of the moment settling over him. He could feel the pulse of the garden, the hum of the universe, all guiding him toward something. But what? What was the next step? I don't know if I'm ready, he admitted, his voice thick with uncertainty. I've only just begun to understand this power. I don't know if I can carry this weight. Alira smiled softly, a kindness in her gaze. None of us are truly ready, Cale. But that does not mean we do not have a choice. The journey is never easy. But you will find the strength you need, in yourself and in those who walk beside you. Her words were a balm to his troubled soul, soothing the fear that had settled deep within him. She was right. He wasn't ready, but whoever truly was. The only thing he could do was move forward. Step by uncertain step, and trust that he would find his way. Thank you, Cale said, his voice soft but filled with gratitude. I will try. Alira nodded, her expression unreadable. That is all anyone can do. With a final, lingering glance, Alira turned and walked toward the others, her figure blending into the vast, mysterious landscape. Kale watched her go, his heart filled with both a sense of wonder and a quiet fear. The threads of fate were now in his hands, and the path before him was uncertain. But he would walk it, no matter where it led. As he turned toward the others, Kale felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was no longer the man who had walked into the garden, uncertain and lost. He was someone different now, someone with a purpose. And he would see this journey through, no matter the cost. The future was waiting. The ground beneath Kale's feet felt alive, the soft hum of the earth reverberating through his very bones. The moment Alira had disappeared into the distance, he had been left standing alone in the vast, endless field, a sense of purpose rising within him like the first rays of dawn. His mind, still reeling from everything he had learned, began to piece together the fragmented visions, the cryptic words, and the weight of his newfound role. As he took the first step toward the other figure standing far off in the distance, Kale's thoughts began to settle. The threads of fate that Alira had spoken of seemed more tangible now, woven into the very fabric of the world around him. It was a feeling he couldn't quite describe, a knowing that he was part of something much larger than himself. A part of a web that stretched across time and space. But what did it all mean? And what role would he play in this grand design? The figures ahead remained motionless, their silhouettes outlined against the darkening sky. Kale could sense their awareness, each of them attuned to the subtle pulse of the garden, their eyes seemingly fixed on some distant point, waiting for something to happen. For him to arrive, perhaps. Or perhaps for something else entirely. As Kale approached, the air around him began to shift, the energy that had been so still moments ago now crackling with anticipation. He didn't understand it fully, but he felt it deep within him, a growing sense of urgency. A beckoning that pulled him toward his fate. The first figure he approached was a man, his broad shoulders and tall stature imposing, though there was a quiet, introspective air about him. His skin was the color of bronze, his hair dark as night, braided with small trinkets that glinted in the light. His eyes, however, were what struck Kale the most, pale silver, like the moonlight that illuminated the garden. There was wisdom in those eyes, a weight of knowledge that seemed to pierce through the layers of time itself. The man did not speak at first, merely observing Kale with an intensity that made him feel as if he were being examined, as though the very essence of who he was being unraveled. "Your arrival was foretold," the man finally said, his voice deep and steady, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "The threads have drawn us together, Kale. The time is almost upon us." Kale blinked, his heart quickening at the mention of his name. "How do you know me?" The man's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "I have seen the future, seen the choices that lie before us. You are not alone in this, Kale. There are others, and together, we will face the trials that await." Kale frowned, a sense of confusion flooding him once more. "Trials? What do you mean? What is this place, and why are we here?" The man's eyes softened slightly, though there was a hint of sorrow there. A sadness that seemed to weigh on him. "This place, the garden, is the meeting point of worlds. A place between realms, where the threads of fate are intertwined. It is here that we must decide the course of the future. There are those who would seek to unravel everything, to twist the threads and bend them to their will. But we, the ones chosen, must stand against them. We must preserve the balance. Kale felt a chill crawl up his spine. The future, the balance, he had heard the words before, but now they felt more real, more urgent. He had been chosen, but for what? What did it all mean? What do you want from me? Kale asked, the weight of the moment pressing on him. The man stepped closer, his silver eyes locking onto Kale's. I want nothing, Kale. But the garden has already chosen you. It has already shown you the path. All that remains is for you to walk it. Together, we will find the strength to face the trials ahead. Kale nodded slowly, though uncertainty still gnawed at him. There was so much he didn't understand, so much he needed to learn. But one thing was clear, he couldn't do this alone. Who are you? Kale asked, his curiosity piqued despite the tension that still hung in the air. The man's smile grew slightly, though there was a sadness in it. I am Eris, a guardian of the threads. I have watched over the balance for centuries, waiting for the ones who would rise to meet the challenge. You are one of those chosen, Kale. And though the path ahead is fraught with danger, you will not walk it alone. Kale felt a flicker of relief. Eris, though enigmatic, seemed trustworthy, and his words, though cryptic, gave Kale a sense of purpose. But still, doubt lingered in his mind. What happens if we fail? Kale asked, his voice low. Eris's expression darkened, and for the first time, Kale saw a glimpse of true concern in his eyes. If we fail, the balance will be shattered. The threads will unravel, and the world as we know it will cease to exist. The very fabric of reality will tear apart. Kale's breath caught in his throat. The stakes had never been so high. Failure was not an option. But why me? Kale asked, the question that had been nagging at him from the start. What makes me so special? Eris's gaze softened, and he placed a hand on Kale's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance. It is not about being special, Kale. It is about the choices you make, the strength you find within yourself. You have the power to alter the course of the future. You may not see it now, but you will. The garden has chosen you because you have the heart to see this through. And with your heart, you will guide us. Kale swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Eris's words settle in his chest. His heart. Could it really be that simple? Could his own choices truly shape the future? Before he could voice another question, a soft voice interrupted them. Kale turned to see a young woman standing a few paces away, her pale face illuminated by the soft light of the garden. Her long, silvery hair shimmered in the glow, and her eyes were a deep, unnatural shade of violet. She wore a simple robe, but her presence was anything but ordinary. There was an air of power about her, though it was tempered by a quiet sadness, as if she had seen the weight of the world and carried it without complaint. I'm sorry to interrupt, she said softly, her voice as gentle as the wind, but the others are waiting for you, Kale. It is time to begin. Eris nodded, his expression grave. You are right, Illyria. The time has come. We must not delay. Kale turned his gaze back to Illyria, his heart racing once more. Another member of the group. Another piece of the puzzle that was slowly falling into place. Together, they would face the trials. Together, they would find the strength to protect the balance. The path ahead was uncertain, but Cale now understood that he was not alone. And that knowledge, small as it was, gave him the courage to move forward. The air in the garden shifted again as Cale followed Eris and Illyria toward the gathering. The ground beneath his feet, soft and springy like the plushest moss, seemed to absorb his every step, cushioning his thoughts and emotions with each footfall. The world around him felt both expansive and enclosed. Like he was walking through an endless labyrinth, the walls made of light and shadow, of warmth and cold. As they approached the others, Cale could see them more clearly, figures scattered across the lush expanse of the garden. They were gathered in a loose formation, each one standing alone or in small groups, their presence somehow connected but independent. The air around them seemed to hum with an unspoken energy, like the electric tension before a storm. The figures turned toward Cale as he approached, their eyes seeming to welcome him and weigh him all at once. They were strangers, and yet, Cale felt a strange sense of belonging here, as if this moment, this place, had been waiting for him. The first figure he came to was a woman, standing tall and poised, her eyes sharp as they looked him over. She wore a flowing robe of deep crimson, and her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders like a veil of silk. There was an almost regal air about her, a quiet authority that demanded respect without uttering a word. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she spoke. "You are the one, aren't you?" Her voice was smooth, confident, with an edge that hinted at power. The one chosen to alter the course of fate. Cale nodded, uncertain but resolute. He had heard those words before, from Illyria, from Eris, but hearing them from this woman brought something different, something more visceral. To the surface. He was the chosen one, but chosen for what? The question lingered, unanswered, in his mind. "I am Lyra," the woman said, as if reading his thoughts. "I have been waiting for you, Cale. Waiting for the one who could alter the future." Cale couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him. "What do you mean?" "I don't know how I can alter anything." Lyra's gaze softened, but there was still a certain hardness to her eyes, as if she had seen things Cale couldn't possibly imagine. "None of us know what we are truly capable of, Cale. But together, we will discover it. And together, we will shape the future. The threads have already begun to move, and the first step of our journey is to understand what they are asking of us." Cale felt the weight of her words, heavy like the earth itself, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that he was just a pawn in a much larger game. The uncertainty gnawed at him, and the question of why him still remained unanswered. He had no answers, but one thing was clear: he wasn't alone. He was surrounded by these strangers, each of them carrying the same burden, the same weight of responsibility, though their faces held different stories. They all had a role to play. And somehow, he was now part of that story. Before he could ask anything more, a low voice interrupted him. "You must be Cale," it said, warm but tinged with a trace of humor. "I've heard quite a bit about you." Cale turned to see a man approaching, his posture relaxed but purposeful. His hair was a wild mess of curls, and his clothing, a blend of leather and cloth, suggested someone who had seen much of the world. His eyes, dark and lively, carried an energy that made Cale immediately sense the man's playful nature. Despite the weight of the moment, Kale found himself smiling. "I'm Kale," he said, unsure what else to say. The man grinned, his teeth gleaming in the soft light. "I'm Lucian," he said with a wink. "The wild card, the unpredictable one. But don't let that fool you. I'm here because I'm meant to be." He gestured around the garden with a sweeping motion. "Like everyone else. I'm part of this grand design, for better or worse." Kale raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, for better or worse?" Lucian chuckled. "Trust me, things get complicated when you start talking about fate. But don't worry," he added with a wink, "you'll get the hang of it. Just keep your wits about you." Kale couldn't help but feel a sense of ease in Lucian's presence. His light-hearted demeanor was a stark contrast to the heavy conversation that had been unfolding, but in some strange way, it helped Kale settle his thoughts. Not everything had to be serious, not all the time. Before Kale could respond, the final figure in their group approached, a woman whose aura seemed to ripple with quiet strength. Her eyes were a pale blue, nearly white, and there was a depth to her gaze that suggested she could see things others could not. Her hair was cropped short, and her clothing, simple and practical, seemed to speak of someone used to surviving in harsh conditions. She held herself with a quiet dignity, but there was something fiercely protective about her, as though she would guard those she cared for with her life. "I'm Alira," she said, her voice soft but firm. "And I don't believe we've met properly." "Welcome, Kale." Kale nodded, offering a small smile. He could sense that Alira was someone who could be relied upon, someone who would stand by him when the world turned against them. There was no need for words to convey that message. It was in the way she held herself, in the calmness that emanated from her. "I've heard your name," Kale said. "It's good to meet you." Alira's expression softened, though her eyes remained alert. "It's good to finally have you here," she said. "We've all been waiting for you. The garden's call has brought us together, and now we must begin." Kale looked around at the group, Lyra, Lucian, Alira, and for the first time since arriving in the garden, he felt a spark of hope. These people, strangers though they were, had been chosen for the same purpose. He wasn't alone in this. "Are we ready?" Kale asked, his voice filled with a new sense. The question hung in the air, and for a moment, everything was still. The rustling of the leaves in the distance and the soft hum of the garden seemed to fade as the group turned their attention to Kale. He felt as though every pair of eyes was studying him, waiting for him to make a decision, waiting for him to lead. "Ready?" Lyra echoed softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I believe we are, Kale. But readiness is not about certainty, it's about choice. The threads we follow are not set in stone. The path ahead will require us to face challenges, to make decisions that will ripple across the future. We must trust in our ability to navigate those choices, even if we don't understand them all." Kale nodded slowly, processing her words. It was true. There was no such thing as complete readiness in a situation like this. He had already made one choice, the choice to stand here, to step into this unknown future. But the weight of what was to come pressed on him like a heavy cloak. He didn't know if he was truly ready for the responsibility that awaited him, but one thing was certain, he wasn't going to back down. Lucian, ever the one to break the tension, grinned. "Well, we'll be ready when we need to be," he said with a shrug. "Besides, I think we're all here because we have something to offer. Let's not overthink it. The garden brought us together for a reason. Trust that we'll figure it out as we go." Elira, who had been quiet up until this point, spoke with a calm, steady voice. "Lucian's right," she said, her eyes meeting Kale's. "We are here for a reason. We each have our part to play in this, and none of us are alone. The threads may be tangled, but together, we will find the way through." Kale looked at each of them, Lyra, Lucian, Elira, and felt a flicker of something he hadn't expected: trust. Despite the fear that gnawed at the edges of his mind, there was something in their eyes, something in their presence, that made him feel as though, perhaps for the first time, he wasn't entirely alone in this world. "All right," Kale said, his voice gaining strength. "If we're doing this, then let's start. I'm ready." Lyra's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with approval. "Good. Then let us begin." She turned, and the others followed suit, each of them moving with purpose as they made their way toward the center of the garden, where an ancient stone structure stood. It was unlike anything Kale had ever seen, its massive columns rising from the earth like trees, their surfaces carved with intricate symbols and runes that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The air around the structure was thick with magic, and Kale could feel it tugging at him, like a magnetic force pulling him closer. "This is the heart of the garden," Lyra said, her voice low as they neared the base of the structure. "It is here that the threads of fate converge. This is where we begin our journey, and where we must make our first choice." Kale's heart quickened as they stepped into the shadow of the massive stone pillars. He could feel the weight of the moment settling on his shoulders, but there was also a sense of awe that filled him, a reverence for the power that emanated from this place. The heart of the garden was ancient, a relic from a time long past, and yet it felt as if it was alive, as though it had been waiting for them all along. The others gathered around the base of the structure, their expressions serious as they waited for what would come next. Kale stood at the edge of the group, his mind racing. This was it, the moment when everything would change. The moment when he would be forced to step into the unknown, to take his place in this tangled web of fate. But what was he supposed to do? "Kale," Eris's voice broke through his thoughts, calm and steady as always. "This is where you must decide. The threads of fate are not yet fully woven. The choices we make here will shape the future." Kale turned to Eris, his heart heavy with the gravity of the words. "What do I need to do?" Eris's pale silver eyes met his, steady and unwavering. "Touch the stone. Feel the pulse of the threads. The heart of the garden will reveal to you what must be done. You will know. Kale. You must trust yourself." Kale hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. The closer he got to the stone, the more he could feel its energy vibrating through the air, an almost tangible force that seemed to call to him, pulling him toward it. His hand, trembling slightly, reached out, and as soon as his fingers made contact with the surface, the world around him seemed to blur. The symbols on the stone began to glow, faint lines of light tracing along their intricate patterns, and the air around him seemed to hum with life. Kale closed his eyes, and in that moment, he felt it, an overwhelming sense of connection to everything, to the garden, to the people standing beside him, to the threads of fate that wove their destinies together. It was as if he could feel the pulse of the universe itself, a rhythm that echoed deep within his chest. Then, visions flooded his mind, flooded his very soul. He saw a world in chaos, a world where the threads of fate had begun to unravel. He saw cities burning, mountains crumbling, and oceans boiling under a sky torn asunder. He saw faces, people he didn't recognize, standing at the edges of this destruction, their eyes filled with fear and desperation. And through it all, he saw himself, standing alone, holding the threads in his hands, struggling to keep them together. The vision shifted. Now, Cale saw a different world, a world where the garden blossomed. Its beauty stretching beyond the horizon, its energy flowing freely, its threads intertwined in harmony. People lived in peace, the sky bright with possibility, and the earth itself seemed to breathe with life. He saw the others, standing beside him, their hands reaching out, each of them holding a piece of the threads, guiding them, weaving them together. Together, they were stronger. Together, they could restore the balance. Cale's heart raced as the vision faded, leaving him breathless and stunned. He withdrew his hand from the stone, but the pulse of the thread still echoed in his mind, a constant, steady rhythm that would not fade. "That is what awaits us," Lyra said, her voice soft but filled with resolve. "The choice is yours, Cale. Will you allow the threads to unravel, or will you fight to restore the balance?" Cale turned to face the others, their expressions filled with unwavering determination. This was his choice, his burden to bear. The fate of the world was in his hands. With a deep breath, Cale spoke, his voice steady, "I will fight. I will restore the balance." The others nodded in silent agreement, their faces resolute. The journey ahead would not be easy, but it was one they would face together, and with that decision, Cale knew that the true journey was about to begin. The air seemed to grow heavier after Cale's declaration. A quiet weight settled over the group, as if the very earth beneath their feet was holding its breath, waiting for them to move. For a moment, no one spoke. Even the garden, so vibrant and full of life moments ago, seemed to pause, as if acknowledging the gravity of the decision Cale had just made. It was Lyra who broke the silence, her voice smooth but urgent. "The threads are already beginning to shift," she said, stepping closer to Cale. Her crimson robes swirled around her as she moved, the intricate patterns on her clothes catching the dim light. "We cannot wait much longer. The balance you've seen, it is fragile. The longer we delay, the more difficult it will be to restore it. We must act." Cale nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew she was right. He could feel the urgency in his bones, the weight of the task ahead pressing on him like a storm cloud ready to burst. But where did they start? How did they begin to fix something so broken, so far beyond their understanding? Eris stepped forward, his calm presence a stark contrast to the turbulence Cale felt inside. "Lyra is right," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "But remember, the journey ahead will not be one of just action. It is also a journey of understanding. We need to learn more about the threads, how they work, where they lead, and why they have begun to unravel in the first place." Cale's gaze turned to the others. Lucian's expression was serious. A rare sight for the playful man, and Alira stood with a quiet determination that seemed to mirror his own. Where do we begin? Kale asked, his voice steadied despite the whirlpool of thoughts threatening to overwhelm him. First, Lyra said, her eyes gleaming with a quiet intensity, we need to understand what's causing the disruption in the threads. The heart of the garden has given us a glimpse, but we need more. There are ancient ruins scattered across the land, places where the threads of fate are most concentrated. One such place is the Temple of Leora. It holds the answers we seek. The Temple of Leora. Kale repeated, turning the name over in his mind. He had heard the name mentioned in passing. But the temple had always been a distant myth, a place that existed only in the oldest stories. To think that they might actually be heading there now. It felt surreal, yes, Lyra said, reading the confusion on his face. The Temple of Leora was built long ago by the ancients, those who first understood the threads of fate. They were the keepers of the balance, and the temple is the key to understanding the true nature of the threads. If we can find it, we may learn how to restore the harmony that has been lost. Kale looked to Eris for confirmation. The elder's silver eyes met his with quiet wisdom. The temple is not easy to reach, Eris said, his voice soft but filled with experience. It lies in the heart of the windward peaks, a place where few have ventured and fewer have returned. But the journey is necessary. We must take this risk. The windward peaks. Kale had heard stories of the treacherous mountains, towering spires of jagged rock that seemed to pierce the sky, their peaks perpetually shrouded in mist. The idea of venturing into such a place sent a shiver down his spine, but he knew that this was the only way forward. There was no turning back now. Then we leave at first light, Kale said, his voice firm. He felt the weight of the decision settle in his chest, but there was no room for doubt. He had chosen this path, and there was no other. The others nodded. Their faces resolute, as they began to prepare for the journey ahead. Kale took a moment to look around the garden once more. The vibrant colors of the flowers, the shimmering trees, the sky that seemed to stretch endlessly above them, it all seemed so perfect, so peaceful. And yet, beneath the beauty, there was an undeniable sense of urgency, a feeling that the world was on the brink of something. Something that could not be undone. He turned his gaze back to the heart of the garden, its massive stone pillars still glowing faintly with the energy of the threads. The pulsing light seemed to echo in his chest, and for a brief moment, he closed his eyes and listened to it, the rhythm of the world. The heartbeat of the garden itself, Kale. The voice came softly, but it was enough to pull him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to find Alira standing beside him, her pale blue eyes filled with quiet understanding. You're thinking of the journey ahead, she said, her voice steady. The danger. The uncertainty. But remember, we're in this together. Kale met her gaze and nodded. There was something in her presence, a quiet strength that reassured him. They were all in this together, and whatever came, they would face it as one. We'll make it through, Kale said, his voice gaining strength. Together. Alira's lips curved into a small smile. Yes. Together. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the group gathered at the edge of the garden. Their packs were secured, their weapons ready, and their hearts steady. The journey to the windward peaks would be long and perilous, but it was a journey they had to take. The fate of the world, and the balance of the threads, depended on it. Lyra took a step forward, her eyes scanning the horizon. The temple of Leora lies beyond the mountains. We will need to be swift and cautious. The path is treacherous, and there are dangers we cannot yet foresee. But if we stay focused, we can reach the temple and learn what we need. Eris stepped beside her, his voice quiet but resolute. Remember, the threads are not just about fate. They are about choice. We will face tests along the way. Our strength, our resolve, will be what guides us. Lucian flashed a grin, his usual playful energy returning. Let's get this show on the road, then. The sooner we start, the sooner we can get back to fixing this mess. Kale looked at each of them, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. The road ahead was uncertain, but he wasn't alone. He had chosen this path, and together, they would walk it. With one final glance at the garden that had been their refuge, the group turned and began their journey toward the windward peaks. The future was waiting, and they were ready to meet it. The windward peaks loomed ahead, their jagged silhouette cutting against the pale morning sky. The group moved in silence as they crossed the first stretch of open land, the distant mountains growing ever closer with each step. The air was colder now, the wind sharper, and Kale could feel the weight of their journey pressing upon him. Every footstep felt like a step further from the peaceful garden they had left behind, and every glance at the peaks filled him with a quiet unease. The mountain range seemed almost to watch them, ancient and unyielding. The path ahead was treacherous, winding through rocky outcrops and sparse forests, where the trees stood twisted and gnarled, their roots digging deep into the earth as if holding on for dear life. The land felt different here, colder, harsher, as if nature itself were warning them away. But there was no turning back now. The temple of Leora awaited, hidden somewhere among the towering spires, and Kale knew that they had no choice but to press forward. Lyra walked ahead, her gaze sharp and calculating. She had assumed the lead with quiet confidence, her every movement purposeful. Behind her, Eris walked with his usual calm, though his eyes scanned the landscape with an awareness that spoke of years of experience in navigating dangerous terrain. Lucian, ever the optimist, walked with a lighter step, his hands resting on the hilts of his twin blades, a smile playing on his lips despite the growing danger. Elira, too, was quiet, her steps sure and steady as she kept pace with the group. Kale stayed near the back, his thoughts a whirlwind. The vision he had seen at the heart of the garden still echoed in his mind. The future he had glimpsed, a world in chaos, and the part he was meant to play in it, he couldn't shake the weight of it. The uncertainty of what lay ahead gnawed at him, but he refused to let it show. He had chosen this path. They were all in this together. And together, they would face whatever came. After several hours of traveling, the first signs of the windward peaks began to show themselves. The land had grown steeper, the terrain more rocky, and the wind began to howl through the narrow passes, biting at their exposed skin. The further they ventured, the more difficult the climb became. But Lyra, ever the guide, led them with unerring precision, choosing paths that would take them as close to their destination as possible without unnecessary risk. As they made their way up a particularly steep incline, Kale paused for a moment to catch his breath. His muscles ached from the climb, and the cold wind stung his face. He glanced up at the towering peaks, their snow-capped tops lost in a swirling cloud of mist. "Are we close?" Cale asked, his voice rough from exertion. Lyra looked back at him, her face serious. "We're getting there. The temple lies somewhere within the heart of the windward peaks. But the journey will only get harder from here. The path will become more treacherous, and the elements will turn against us." "I'm ready," Cale said, his words firm despite the unease creeping in. He wasn't about to back down now. Not after everything they had been through to reach this point. As they continued upward, the weather grew colder, and the wind began to pick up in intensity. The mist around them thickened, and the path became more difficult to discern. It wasn't long before they were forced to slow their pace, navigating carefully over jagged rocks and icy patches. The higher they climbed, the harder it became to see where the path led, the mist obscuring their view in every direction. It felt as though the mountains themselves were closing in on them, the world narrowing into a foggy void. Lucian, ever the voice of levity, broke the tension with a chuckle. "Well, this is cozy," he said, pulling his cloak tighter around him. "I think I preferred the garden, to be honest." "That's because you don't have to deal with the cold as much," Alira replied, her voice calm but sharp. "You're built for warmth, Lucian. Some of us are more accustomed to colder climates." Lucian grinned, unfazed by her retort. "True enough, Alira. But I'd still rather be somewhere a little less frozen." As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner, and Cale found it harder to catch his breath. His heart pounded in his chest, and his thoughts became scattered, weighed down by the altitude. He glanced up at the others, noting the quiet determination on their faces. They were all struggling in their own way, but no one complained. They pushed forward, step by step, driven by the same resolve. At last, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, they reached a narrow ridge that led to a plateau. The mist had begun to clear, revealing a breathtaking view of the peaks stretching out before them. In the distance, Cale could see the outline of a structure, ancient and imposing, its tall spires rising from the rocky ground like fingers reaching toward the sky. "There it is," Lyra said, her voice a quiet whisper of awe. "The Temple of Leora." The sight of it took Cale's breath away. The temple stood atop a sheer cliff, its stone walls covered in ivy and moss, its towering spires reaching into the sky as if attempting to pierce the clouds. The air around it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly energy, and Cale could feel the pulse of the threads growing stronger as they neared, but even as he gazed upon the temple, a sense of foreboding settled in his chest. Something about the place felt wrong. The very atmosphere seemed charged, as if the temple were not just a place of knowledge, but of power, a power that had been dormant for centuries, waiting for something. Or someone, to awaken it. "We need to be careful," Eris warned, his voice low and steady. "The temple may offer answers, but it also holds dangers. We cannot afford to underestimate it." Cale nodded, his heart racing. He had felt the shift in the air as well. The temple was not simply a place of wisdom, it was a place of power, and it would not reveal its secrets easily. The group moved forward cautiously, their footsteps careful on the rocky plateau. As they neared the entrance, the towering doors of the temple loomed before them, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with energy. The stone beneath their feet was slick with moisture, and the air was thick with magic. The very ground vibrating beneath them. "Are we ready?" Lyra asked, her gaze steady as she turned to Cale. Cale's heart beat faster as he met her gaze. He knew the journey ahead would test them in ways they could not yet understand. But this was the path they had chosen. And there was no turning back. "I'm ready," he said, his voice unwavering. "Let's uncover the truth." And with that, they stepped forward into the shadow of the temple. The air within the temple of Leora was thick with a quiet, almost palpable energy. As Cale stepped through the ancient stone doors, he felt the weight of history press upon him. The temple was dark, save for the faint glow emanating from the walls, where intricate runes were etched into the stone, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to mirror the beating of his own heart. The silence was deafening, and yet it was not an oppressive silence. It was the kind of stillness that suggested something was watching, waiting. The group moved forward cautiously, their footsteps echoing off the smooth, cold stone floor. The temple was vast, stretching out before them like a labyrinth of hallways and chambers. The walls were covered in faded tapestries, their images worn with age but still faintly visible. They depicted scenes of people in reverence, kneeling before towering figures who seemed to stand guard over the land. There were images of the threads, bright, shining strands that twisted and turned, weaving their way through the tapestry of existence. "This place feels ancient," Lyra whispered, her voice reverberating in the still air. "Older than anything we've encountered before. The power here, it's beyond anything we've felt." Cale could feel it too, the hum of energy in the air, the sense that the very stones themselves were alive with magic. It was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. The further they ventured into the temple, the more he felt the weight of the task ahead. They had come to seek answers, but the temple itself seemed to ask questions of its own. As they moved deeper into the temple, the path split into several directions. Lyra paused, her eyes scanning the surroundings, her fingers tracing the ancient runes on the wall. "There are many chambers here," she said, her voice filled with a mix of reverence and caution. "The heart of the temple lies beyond. But it's not a simple path. The temple is a test in itself. It won't simply let us walk in and find what we seek." "Great," Lucian muttered, looking around with a wry smile. "Another test. Because we haven't had enough of those lately." "I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it," Eris replied, his voice steady. "The ancients were wise. They designed this temple to safeguard its secrets. If we are to find what we're looking for, we must earn it." Cale felt a flicker of doubt, but he quickly shoved it aside. He had come this far, and there was no turning back now. He had made a promise to the garden, to the threads, to the future. He would not fail. Lyra stepped forward, her movements graceful and deliberate. "Follow me," she said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty that hung in the air. "I will guide us." They continued forward, the path narrowing as they moved deeper into the temple. The walls seemed to close in on them, and the light from the runes grew dimmer, casting long shadows that stretched across the floor like dark hands reaching for them. Cale felt a shiver run down his spine. There was something unsettling about this place, something that didn't feel entirely right. As they reached a grand hall, the air grew heavier. In the center of the room, a massive stone pedestal stood, covered in symbols and runes. Atop the pedestal was an ancient book, its pages yellowed with age. The book seemed to hum with an almost imperceptible energy, as though it held the knowledge of the world within its pages. "This is it," Lyra said, her voice barely a whisper. "The heart of the temple. The Book of Threads." Kale stepped forward, drawn to the book like a moth to a flame. He felt the pull of its power, the promise of answers that had eluded him for so long. But as he reached out to touch it, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the hall, extinguishing the faint light from the runes and plunging them into darkness. "Kale, wait!" Lyra shouted, but it was too late. The moment his fingers brushed against the cover of the book, a burst of energy exploded outward, knocking them all back. The force was like a wave crashing over them, and Kale felt his body slam against the cold stone floor. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. But then, as quickly as it had come, the force receded, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Kale slowly pushed himself up, his head spinning. The others were already on their feet, their expressions filled with a mixture of confusion and concern. "What was that?" Lucian asked, his voice tense as he checked himself for injuries. "I don't know," Kale admitted, his voice hoarse. "But it didn't feel like anything I've experienced before." Alira stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the pedestal. "The book, it's alive. It's not just a source of knowledge, it's a living thing, bound by magic older than we can comprehend." "That explosion of energy," Lyra murmured, her face pale. "It was a defense mechanism. The temple doesn't just guard its secrets, it protects them. And it will not let us take them easily." Kale's heart raced as he glanced back at the book. It was still sitting atop the pedestal, its pages fluttering as though caught in a breeze. But there was no wind. No air moving. He swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. The temple had not simply allowed them to reach this point, it had tested them, and now it was sending them a warning. "It won't be as easy as we thought," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. "But we're not leaving here without answers." Lyra nodded, her expression serious. "We'll need to proceed carefully. The temple will challenge us at every turn. But we have to press forward. The truth is here, and we can't let it slip through our fingers." The group stood in silence for a moment, each of them processing the weight of what had just happened. The test had begun, and they had passed only the first trial. But the road ahead was unclear. Fraught with dangers and mysteries they could not yet comprehend, without another word, they began to move forward, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the temple. The Book of Threads waited, its secrets hidden within its pages, and Kale knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. For the future of the world, and the threads that bound them all, depended on it. The silence in the grand hall felt suffocating. The Book of Threads rested on its pedestal, untouched, yet brimming with an ominous energy that made the very air vibrate. Kale couldn't shake the feeling that the temple itself was alive, watching, waiting. Each step they took seemed to echo louder than the last, as if the temple were gauging their every move, testing their resolve. Lyra's voice broke the stillness. "We've only just begun, Kale. Whatever we do next, we need to be prepared. Kale nodded, his throat dry. The pulse of the temple was undeniable now. It was as though the very walls were alive, breathing with a hidden rhythm that echoed in his bones. The book of threads still beckoned to him. But now it felt more like a trap than an invitation. He had been drawn to it instinctively, but now doubts gnawed at him. Do you feel that? Eris asked, his voice low and deliberate. It's as though the temple is testing us. It knows what we seek. Lucian, ever the pragmatist, grinned despite the tension. Well, it's certainly not going to make things easy, is it? No, Alira said firmly. The temple doesn't want us here. But we're not leaving until we find what we came for. Kale glanced at her. The fire in her eyes was unyielding, and it stirred something deep within him. She had always been the steady hand in their group, the one who never faltered, even when the path was unclear. Kale could only hope that their combined strength would be enough to navigate the challenges ahead. Lyra's eyes narrowed as she studied the Book of Threads. The temple will try to prevent us from taking it, but it can't stop us if we're unified. We must approach this carefully. The magic here is ancient, and we must tread lightly. Kale's heart pounded as he stepped forward. He felt a strange pull in his chest, as though the book was calling to him specifically. It was like the threads of destiny were tangling around him, pulling him towards something he couldn't yet understand. As he approached the pedestal, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, and the once still air shifted. The runes on the walls flickered to life, casting eerie shadows across the stone floor. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, the energy thickening around them like a storm gathering on the horizon. Kale reached out cautiously, his fingers brushing the cover of the book. The moment his skin made contact, the room seemed to shift. The ground beneath them trembled, and a blinding flash of light enveloped the hall. Kale staggered back, blinking as his vision adjusted. The world around them was no longer the grand temple hall they had been standing in. Instead, they found themselves in a vast, open field, the sky above them swirling with dark clouds. What just happened? Lucian's voice cracked through the confusion. The group spun around, disoriented, their surroundings completely transformed. The familiar stone walls had vanished, replaced by an endless stretch of grass that seemed to move like a vast sea beneath a stormy sky. Kale's breath caught in his throat. The field stretched for miles, and in the distance, a dark figure stood, watching them. That figure, Kale whispered. It looks familiar. The figure in the distance was draped in a cloak of darkness, their face hidden beneath a hood. But the presence was unmistakable. Kale had seen it before in his dreams, the same shadowy figure that had haunted him ever since he had first encountered the threads. The figure was the embodiment of everything he feared. The future, the unknown, the force that sought to unravel the world. We've been transported, Lyra said, her voice tense. This is a manifestation of the temple's magic. It's testing us, showing us what we could become if we fail. Eris drew his sword, his stance defensive. We need to face whatever this is head-on. If this is a trial, we have no choice but to take it. The figure in the distance remained still, unmoving, as if it were waiting for them to approach. Kale's heart thudded in his chest, but he knew there was no avoiding this. The temple had brought them here for a reason. Whatever this trial was, it would show them the consequences of their choices, as they moved forward. The figure began to stir, slowly turning toward them. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the stormy sky, "You think you can change fate?" The voice rumbled. "The threads that bind the world are not so easily unraveled. The future has already been written, and you are but pawns in the game. Your journey is but a fleeting moment in the grand design." Kale's breath caught. "What do you mean?" He called out, his voice strained. "We are not pawns. We choose our path." The figure stepped forward, the cloak billowing around it like a shadow. "You think your choices matter? The threads are tangled, and the strands of fate will weave themselves into the inevitable. Your defiance will only bring destruction." The storm overhead intensified, lightning flashing across the sky, but Kale stood firm. The figure's words struck deep, but he refused to let fear take root. He had chosen this path, and he would see it through. "No," Kale said, his voice unwavering. "We may not be able to see the future, but we choose how we face it. And we will not be controlled by fate." The figure paused, as if considering his words. Then, with a sudden movement, it raised a hand, and the ground beneath them trembled once more. Dark tendrils of energy shot out from the earth, wrapping around their feet like chains, pulling them down. "We shall see," the figure murmured, its voice filled with cold certainty. Kale's heart raced as the dark energy surged around them, but he didn't flinch. He had come too far to be intimidated. This was a test. The threads of fate were not so easily broken, but he had seen the future in his visions. He knew that if they stood together, they could change it. "Hold fast," Kale shouted to the group. "Together, we can break free." As one, the group steadied themselves against the dark tendrils, their combined will pushing against the pull of the energy. Kale felt the threads vibrate around him, the power of the garden pulsing through his veins. He reached out, willing the threads of fate to bend to his will, and then, with a surge of power, the tendrils recoiled, dissipating into the air as the storm above them began to calm. The figure before them faltered, its form flickering like a shadow in the light. "You may have won this battle," the voice hissed, "but the war is far from over." And with that, the figure vanished, leaving them standing once more in the vast field, the storm clouds parting to reveal a sky full of stars. Kale took a deep breath, his heart still racing. "It's not over," he whispered to himself. "But we're one step closer." The quiet aftermath of the storm felt almost unnatural. The field around them was calm now, as though the world itself had held its breath. Kale stood still, his heart pounding, watching the stars slowly reappear in the sky, each one twinkling like a distant promise. The figure they had faced was gone, but its words lingered, echoing in his mind. "The threads are tangled. You are but pawns in the game." Kale shook his head, trying to shake off the lingering doubt. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing against him. This was more than a mere trial, it was a warning. The forces they were up against were ancient, powerful, and relentless. Yet, there was a part of him that refused to believe the temple's dark prophecy. They had come too far to simply give up. He turned to his companions, all of whom were still standing, recovering from the intense trial they had just faced. Their faces were marked by exhaustion. But none of them seemed broken. Lyra was the first to speak, her voice low but determined. That was only the beginning. The temple is playing with us, testing us in ways we can't even begin to understand. We knew it wouldn't be easy, Lucian said, his trademark grin flickering for a moment despite the tension. But that was something else entirely. Eris stood to Kale's left, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. We've been shown a glimpse of what could happen if we fail. But we can't afford to let that vision define us. We have to move forward. Alira stepped closer, her eyes scanning the horizon, as if searching for the next challenge that awaited them. The book, we need it. We need to understand the threads. The future is uncertain, but the answers are there. Kale nodded in agreement. The Book of Threads was the key to everything, their understanding of the garden, the power that connected the world, and their chance to shape the future. But the road ahead was clouded with danger, and Kale knew they could not afford to take another misstep. We can't waste time, Kale said firmly. The figure warned us that we are fighting against something bigger than ourselves. But I believe we can change it. The threads may be tangled, but we have the power to untangle them. With a final glance at the calm field, they set off again, retracing their steps toward the heart of the temple. As they moved, the landscape around them seemed to shift, becoming more fragmented and surreal. The once vast field now seemed to warp and twist, the ground beneath their feet undulating like the surface of water. The temple had not simply transported them, it had disoriented them, guiding them through layers of reality that were designed to challenge their perceptions and break their resolve. The walls of the temple reappeared ahead of them, but they looked different now. The intricate runes etched into the stone shimmered with an eerie glow, casting strange shadows across the path. The air was thick with magic, more intense than ever before. Kale could feel it tugging at him, the pull of something ancient and powerful. Something that had been waiting for them. This is it, Lyra said, her voice filled with awe. The heart of the temple. As they approached, the grand entrance loomed before them, a massive set of double doors adorned with intricate carvings of the threads themselves. Kale's heart skipped a beat. The threads were depicted in vivid detail, woven together in patterns both beautiful and complex. But there were also shadows woven into the threads, dark and chaotic, threatening to unravel the delicate balance. "We're here," Eris said, his voice hushed. "But what now?" Kale stepped forward, placing his hand on the doors. He could feel the thrum of magic beneath his fingers, the pulse of the temple guiding him. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and in that moment, the thread seemed to shift around him, as if the temple itself were waiting for him to unlock its final mystery. With a quiet groan, the massive doors began to open, revealing a chamber unlike anything they had seen before. It was vast, a cavernous hall bathed in a strange, otherworldly light. In the center of the room stood an altar, ancient and worn, covered in intricate symbols. Above the altar floated a sphere of pure light, swirling with the threads, both golden and dark, that seemed to move within it like living strands of energy. "This is it," Lyra whispered. "The source. The heart of the threads." Kale felt an overwhelming sense of awe as he stepped into the chamber. The air here was heavy with power, the kind of energy that could bend reality itself. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. As they approached the altar, the sphere of light shifted, its swirling threads becoming more pronounced. Cale could feel his connection to the garden growing stronger, the threads of fate pulling at him, calling him to step forward. But as he moved closer, a sudden chill swept through the room, and a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the chamber. "Do you think you can control the threads?" The voice asked, its tone mocking. "The garden is not something to be manipulated. You cannot change the course of fate. The future is set." The figure from before materialized before them. Its shadowy form standing tall and imposing in the center of the room. Its cloak billowed as if caught in an invisible wind, and its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural light. Cale's heart raced. "You again," he muttered. "What do you want?" The figure raised its hand, and the threads within the sphere shifted violently, snapping and crackling like a storm. "You seek the power to alter fate. But fate is a force beyond your understanding. It cannot be undone. The threads are tangled, and they will remain so." Cale took a deep breath, his mind racing. "I won't accept that. We have the power to change things. We are not bound by fate." The figure laughed. A sound that was both chilling and hollow. "You think your choices matter? You are but fleeting moments in the grand design. You cannot hope to defeat what is already written." Cale stepped forward, his resolve hardening. "I refuse to let fear control us. We choose our destiny, and we will fight for it." With a sudden movement, the figure lunged at him, the sphere of light flaring in response. The threads within it surged violently, and Cale felt the raw power of the garden swirling around him, threatening to engulf him. But he stood firm, his hands raised as he called upon the threads, pulling them toward him with all his might. The sphere of light exploded in a burst of energy. And for a moment, everything went dark. The darkness enveloped them, suffocating and heavy, a void that seemed to swallow everything whole. For a moment, Cale lost all sense of time and space. His body was weightless, suspended in the vast emptiness. The swirling energy from the sphere, which had once filled the room with a blinding light, was now a distant memory, fading into the blackness around him. His thoughts felt disjointed, like broken threads scattering through a storm. He had no idea how long they were trapped in this void, minutes, hours, days. It was impossible to tell. Suddenly, a sharp, violent pull yanked him from the darkness. He gasped, his breath ragged, as the weightlessness gave way to solid ground beneath his feet. He blinked rapidly, trying to regain his bearings. The chamber had changed. The altar, the sphere, the shadowy figure, all had vanished. He was standing in a forest now. The sky above was overcast, heavy with the promise of rain, but it was unlike any forest he had ever seen. The trees were ancient, their trunks massive and gnarled, their branches stretching high into the mist. The ground was soft beneath his boots, covered with a thick carpet of moss that muffled his every step. The air smelled earthy, rich with the scent of damp wood and wildflowers. Cale felt a sharp pang of disorientation, but before he could make sense of his surroundings, he noticed his companions. Lyra, Lucian, Eris, and Elira were scattered nearby, each of them seemingly as confused as he was. What just happened? Lyra asked, her voice trembling. She was staring around, her eyes wide with uncertainty. I don't know, Cale replied, his voice strained. One moment, we were in the temple, and then, this. Eris stood up from where he had fallen, brushing the dirt from his cloak. We're in another place, another reality. But why? We've been pulled somewhere, Lucian said, his tone serious. But where exactly? And why? Cale's mind raced. The figure had been more than just a physical adversary, it was something else entirely. A manifestation of the temple's will, perhaps, or a guardian of the threads. Whatever it was, it had sent them here for a reason. He turned to Alira, who was already examining the surroundings. What do you make of this? He asked. She shook her head, her brows furrowed. This place feels old. The magic here is ancient. It's not like anything I've felt before. It's as though the forest itself is alive, breathing with energy. A low hum vibrated through the air, almost imperceptible but undeniable. It seemed to come from the earth beneath their feet, from the trees towering above. Cale took a step forward, instinctively drawn toward the source of the hum. This way, he said, his voice determined. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to move in a particular direction. His companions followed without question, their footsteps hesitant but resolute. As they moved deeper into the forest, the trees began to thin, revealing a large clearing ahead. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone structure, ancient and worn, but still standing strong. Its architecture was unlike anything Cale had seen before, a mix of intricate carvings and symbols, with vines creeping over the edges like a living tapestry. This must be it, Cale said, his voice barely above a whisper. The hum was growing louder now, vibrating through the very air. He felt a pull in his chest, the threads calling to him again, guiding him toward the stone structure, as they approached. The ground beneath them seemed to shimmer, as though the very earth was shifting. The air grew thicker, charged with energy. Lyra's eyes widened in realization. This isn't just any place. This is the heart of the garden. Cale nodded, feeling the truth of her words deep within him. The forest around them, the hum in the air, the very essence of the place, it all pointed to one thing: they had reached the core of the temple's magic. The moment they crossed the threshold of the stone structure, the world around them shifted once again. The air crackled with power as the once distant hum became an overwhelming force, reverberating through their bones. The forest faded into nothingness, replaced by a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Cale stumbled, his hand reaching out for support, but there was nothing solid to grasp. Then, as quickly as it had begun, everything stopped. Cale blinked rapidly, disoriented. The swirling vortex was gone, replaced by a new scene. They were no longer in the forest or the stone structure. Now, they stood in a vast, open space, like a grand chamber or hall, but its walls were beyond perception, extending endlessly into the distance. Above them was a sky full of swirling, iridescent colors, like the aurora borealis but more alive, shifting and pulsating with energy. The center of the chamber held a massive pool of water, the surface perfectly still, reflecting the vibrant sky above. At the edge of the pool stood a figure, an ethereal being, cloaked in light, their form shifting with the colors of the sky. The being was neither male nor female, neither human or creature, but something in between, a being of pure energy, as ancient and infinite as the garden itself. Kale felt a wave of awe wash over him, the threads of destiny tugging at his soul, drawing him forward. He had never felt such raw power before. The being before them was not a mere guardian or manifestation, it was the embodiment of the garden's magic. The figure spoke, its voice both soothing and commanding. "You have journeyed far, travelers. You have crossed the thresholds of reality itself, seeking the heart of the threads. But know this, the garden does not give its power freely." Kale took a step forward, his voice steady despite the overwhelming presence before him. "We seek the truth, the knowledge to change fate. The future is not set in stone. We choose our path." The figure's gaze, if it could be called a gaze, pierced into Kale's very soul. "The threads you seek are not what you think. They are not strings to be pulled at your whim. They are the very fabric of existence, the balance that holds the universe together. To alter the threads is to risk unraveling everything." Kale's heart clenched. He had known this was no simple task, but the weight of the figure's words hit him like a physical blow. He glanced at his companions, each of them as resolute as he was. "We know the risks," Kale said, his voice unwavering. "But we cannot stand idly by while the world falls apart. We must fight for the future." The figure remained silent for a long moment, its form shimmering with the light of distant stars. Finally, it spoke again, its voice softer this time, tinged with something that almost resembled sorrow. "Then you will face the trials of the garden. Only those who prove their worth will be allowed to weave the threads." The figure raised its hand, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. The pool of water at the center of the chamber rippled, its surface distorting as if something was emerging from its depths. Kale steeled himself for whatever lay ahead. The trials had begun, the air around them thickened, charged with an almost palpable energy. Kale's heart hammered in his chest as the waters in the pool rippled once more, the surface shifting like liquid glass. He could feel the pull of the garden's magic, strong, undeniable, and deep, like a force beyond comprehension. The ethereal being that stood before them remained unmoving, its shape flickering like a mirage. The moment stretched, endless and tense, as if the very universe was holding its breath. Then, with a soft murmur, the being spoke again. "The trials of the garden will test more than just your strength. They will test your resolve, your spirit, your understanding of the balance that binds all things. Only those worthy may weave the threads of fate." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The stakes were higher than Kale had imagined. They had already seen what could happen if they failed, what that shadowy figure had warned them about. Yet, the conviction within him, within all of them, burned brighter. They had come too far to turn back now. "What do we need to do?" Lyra asked, her voice steady, though Kale could see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. The being's form rippled again, like the shifting of water disturbed by the gentlest breeze. It pointed a glowing finger toward the pool, and the water began to change. Slowly, the liquid surface broke apart in layers, revealing something deep within. A shape, mysterious and ancient, rose from the depths, its form twisting like a living sculpture of light and shadow. From the darkness of the water emerged a figure, one that Cale recognized at once, though it was not a face he had ever seen in the physical world. It was himself, but not as he was now. This version of Cale was different, worn, haggard, his eyes dark with sorrow. His face was gaunt, as if time had aged him beyond his years. He stared at Cale with a mixture of recognition and something far darker, a reflection of what could happen if the threads of fate were not woven properly. The image of Cale from the pool spoke without moving its lips. This is the future you face, the path that lies ahead if you continue down this road. A world fractured, lost, broken by choices that could not be undone. Cale's breath caught in his throat. The figure from the pool wasn't just an echo of himself, it was a warning, an embodiment of the failure that would come if they couldn't alter the course of fate. His heart clenched, and for a moment, doubt crept into his mind. Was this the future they were meant to see? Was it truly too late to change anything? But before he could respond, the figure began to fade, its shape dissolving back into the pool of water, leaving only ripples in its wake. "You must understand," the being said, its voice now carrying a deep sadness, "fate is a delicate balance. The threads are intertwined in ways you cannot yet comprehend. To pull one too hard could unravel everything. Every decision, every action, has consequences." Cale steadied himself. "We understand the risks. But we have to try." The being's form shimmered, its presence growing more intense. "The trials you will face are not about victory in the way you understand it. They are about understanding the price of change. To weave the threads is to take responsibility for what comes next. Are you prepared for that responsibility?" Cale looked at his companions. Each of them stood tall, unwavering in their determination, even if their eyes reflected the weight of the challenge ahead. He nodded to the being. "We are prepared. Whatever it takes." The ethereal being remained still, watching them with a penetrating gaze. Then, with a flick of its hand, the world around them shifted. The clearing they stood in began to dissolve, replaced by a shifting, swirling vortex. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble once more, and before Cale could react, the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. They were being pulled into another trial. The wind whipped around them, the vortex spinning faster, the energy in the air growing more intense. Cale could hear the shouts of his companions as they struggled to keep their footing. But even through the chaos, a single voice pierced the noise, Lyra's voice, clear and strong. "We have to stay together." She cried. The wind howled louder, threatening to tear them apart. Cale reached out to grab her hand, and she gripped his firmly. Eris and Lucian were close behind, and Lyra managed to lock arms with them. Together, they formed a chain, clinging to each other as the vortex threatened to rip them apart. The world around them spun in a dizzying blur, shifting between colors and shapes that had no meaning, no structure. Cale felt himself falling, no, not falling, but being pulled through the very fabric of reality itself, as if time and space had lost all meaning. The garden's magic was a force beyond comprehension, and they were caught in its current, helpless to resist. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the swirling wind ceased. The world around them stopped spinning. Cale blinked, disoriented, and found himself standing in a new place. The forest had vanished. The sky above was now a brilliant tapestry of stars, each one glowing with its own light, casting a soft radiance over the landscape below. They stood in a vast expanse, where the earth met the sky in a seamless horizon. In the distance, Cale could make out the faint silhouette of a massive, shimmering tree, its roots reaching deep into the ground, its branches stretching high into the sky. Its bark glowing with the same light as the stars above. This is different," Alira whispered, her voice full of awe. Cale's gaze was fixed on the tree. There was something about it, something powerful and familiar. The tree felt like a symbol, a representation of everything they had come to understand about the garden. But now, standing before it, he realized there was more to learn. He turned to his companions. "We've reached another trial. But this time, I don't think it's just a test of strength. This is something deeper." As if on cue, the figure of the garden appeared before them once again, its form glowing with an ethereal light. "You stand before the tree of time," it said. "This trial is not one of physical endurance. It is a trial of understanding. You must look into the past and the future, and see the consequences of your actions." Cale took a deep breath. "What do we need to do?" The figure extended a hand toward the tree, and with a wave of its fingers, the branches of the massive tree began to stir, revealing countless threads hanging like vines, each one glowing with a different light. These threads represent the paths of all who have walked before you, and all who will walk after. To understand the consequences of your choices, you must follow one thread, and see where it leads. Cale stepped forward, his mind racing. This trial was unlike anything they had faced before. It wasn't about fighting a foe, it was about understanding. The weight of that responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders, but he knew there was no turning back now. He reached out, grasping one of the glowing threads, and as his fingers closed around it, the world around him began to shift once again. The moment Cale touched the glowing thread, the world around him seemed to dissolve into nothingness. He felt himself falling again, but not in the way he had before. This time, there was no wind, no sound, just the overwhelming sensation of being drawn through layers of existence, as though he were slipping through the fabric of reality itself. The thread in his hand vibrated with an ancient power. Its energy pulsing with each beat of his heart. He felt the thread pull him deeper, further into the unknown, and then, with a jolt, the sensation ceased. The darkness around him faded, and he found himself standing in the midst of a landscape that was both familiar and strange. He was back in the village of his childhood. The streets were unchanged, the houses standing tall and strong, their thatched roofs covered in a soft layer of dew. The smell of fresh bread and wood smoke lingered in the air, and he could hear the chatter of people going about their daily lives. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light over everything. It was peaceful, serene, a world that seemed untouched by time. But as Cale looked closer, something felt off. The people, though familiar, didn't seem to notice him. They moved around him, going about their business, their faces locked in expressions of concern. The usual laughter and warmth that had once filled the streets were now replaced with an unsettling silence, like a mask hiding the truth. Cale stepped forward, his heart pounding. He had to understand. What was this place? What had happened here? He walked through the village, searching for some sign, some clue that would explain the strange atmosphere. His feet carried him instinctively to the center of town, where the great oak tree had once stood, a symbol of life and unity for the people. But now, there was nothing. No tree. Just an empty, lifeless patch of earth. A cold chill swept through him. He didn't understand. This wasn't how he remembered the village. He was about to turn away when he heard a voice. A familiar voice, Kale. Kale froze. The voice was soft, but filled with an undeniable warmth. He turned around, his breath catching in his throat. There, standing before him, was his mother. Her figure was just as he remembered, her face kind and gentle, her hair dark and long, braided in the way she had always worn it. Her eyes, however, were shadowed with sorrow. Her smile was faint, as if burdened by an unspoken grief. "Mother," Kale whispered, his voice thick with emotion. How is this possible?" She stepped closer, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. "You should not be here, Kale. You don't belong in this place." Kale's heart raced. I don't understand. Why are you here? Why is the village like this?" She reached out, her hand hovering just inches from his, as though she feared touching him would make everything disappear. "This is not the world you were meant to see. It is not the world you should have lived in. You must go back." The word struck him like a blow. His chest tightened, and his throat felt dry. "Go back. I don't know how. I'm trapped here." His mother's expression softened, but the sorrow never left her eyes. "You are not trapped, Kale. This is not your fate. You have the power to change it, but you must understand the consequences." The world around him seemed to waver, flickering like a broken reflection in a shattered mirror. He could feel the thread in his hand pulling, urging him to follow it, to see what lay beyond this vision, but his mother's gaze held him in place. "The choice you make here will determine everything. The threads are fragile, Kale. If you alter too much, if you pull too hard, you could lose everything." Kale's pulse quickened. "But I want to save everyone. I can't just stand by and watch it all fall apart." Her voice trembled, barely a whisper. "The price of saving others is a cost you cannot predict. Every action you take, every choice you make, creates ripples that spread far beyond your understanding. If you choose this path, there is no going back." Before he could respond, the world began to shift again. The village faded into nothingness, replaced by a swirling abyss of colors and light. The air crackled with energy as the pull of the thread grew stronger. Kale felt his heart race as the gravity of his decision weighed heavily on him. He wanted to save the village, his family, his people, but at what cost? The pull became almost unbearable. With one last look at the fading image of his mother, he closed his eyes and let go. Kale blinked and found himself standing in the clearing once again. The massive tree of time looming before him. His companions were still with him, each of them appearing disoriented, as though they too had experienced something beyond their comprehension. Lyra reached out to touch his arm, her expression full of concern. "Kale, are you okay?" Kale swallowed hard, trying to push the emotions flooding through him aside. I saw my mother. The village. It wasn't how I remembered. It was broken. She told me I had to go back, that the choices I make will have consequences. Lucian frowned. What do you mean, go back? Cale shook his head, trying to clear the confusion. I don't know. But it felt real. I don't understand it yet, but I think it's the garden showing me something. A choice I have to make. The ethereal being's voice broke through the haze of Cale's thoughts. You have glimpsed the past, Cale. But to truly understand the threads, you must also see the future. Cale's heart skipped a beat. The future? The figure nodded. The path ahead is not just about the past you seek to change. It is about the future you wish to create. The choices you make now will determine not only what is, but what will be. Cale gripped the glowing thread tighter, the weight of the decision before him pressing heavily on his shoulders. The future, the past, the consequences, it was all part of the same intricate web, the same garden of fate. But what path would he choose? How could he possibly predict what would happen if he altered the threads? The air around Cale seemed to hum with an intensity he couldn't fully comprehend. The thread in his hand flickered with a light that cast eerie shadows over the landscape before him. Every decision, every path he had seen so far felt like a distant memory, a web of interwoven fates stretching across time. But the true weight of it, of the responsibility he had to bear, had never felt so real. The being's voice echoed in the stillness, drawing him back to the present. You have seen the past. Now, look forward, Cale. See what you must protect. His fingers tightened around the glowing thread, the pull now stronger than ever, urging him forward. He stepped closer to the tree of time, feeling the weight of the decision pressing on his chest. The air around him shifted once more, the ground beneath his feet vibrating as if the very earth was alive, aware of the monumental choice before him. As Cale reached for the tree, a soft wind began to swirl around him. It carried with it the scent of blooming flowers, but there was something more, a subtle undercurrent of danger, as if the air itself was warning him of what lay ahead. He hesitated, but only for a moment. There was no turning back now. The moment his fingers brushed the surface of the tree, a flash of light erupted before his eyes, blinding him momentarily. When the light faded, Cale found himself in a new place. He was standing on a vast cliffside, overlooking a sprawling city. The skyline was jagged, a mix of towering spires and crumbling ruins. The city itself was bathed in the eerie glow of twilight, its streets bathed in an unsettling silence. Cale's breath caught in his throat. This was not the future he had imagined, a world full of hope, growth, and prosperity. No, this was a future fractured and broken, a city on the brink of collapse. As he gazed at the city below, a figure appeared beside him. It was Lyra. Her face was drawn, her eyes hollow with exhaustion, yet there was a steely determination in her expression. Is this the future? Cale asked, his voice hoarse. Lyra nodded, her gaze never leaving the city below. This is what happens if we fail. The city will crumble. The people will suffer. And it won't just be here, it will spread. The world itself will begin to unravel. Kale's heart sank. The vision was clear, a warning from the future. This was the price of failure. The delicate balance of fate, already teetering on the edge, would collapse if they made the wrong choices. And the consequences would be far-reaching, affecting not just the city, but everything they had worked for. Is this what you saw? Kale asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lyra's face hardened. No. But it's what I feared. The future is always in flux, Kale. It's not set in stone. But I've seen the signs, the cracks forming in the foundations. We've only begun to understand the magnitude of what we're dealing with. The words echoed in Kale's mind, and for a moment, he wondered if they had already failed. The weight of their journey, the trials they had faced, seemed like nothing compared to the devastation before them. But Lyra's presence, her unyielding strength, gave him a sliver of hope. Then we still have a chance, Kale said, though even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. Lyra turned to face him, her eyes intense. We do. But only if we understand the cost of what we're about to do. Changing the threads of fate, Kale, it's not as simple as it seems. Every choice you make will have ripples. Some will be small, others will be vast. But they all matter. Before Kale could respond, a low rumble echoed from the city below. A dark shadow appeared on the horizon, moving swiftly toward them. The ground trembled as the shadow grew larger, its form taking shape, a massive, blackened storm cloud, swirling with an unnatural force. From within the cloud, Kale could see flashes of lightning, hear the roar of thunder, but there was something more, something sinister. It was as though the storm itself was alive, a manifestation of the very chaos that threatened the world. We have to stop it, Lyra said urgently, her voice rising over the roar of the approaching storm. Kale nodded, his resolve hardening. The city, the future, it all depended on the choices they made now. He had seen what could happen if they failed. The storm, the unraveling of the world, it was all part of the price they would pay. The storm moved closer, faster now, a wall of darkness looming over the city. Kale could feel the magic in the air, a palpable force that threatened to tear everything apart. He reached out for Lyra's hand, and she clasped it firmly, her grip steady despite the chaos around them. We can stop this, Kale said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. We can change the future. Lyra didn't respond immediately, but her eyes locked with his. A silent understanding passing between them. There was no time for doubts, no time for hesitation. They had come too far to turn back now. With a determined nod, Lyra pulled Kale forward, leading him toward the heart of the city. The storm was nearly upon them, its winds howling like a beast, but they pressed on, knowing the future depended on what they did next. As they ran, Kale felt the weight of the thread in his hand, still glowing brightly, still pulsing with energy. He could sense its power, the potential it held to reshape everything. But he also felt the danger. The power to change the future was not something to be taken lightly. It was a responsibility, one that could not be ignored. They reached the center of the city, where the ancient temple stood, its crumbling walls a reminder of the past, of a time when things were different. The storm was close now, its dark clouds swirling overhead, casting a shadow over the city. But within the temple, there was still light. Kale stepped forward, the thread glowing brighter in his hand. He felt the presence of the tree of time within him, its power resonating in his very bones. He was ready. He had to be. Lyra stood beside him, her gaze unwavering. "We have to bind the threads," she said softly. "If we can weave them together, we can stop the storm. We can change the future." Kale took a deep breath and stepped into the temple. The walls seemed to close in around him, but he didn't falter. The storm was outside, but the power to change it was inside, within him, within the threads, within the very heart of the garden. The threads were fragile, delicate, and Kale knew that each decision he made would affect not just this moment, but the entire world. The future was not set in stone, it was a path waiting to be shaped, and Kale was ready to shape it. The walls of the ancient temple seemed to pulse with an energy that Kale could feel deep in his chest, vibrating with the power of ages past. The stone beneath his feet hummed, and the air around him thickened, almost as if the temple itself was aware of the weight of the decision that had brought them here. The storm raged outside, its winds howling with fury, but inside, there was an eerie calm. Kale stood at the center of the chamber, the glowing thread still warm in his hand, its light flickering in time with his heartbeat. Lyra stood beside him, her expression one of quiet determination. The storm outside seemed to have no effect on the sanctity of this space, as though the temple existed beyond the reach of the world's chaos. It was both a sanctuary and a battlefield, a place where the fate of the future would be decided. "We have to weave the threads together," Lyra said, her voice soft but filled with purpose. "This is the only way to stop the storm, to ensure the future we saw doesn't come to pass." Kale nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle in his mind. The future was no longer a distant possibility, it was a tangible thing, a world that they could change, if only they knew how to bind the threads in the right way. But as much as Kale wanted to believe that this was the solution, something inside him recoiled. The power to reshape fate, to alter time itself, felt overwhelming, as if one wrong move could unravel everything. Lyra seemed to sense his hesitation. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. "I know it's a lot to bear," she said, her voice steady. "But we're not doing this alone. We're doing it together." Kale looked into her eyes, finding strength in her words. He wasn't alone, not anymore. Together, they had come this far, and together, they could stop the storm. With a deep breath, Kale stepped forward, the thread in his hand glowing brighter with each step. The temple's walls seemed to respond to his presence, shifting subtly as if in recognition. At the far end of the chamber, a pedestal stood, carved with intricate symbols, ancient and worn by time. The pedestal was empty, save for a small, smooth stone at its center, inscribed with more symbols. "This is where the threads will meet," Lyra said, her voice reverberating in the space. "Place the thread here, Kale. We'll weave it into the stone." Kale walked toward the pedestal, his footsteps echoing through the silent temple. The stone beneath his feet felt solid, unyielding, but his mind was clouded with doubt. What if they were wrong? What if this didn't work, and the storm destroyed everything they had fought for? He could feel the storm's presence in the air, like an ominous shadow looming just beyond the temple's walls, waiting for them to fail. "Kale," Lyra said softly, drawing him back from his thoughts. "It's time. Trust in the threads. Trust in what we've learned. Kale nodded slowly, swallowing his fear. With a trembling hand, he placed the glowing thread onto the pedestal, watching as the light from the thread seemed to meld with the symbols on the stone. The moment the thread made contact, the symbols flared to life, glowing brightly, their light pulsing in rhythmic beats. A sudden surge of energy erupted through the temple, and Kale felt the floor beneath him tremble. The storm outside responded in kind, its winds intensifying, the dark clouds churning violently. The very air seemed to crackle with power as if reality itself was being stretched, torn, and reshaped. Kale closed his eyes, focusing on the thread, on the power that surged through him. He could feel the past, the present, and the future all intertwining, all converging into this single moment. The thread in his hand seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its glow brighter, more intense, as though it were calling out to something beyond this world. "Now," Lyra said, her voice cutting through the chaos, steady and sure. "We weave the threads." Kale opened his eyes, and in that instant, he saw them, the threads of fate. They were strands of light, delicate and fragile, twisting and spinning around the temple, weaving in and out of the walls, the floor, the very air. He could feel the weight of each one, each thread representing a choice, a possibility, a path that had been taken or could yet be taken. The thread he held pulsed in his hand, urging him to act, to make the connection. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the glowing stone at the center of the pedestal, and in that instant, the thread seemed to respond to his touch. The light intensified, and the threads began to weave together, intertwining, binding to each other in a beautiful, intricate dance. The storm outside howled louder, its fury escalating, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn apart. But inside the temple, Kale felt the pull of the threads, felt them coming together in a way that he couldn't fully understand. The energy was overwhelming, but there was a sense of peace amidst the chaos. It was as if the storm, the destruction, the unraveling of the future, they were all part of this moment, part of the price of shaping fate. As the threads wove together, Kale could see visions, flashes of moments yet to come. He saw the city, its crumbling walls beginning to repair themselves, the streets filling with life once more. He saw people, their faces smiling, their eyes filled with hope, as the storm passed and the sun broke through the clouds. He saw Lyra, her hand extended to him, a silent promise that they had succeeded, but as the threads continued to weave, Kale also saw the cost. There were ripples, distortions, moments where the threads pulled in different directions, creating fractures in the fabric of reality. He could feel the price of their actions, the consequences of changing the future. It wasn't just the storm they were stopping, it was the balance of the world itself. Kale, Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts. "Urgent now. We need to finish it. The threads, they're slipping." Kale's heart raced. He could feel the threads beginning to unravel, their delicate balance threatening to break. The storm outside was almost upon them, and the very temple seemed to shake as if the entire world was about to collapse. With a final, desperate push, Kale pulled the last thread into place. The light from the threads flared one last time, bright enough to blind him. For a moment, he felt himself falling again, his mind lost in the swirl of light and energy. Then, everything went silent. Kale opened his eyes. The temple was still around him, but the air felt different now, lighter, calmer. The storm outside had ceased. The winds dying down to a gentle breeze. He could hear birdsong in the distance, a reminder that the world was still turning, still alive. He looked around, and his heart swelled with hope. The threads had been woven. The storm had been stopped, but at what cost? Lyra stood beside him, her face illuminated by the soft light of the dawn. "We did it," she said, her voice a mix of relief and exhaustion. Cale nodded, his mind still reeling from the weight of what they had just accomplished. The future was still uncertain, still fragile, but for now, they had averted the disaster. They had changed fate, but as he stood there, staring out at the world beyond the temple, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. There were still threads left to weave, still choices to be made. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Cale and Lyra had the power to shape the future, for better or worse. The garden, it seemed, was far from finished. The morning sun began to spill over the horizon, casting long, golden rays that bathed the temple in light. Cale stood at the entrance, his eyes tracing the path that led beyond the ancient stones. The storm had passed, leaving only the remnants of its fury, dark clouds swirling high above, slowly dissipating as if reluctant to leave the world they had once threatened. But despite the calm, something lingered, a sense that the journey was far from over. Beside him, Lyra stood with her arms crossed, her gaze distant. She was still absorbing what had happened, as was Cale. The threads had been woven, the storm had been quelled, but the weight of their actions hadn't yet fully settled in. "Do you think it's over?" Cale asked, his voice uncertain, his thoughts swirling like the storm that had just subsided. Lyra's gaze never wavered from the distant horizon, where the last of the storm clouds were vanishing. "No, Cale. It's not over." "Not yet." Her words resonated deep within him. He had known it all along, even as the storm had ceased. The threads of fate they had woven together were fragile, and while they had altered the course of time, they hadn't reset it. The future was still malleable, still filled with uncertainty. And now, Cale understood, every change they made, every thread they altered, came with consequences. The sound of footsteps behind them broke the silence, and Cale turned to see a figure approaching. It was Arian, the quiet, contemplative one from their group, his face etched with a mix of exhaustion and relief. He had stayed behind, guarding their camp, during the storm, but he had always been a silent observer, watching the unfolding events with a detached curiosity. "You did it," Arian said simply, stopping beside them. His voice was soft, yet there was a hint of admiration in it. "The storm is gone. The threads are bound." Cale nodded, his eyes drifting back to the remnants of the storm. "For now. But there's something still unfinished." Arian studied him for a long moment before speaking again, his tone more serious this time. "The threads we wove, they aren't just about preventing the storm, are they? They're about changing the course of everything. And every choice we've made has created ripples. The world is different now." Lyra turned to face him, her eyes sharp. "You're saying there's a price we haven't paid yet?" Arian's expression was grave. "Yes. Every thread we pulled, every change we made, echoes through time. And we've only just begun to see the consequences of those ripples." Cale swallowed hard. Arian's words stung, and deep inside, Kale felt the truth of them. They hadn't just stopped the storm, they had altered the very fabric of reality. The future, once a distant and abstract concept, had now been shaped by their hands. And with that power came an unbearable responsibility. "We need to go," Lyra said, her voice cutting through the tension. "There's more we need to do. The storm is gone, but the world is still in flux. The threads are unstable. We need to find the garden." Arian's eyes widened slightly at her words. "The garden? You think it can help stabilize the threads?" Lyra nodded. "It has to. The garden is the source of all life, the place where the threads began. If there's any way to restore balance, it's there." Kale felt a shiver run through him at the mention of the garden. The stories they had heard of it were whispered legends, fragments of a forgotten time. It was said to be a place where the roots of all living things converged, where the power of the world's threads was strongest. But it had been lost for centuries, hidden away from the eyes of those who sought it. "You don't believe the garden is a myth?" Kale asked, more to himself than to Lyra. "After everything we've seen, after what we've done, can we really trust something so unknown?" Lyra's gaze softened, and for the first time in days, Kale saw something other than resolve in her eyes. "I don't know. But I believe we have no other choice. If the threads are unstable, the balance of the world will collapse. And if we don't find the garden, we might not be able to repair what we've broken." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Kale knew she was right. They had already altered fate beyond recognition. Now, they had to face the consequences, even if they didn't fully understand them. The garden was their last hope, the final piece in the puzzle they had created. "We'll find it," Kale said, his voice filled with resolve. "No matter what it takes." And so, with that determination fueling them, they set off from the temple, the remnants of the storm still hanging in the air like a warning. Their path was uncertain, the road ahead unclear, but Kale knew one thing: they couldn't stop now. The threads had been woven, but they were far from finished. The journey toward the garden was long and perilous, as they ventured into lands that had long been untouched by human hands. The landscape had changed in subtle ways, the ripples of their actions affecting even the world's very surface. The trees had begun to grow taller, their leaves glowing faintly, as if responding to the energy they had unleashed. Rivers flowed in unfamiliar directions, and the air felt thicker, laden with a strange kind of power. As they moved deeper into the wilderness, the terrain grew wilder, more untamed. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming in the fading light of dusk. Kale couldn't help but feel that they were being watched, but no matter how much he scanned the horizon, he saw no one. The feeling lingered, gnawing at him, as if the world itself was observing them, waiting for them to make their next move. Finally, after days of traveling through treacherous lands, they reached a clearing. The air here felt different, brighter, more alive. And at the center of the clearing stood the garden, or what remained of it. The once glorious landscape was now a tangle of overgrown vines and strange, otherworldly flowers. The air smelled of jasmine and something else, something ancient. Kale stepped forward, his heart racing in his chest. This was it, the place where everything had begun. The garden. The source of the world's threads. "It's beautiful," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. but Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The world was watching, waiting. And whatever power lay within the garden, it would come with its own price. The garden before them was a strange and beautiful sight, a place where the fabric of reality seemed to blur. Flowers of iridescent colors bloomed from vines that twisted in unnatural ways, curling upward like the spirals of an ancient symbol. The air buzzed with an energy Kale could feel in his bones, a power that pulsed in time with his heartbeat, drawing him closer, urging him forward, but there was something unsettling about the place. It was too quiet. The world felt still, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. There was no sound of birds or insects, no rustling of leaves in the wind. Only the soft hum of the garden's strange energy filled the silence. "Is this really it?" Arian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes scanned the landscape warily, as though uncertain whether to trust what he was seeing. Kale didn't answer at first. He was too mesmerized by the sight before him, the way the light filtered through the glowing vines, casting shifting patterns across the ground. It was as if the garden itself were alive, breathing with the world's power. The weight of what they had come to do settled heavily on his shoulders. The garden was their last hope, their final chance to stabilize the threads, to prevent the collapse of the world they had altered so drastically. "This is it," Lyra said, stepping forward into the clearing, her voice steady despite the underlying tension. "The source of the threads. We've come this far, and we can't turn back now." Kale followed her, his feet moving of their own accord, his mind racing. The threads were still unstable, he could feel them, like a rope about to snap. They had made their changes, altered the future, stopped the storm, but now, the very fabric of the world was in danger of unraveling. The garden was supposed to be the key to restoring balance, but even as they stood at its entrance, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they were being drawn into something much larger than themselves. They approached the center of the garden, where a massive stone stood, its surface etched with ancient symbols. The stone was smooth, yet its surface seemed to hum with an energy that Kale could feel deep within his chest. Around it, the air shimmered, as though reality itself was warping in response to the power contained here. "This is it," Lyra said, reaching out to touch the stone. Her fingers brushed lightly against the surface, and immediately, the garden seemed to respond. The vines around them twisted, the flowers glowed brighter, and the humming in the air intensified. Kale stepped forward, his hand reaching toward the stone as well. The moment his fingers made contact with its cool surface, a flood of visions rushed into his mind. Flashes of the past and future twisted together in a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. He saw the storm, the one they had stopped, the one that had torn through the city. He saw the city itself, its buildings crumbling, then rebuilding, as the threads they had woven danced around it like fragile, shimmering strands, but the visions shifted, darkening. He saw a rift, a tear in the fabric of the world. The threads, once stable, now frayed and broken. A shadow loomed, its form impossible to discern, but its presence overwhelming. It was coming from the garden, from the very stone they had touched. It was the cost of their actions, the price they would have to pay. Kale gasped, pulling his hand away from the stone, his heart racing. "We've disturbed something," he muttered, his voice filled with fear. "We've broken the balance." Lyra turned to him, her expression hardening. "The garden isn't just a place of power," she said quietly. "It's a place of truth. It shows us the consequences of our actions, the cost of changing fate." Arian stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. "And now we must face it," as if to confirm his words. A deep rumble echoed through the garden. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the vines around them began to writhe, their tendrils reaching out like fingers, grasping, pulling. The air thickened, and the once soft hum grew louder, more insistent. Cale could feel the weight of it pressing in on him, the sense of impending doom so strong it was almost suffocating. Suddenly, the stone at the center of the garden cracked, a deep fissure splitting its surface. From within the crack, a dark energy began to leak, swirling in tendrils of shadow that twisted and writhed in the air. The sky above them darkened, the remnants of the storm not yet fully dissipated, swirling as if in response to the dark energy seeping from the garden's heart. Cale took a step back, fear rising in his chest. "What is that? What's happening?" Lyra's face was grim. "This is what we've been avoiding. The garden holds the balance, but if we disrupt it, if we try to force its power, it retaliates." Arian looked up, his eyes wide as he scanned the darkening sky. "What can we do? How do we fix it?" Lyra stepped forward again, her expression resolute. "We have to restore the balance, fully. We cannot just stabilize the threads, we have to return everything to its natural state." The air crackled with tension as the garden's power swirled around them. The vines continued to writhe, the shadows growing thicker, and the very earth beneath their feet seemed to tremble in anticipation. They were running out of time. Cale looked at the stone again, its surface now fully cracked, revealing a deep, glowing core beneath. He could feel the pull of the energy coming from it, stronger than ever, drawing him in, calling him to do something, anything, to fix the damage they had caused. Lyra was already moving toward the stone, her hands raised, her expression focused. "We have to channel the energy, use the threads we've woven to heal the garden." Cale's mind raced. The threads were still unstable, fragile, but they had to be used, and quickly, before the balance tipped too far. He stepped forward, his hand once again reaching for the stone. As his fingers brushed its surface, he could feel the energy flowing through him, a tidal wave of raw power that surged up his arm and into his chest. But this time, it was different. This time, Cale understood. The garden was not a source to be wielded, it was a force of nature, like the storm that had raged across the world. It needed balance, not manipulation. It needed to be guided, not controlled. Cale closed his eyes, letting go of his fear, focusing on the threads, the delicate strands of fate that they had woven together. He could feel their presence, could feel the power in them, waiting to be used. With a deep breath, he reached out, not with his hands, but with his heart. He allowed the threads to flow through him, connecting with the energy of the garden. For a moment, everything was still. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, the garden responded. The vines began to settle, their tendrils retracting back into the earth. The dark energy that had leaked from the stone began to dissipate, its shadowy tendrils fading into nothingness. The air grew lighter, and the humming sound of the garden returned to its peaceful rhythm. Cale opened his eyes, his heart racing. He had done it. They had done it, The garden was whole again, but the price was not over. The dreamer's mountain, high above the valley, where the world below seemed to fade into a tapestry of soft colors, there stood a mountain. It was known as the Dreamer's Mountain, a place whispered about in stories that fluttered through the winds like old leaves. The mountain was said to hold the key to dreams, those that could change destinies, heal the wounded, and awaken forgotten memories. But only those brave enough to venture to its peak could discover its secrets. In the village at the foot of the mountain lived a young dreamer named Arlen. He was known for his vivid dreams, ones that felt more real than the waking world. Every night, as his eyes closed to the soft hum of the night, he would drift into a world of swirling colors, strange creatures, and ancient landscapes that seemed to call out to him. Arlen had always been drawn to the stories of the Dreamer's Mountain. His grandmother, an elder in the village, often spoke of the mountain's power to shape one's fate, but she also warned him of the dangers it posed. Many had ventured up its winding paths, seeking to unravel its mysteries, but few had returned. Those who did were never the same. Their eyes seemed distant, as if they'd seen too much or understood too little, but Arlen felt an undeniable pull toward the mountain, as if something deep within him was guiding him there. He had always wondered if there was a reason for his vivid dreams, a purpose to the strange journeys his mind took while he slept. Could the Dreamer's Mountain be the answer? One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and the evening mist began to creep through the trees, Arlen stood at the edge of the village, staring up at the looming mountain. The mountain peak was shrouded in mist, its true form hidden from view, but even from this distance, it seemed to call to him. He turned to his grandmother, who had joined him at the village's edge. Her face was wise, her eyes reflecting years of both joy and sorrow. "Grandmother, tell me again," Arlen said, his voice soft, almost hesitant. "Why do people say the mountain holds such power?" His grandmother's gaze grew distant for a moment, as if she were peering into a world that only she could see. She sighed, her breath heavy. "The mountain is not just a place. It is a doorway to another realm, one that connects the dreams we have while we sleep with the waking world. Many who have sought its peak believe that within the heart of the mountain lies the source of all dreams. But the mountain does not give freely. It tests those who climb it. Only those who are truly ready will find what they seek." Arlen's heart raced. "And do you think I'm ready?" His grandmother's eyes softened. "I do not know, child. But I see the fire within you, the same fire that burned in the hearts of those who left before you. Perhaps it is time for you to discover your own path." With that, she placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch both comforting and heavy with unspoken words. "Remember, Arlen, dreams can be powerful, but they can also be dangerous. The mountain will not give its secrets to someone who seeks them without understanding the cost." Arlen nodded, his mind swirling with questions and possibilities. He had made up his mind. He would climb the Dreamer's Mountain. He would face whatever awaited him at its peak, even if it meant facing the unknown. That night, as the village settled into the quiet of sleep, Arlen packed a small satchel with food, water, and a blanket. His heart felt a strange mixture of excitement and fear, but there was no turning back now. As he began his journey up the mountain the next morning, the village faded behind him. The air grew thinner, the sounds of the village replaced by the whisper of the wind and the soft rustle of leaves. With every step, Arlen felt himself drawn further into the mountain's embrace, as if the very earth beneath his feet was guiding him towards something greater. The path grew steeper as he ascended, the forest thinning out, revealing rocky outcrops and sharp cliffs. The higher he climbed, the quieter the world seemed to become. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and the mountain's silence pressed in on him like a weight. But he continued, determined to reach the peak, determined to unlock the mystery of his dreams. And as he reached the foot of a great cliff, the first hint of the mountain's secret began to reveal itself, a faint light, shimmering from deep within the stone. The dreamer's mountain was alive with magic, and Arlen had just begun to unlock its mysteries. Arlen stood before the cliff, his breath shallow with anticipation. The light that flickered from within the mountain stone seemed to pulse gently, as though it was breathing, alive with some ancient power. He hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of his decision. The mountain was no ordinary place. It had a presence, a quiet authority that seemed to challenge those who sought its secrets. The air around him hummed, vibrating with energy. Arlen stepped forward, drawn to the glow like a moth to a flame. As his hand brushed against the cold surface of the cliff, the light intensified, rippling outward, forming intricate patterns in the stone. The rock shifted, as though it had a life of its own, and a path slowly revealed itself, a narrow opening, just wide enough for him to slip through. Without a second thought, Arlen stepped into the passage, his heart racing. The moment he entered, the world outside seemed to fade away. The silence of the mountain enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his footsteps echoing off the smooth stone walls. The tunnel wound its way deeper into the heart of the mountain. The light that guided him was now steady, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The deeper Arlen went, the more the air seemed to thicken with magic, like he was passing through layers of reality itself. The journey felt timeless. He was no longer sure if minutes or hours had passed. The path ahead was both mysterious and inviting, and with each step, Arlen felt as if he was drawing closer to something profound. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The space was filled with an ethereal glow, coming from a large pool of water that sat in the center of the cavern. The water shimmered as if it held the reflections of distant stars, though no sky could be seen. The surface was perfectly still, undisturbed by time or movement. Surrounding the pool were strange, glowing symbols, etched into the stone floor, creating a circle that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow. Arlen stepped closer to the pool, his reflection merging with the light on the surface. As he gazed into the water, a ripple spread across the stillness, and with it, visions began to emerge, visions of his past, his dreams, and the future that awaited him. He saw fleeting images of himself as a child, running through the village, laughing with his friends. He saw faces of those he had loved, their voices echoing in the distance. But then the visions began to change. Becoming darker, more fragmented, he saw the mountain itself, its towering form bathed in moonlight, and at its peak, a figure standing alone, cloaked in shadows. The figure turned, and Arlen's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the face, a face that was both familiar and distant. It was his own, but older, worn by time and experience, as if he had walked a different path, one filled with sorrow and loss. The vision flickered, and another image appeared. This time, it was the village, his village, but it was empty, abandoned. The streets were silent, the houses empty shells, and the fields lay fallow. The river, once vibrant and full of life, ran dry, its bed cracked and barren. And standing at the edge of the village was the same figure, the older version of himself. A shiver ran down Arlen's spine. Was this his future? A life of solitude, where dreams and reality merged into something unrecognizable. His heart beat faster, and he pulled his gaze away from the pool. The cavern around him seemed to shift, the air growing heavier. The symbols on the ground glowed brighter, their light now nearly blinding. In the center of the circle, a deep voice spoke, its tone both warm and unsettling. "Are you prepared, dreamer?" The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through the stone walls and into Arlen's very soul. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Prepared for what? To face the truth of your dreams, to confront the destiny that lies before you. The path you walk is not one of simple discovery, but of transformation. Only those who truly understand their own hearts can ascend the mountain's peak and unlock the final secrets it holds. Arlen stood in silence, trying to steady his breathing. The weight of the voice's words pressed on him, and he felt the presence of the mountain around him, its power, its ancient wisdom. "I don't know if I'm ready," Arlen admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "But I have to try. I need to understand why my dreams have led me here." The voice was silent for a long moment. And then it spoke again, softer this time. "Very well, dreamer. The first trial awaits you. Follow the path that lies ahead, and you will learn what you need to know." With a deep breath, Arlen nodded. He stepped away from the pool, the vision still lingering at the edges of his mind. The cavern's glow began to fade, and a new passage opened before him, one that stretched deeper into the heart of the mountain. As he walked toward it, the voice echoed in his mind, "The journey is just beginning. The mountain will show you what you are, and what you will become." Arlen could only imagine what lay ahead. But one thing was certain, the answers he sought were close now. The mountain's secrets were within reach. Arlen walked deeper into the mountain, his steps slow but resolute. The path ahead was narrow, winding through jagged stone and thick shadows. The faint light that had guided him thus far now seemed distant, and he was left with only his intuition to guide him. The further he went, the more the air felt thick with an unspoken presence. It was as if the mountain itself was watching him, aware of his every move, of every thought that crossed his mind. He had passed through the cavern with the shimmering pool, where his dreams had come alive, only to be faced with the silent, unyielding path that lay before him. The voice, that deep, resonating presence that had spoken to him, was now quiet. The weight of its words hung in the air, leaving Arlen with a sense of foreboding. The passage eventually opened into a small chamber, bathed in a pale, ghostly light. In the center of the room was a pedestal, on which rested a single, delicate crystal. It was clear, almost translucent, but within its depths swirled a storm of colors, vivid hues of blue, gold, and silver. The crystal seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, a quiet hum that resonated deep within Arlen's chest. He approached it cautiously, aware that this object must hold some significance, though he could not yet comprehend its meaning. The moment his fingers brushed the cool surface of the crystal, the world around him seemed to shift. The room vanished. The mountain walls, the path, everything faded into a swirling vortex of color and light. Arlen felt himself falling, floating through a vast expanse of darkness and stars. He could no longer feel the ground beneath his feet, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. For a moment, it felt as though he was suspended between worlds, neither truly here nor there. Then, the vision cleared. He found himself standing in the middle of a vast, open field. The sky stretched endlessly above him, and the horizon was dotted with towering mountains, their peaks veiled in mist. The air was fresh, crisp, and warm with the promise of sunlight, but something was wrong. The field that stretched before him was not full of life, as it should have been. The grass was dry and brittle, the earth cracked in places as though it had not seen rain in years. The wind whispered softly, but it carried with it a sense of longing, of something lost. Arlen looked around, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. His heart raced in his chest, as if he were on the cusp of understanding something profound. In the distance, he saw a figure moving toward him. It was a woman, cloaked in a robe of deep green, her face hidden by a veil of soft fabric. Her steps were slow, measured, and with each movement, the earth beneath her feet seemed to shift, responding to her presence. She moved with an otherworldly grace, her presence both calming and unsettling. As she drew closer, Arlen could feel the pull of her energy, like a force he could not escape. She stopped before him, her voice soft and melodic, yet it echoed in his mind, filling him with a deep sense of peace. "You have come," she said, her eyes gleaming beneath the veil. "You seek the truth, the answers to your dreams. But are you prepared to face them? To understand the cost of what you seek?" Arlen's voice trembled, his mind spinning with questions. "Who are you? And what is this place? Why am I here?" The woman smiled softly, her expression both wise and sorrowful. "I am the keeper of the forgotten. This is a place between dreams and reality, where the past and future merge. The world you see before you is a reflection of your own heart, shaped by the dreams you carry within you. But it is also a reflection of the price you must pay for the truths you seek." Arlen felt a chill run down his spine. "The price? The price of understanding," the woman continued. "To unravel the mysteries of the dreamer's mountain is to confront the shadows within your soul. You cannot simply take what you seek without giving something in return. The mountain will demand your choice. Will you face the truth, no matter the cost?" The words hit Arlen like a wave, crashing over him with a force he wasn't prepared for. He had not thought of consequences when he decided to climb the mountain. His mind had been consumed with the idea of answers, of unraveling the mysteries of his dreams. But now, faced with the reality of what he might lose, doubt crept into his heart. I don't know if I'm ready," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what the cost will be." The woman reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her touch was warm, comforting, but it carried a sense of finality, as if she were sealing a fate. "You will be," she said gently. "You will be ready when the time comes. The truth cannot be forced. It will come when your heart is prepared to receive it." The vision began to blur again. The field, the woman, and the mountains fading into a haze of light. The world around him seemed to unravel, and before he knew it, Arlen was falling once more, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming him. The last thing he heard before the world went dark was the woman's voice, her words ringing in his mind. The path is not an easy one, dreamer. But you are closer now. Keep walking. You will find what you seek. When Arlen's eyes opened, he found himself lying on the cold stone floor of the cavern once more. His breath came in quick, shallow gasps, the remnants of the vision still swirling in his mind. The dream of the vast field, the mysterious woman, and the ominous warning had faded into a distant memory. But its weight lingered, pressing down on him with an intensity he couldn't shake. He pushed himself up slowly, his hands trembling as they met the stone beneath him. The cavern was quiet, eerily still, as though the mountain itself was holding its breath, waiting. He looked around, taking in his surroundings. The crystalline pool, once glowing with its ethereal light, was now only a faint reflection in the distance. The glow dimmed. What had the woman meant? The path is not an easy one, dreamer. Her voice echoed in his mind, but he could not make sense of it. The path he had followed had already been difficult enough. What could be harder than this? Arlen stood, his legs unsteady beneath him, and began walking toward the pool. He needed something to anchor him, a sense of direction, something concrete to grasp in the midst of the uncertainty that gripped his heart. As he approached the water, he knelt beside it, gazing at his reflection. His face seemed different, though he couldn't say why. His eyes held a deeper knowing now, a weariness that hadn't been there before. He could sense that his journey was far from over, but how much further could he go? How much more would he have to sacrifice to uncover the truth behind his dreams? Suddenly, the surface of the pool rippled, distorting his reflection. He blinked, but when his vision cleared, he saw something else, something unexpected. The image before him was not of himself, but of a figure standing at the edge of the pool. A figure he recognized. It was his father. Arlen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't seen his father in years. The man had left when Arlen was young, chasing his own ambitions, and never returned. The image in the water seemed so real, as though his father was standing right there in front of him. The man's face was stern, his expression unreadable, but his eyes, those eyes were the same as Arlen's. Father? Arlen whispered, his voice hoarse. But the figure didn't respond. Instead, it turned and began to walk away, slowly disappearing into the darkness of the cavern. Wait! Arlen called out. But the figure was already gone. The pool settled into stillness, returning to its calm state, leaving Arlen with only his own reflection once more. His heart pounded in his chest. What was the meaning of this? Was it a sign, a message from the mountain, or was it simply a vision conjured by his own mind? And what did his father have to do with all of this? Determined to find some answer, Arlen stood and turned away from the pool. He had to continue on his journey. The mountain was not done with him yet, and neither was the mystery that had drawn him here. He moved forward, deeper into the heart of the mountain. The path was narrow, the walls pressing in around him as if the mountain itself was closing in, testing his resolve. The silence of the place was oppressive, broken only by the sound of his footsteps, echoing in the dark. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. It was impossible to tell in the eternal twilight of the cavern. Arlen walked without knowing where he was going, simply following the path that seemed to stretch on endlessly before him, and then, just as his strength began to falter, a faint light appeared ahead, a glow that pulsed softly in the distance. It was the first sign of light he had seen in what felt like an eternity, and instinctively, he quickened his pace. As he neared the light, the air grew warmer, the oppressive weight of the cavern easing slightly. The glow came from a large opening ahead, the entrance to a vast chamber. When he stepped into the light, he found himself standing in a room unlike any he had encountered before. It was a vast space, the ceiling high and arching, with intricate carvings on the walls, depicting scenes of ancient dreams and forgotten legends. The air was thick with an energy he couldn't explain, a sense of something ancient and powerful that had been lying dormant for centuries. At the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, bathed in the soft glow of an unseen source of light. On the altar was a book, its pages worn and yellowed with age, but it pulsed with an undeniable power. The book seemed to call to him, drawing him closer as if it held the answers to all of the questions that had been tormenting him since he set foot on this mountain. Arlen approached cautiously, his fingers trembling as he reached for the book. The moment his hands brushed the cover, the entire room seemed to shift, and the air crackled with energy. The carvings on the walls began to move, the ancient figures coming to life, their eyes following him as he moved closer to the altar. With a deep breath, Arlen opened the book. The pages were filled with strange symbols, the writing in a language he did not understand. But as he stared at the pages, they began to shift, the symbols transforming into words he could comprehend. The path of dreams is not a straight one, the first words read. It is a journey through shadow and light, where the seeker must face not only the world around them but the world within. The truth you seek cannot be found without sacrifice. What will you give? Arlen's breath caught in his throat. What will you give? The words seemed to hang in the air, challenging him. The question was not one he could answer lightly. But he knew, deep down, that the answer would determine everything, and then, as he turned the page, the book seemed to reveal the next step of his journey, a riddle he could not yet solve, but one that would soon demand an answer. The mystery of the Dreamer's Mountain was far from over. Arlen closed the book slowly, his heart racing. The words that had appeared on the page lingered in his mind like an unshakable echo, reverberating through his thoughts. What will you give? The question was simple, yet it carried the weight of the entire journey. The mountain, the visions, the dreams, they were all leading him toward this moment. But what could he offer? What could he give in exchange for the truth he so desperately sought? He glanced around the vast chamber, the intricate carvings on the walls now seeming to watch him, their eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. The room felt alive, as though it were waiting for him to make a decision, to choose which path he would take. The energy in the air was thick with expectation, and Arlen knew that this was a pivotal moment. There would be no turning back once he made his choice. For a moment, he stood frozen, his mind racing. What had the woman in his dream meant when she spoke of a price? What could the cost be for uncovering the truth? His mind darted through memories of his past, his father, the dreams, the mountain itself, and with each recollection, the question of sacrifice grew more pressing. He had already given so much of himself to this journey. The path had been long and difficult, and yet, the answers always seemed just out of reach. What more could the mountain want from him? What more could he lose? Suddenly, the air shifted. The soft glow from the altar dimmed, and the room grew colder, as if the very heart of the mountain had heard his doubts and was responding. Arlen's fingers tightened around the book, his resolve hardening. There was no turning back. He had come this far, and he would face whatever the mountain demanded, no matter the cost. With a deep breath, he reopened the book, his eyes scanning the next page. The words seemed to come alive as he read them. The dreamer's mountain is not only a place of discovery, but a trial of the spirit. To gain what you seek, you must first give up that which you hold most dear. The heart's deepest desire must be sacrificed for the greater truth. What is it that you would give? The words seemed to burn into his mind, each one a flame that grew hotter and brighter as they settled into his consciousness. What could he give? His mind raced with possibilities. His dreams. His memories. His very identity. It felt as though the mountain was asking for something that would change him forever, something that could never be undone. His heart ached as he thought of his father, the man who had abandoned him so long ago, and the longing he had carried all these years for answers. Had the mountain been guiding him toward this moment all along? To uncover the truth about his father? To confront the darkness within himself? Arlen's fingers trembled as they brushed over the page. And in that moment, he understood. It wasn't just a question of what he could give, it was a question of what he was willing to lose. What would he sacrifice in the name of truth? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The answer came to him, clear and certain. His journey had not just been about finding answers, it had been about learning to face the truth, no matter how painful. And in order to do that, he would have to confront the one thing he had been running from for so long, his father. With a trembling hand, Arlen placed the book back on the altar. The room seemed to hold its breath, the carvings on the walls now silent, as if they too were waiting for what would come next. He felt a pull, deep within him, as though the mountain was drawing him towards something that he could no longer avoid, and then, without warning, the ground beneath his feet began to shake, the chamber seemed to twist and shift, the walls warping as if the very fabric of the mountain was coming alive. Arlen staggered backward, his heart pounding as the air grew thick with a strange energy. The carvings on the walls flickered, their images changing, becoming more vivid and unsettling. A figure began to emerge from the darkness at the far end of the room. It was his father, but this time, the man was not standing in front of him. He was moving toward Arlen, his face shadowed, his eyes filled with an emotion that Arlen couldn't place. The figure stopped just in front of him, and for a long moment, they simply stared at each other. The silence between them was heavy, suffocating, as if the weight of the years apart had built an unspoken barrier between them. "Father?" Arlen whispered, his voice barely audible. The man's lips parted, but instead of speaking, a cold, hollow laugh escaped him. It wasn't a laugh of joy, but of something darker, more twisted. The sound reverberated through the chamber, a mockery of the reunion Arlen had longed for. "You've come," the figure said, its voice not quite his father's, but close enough to be unnerving. "You've come seeking answers, but what you will find is something far greater than you imagined." Arlen's chest tightened. The words felt like a betrayal, a cruel twist of fate. This wasn't the reunion he had imagined. The figure before him was not his father, but a shadow, a reflection of his own doubts, his own fears, Why? Arlen asked, his voice shaking. Why did you leave me? Why did you abandon me? The figure's eyes gleamed with an unsettling light. It was never about leaving, Arlen. It was about finding the truth. The truth that you are not who you think you are. And the price for that truth is steep. The ground continued to shake, and the light in the room flickered violently. Arlen could feel the mountain's energy swirling around him, pulling him toward the figure. Toward the truth he had sought for so long. But in that moment, he realized that the truth might be more than he was ready to face. Are you ready to pay the price? The figure asked, its voice now distorted, a cruel echo of the question he had read in the book. Arlen took a step back, his heart racing. He had already come so far. But was he ready? The price of the truth, was he willing to pay it? The mountain was waiting. The figure before Arlen seemed to grow taller, its presence looming over him as if the shadows themselves were pressing in. The question hung in the air, its weight unbearable. Are you ready to pay the price? Arlen's heart thudded loudly in his chest, each beat seeming to echo through the cavernous chamber. The air around him grew thick with the mountain's energy, swirling like a storm, disorienting him. His thoughts raced as he grappled with the truth behind the figure's words. Was he truly ready to face what lay before him? Was he prepared to give up the last remnants of the identity he had clung to for so long? For years, he had longed for answers, chasing shadows of the past, seeking a truth he felt was just out of reach. He had sacrificed so much already, his innocence, his comfort, and his peace of mind. But this was different. This wasn't just about uncovering secrets. This was about the very core of who he was, about confronting the man he had never known, and perhaps, the man he had become. I don't know, Arlen muttered, his voice trembling. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions. His father, the figure in the pool, the mountain, it was all leading him toward this single moment, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something much darker lurked beneath the surface of it all. The figure before him, though silent, seemed to sense his hesitation. It stepped forward, and with each step, the shadows in the room deepened. Its face remained obscured, but there was no mistaking the emptiness in its eyes, the coldness that radiated from it. The figure reached out a hand, a motion that seemed to draw the very air toward it. Time is slipping away, the figure said in a voice that was now chillingly clear. The mountain does not wait for those who hesitate. If you seek the truth, you must walk the path of sacrifice. The question is no longer whether you are ready. It is whether you can withstand the cost. Arlen took a shaky step back, his mind still reeling. The words felt like a weight pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. The cost. What was it? What would it mean to walk the path of sacrifice? And could he survive it? The figure's eyes, if they could even be called eyes, flashed with an unsettling light, as though it could sense his inner turmoil. The truth you seek, the figure continued, will tear at your soul. It will force you to confront the darkness within you and within the world. You will see things you cannot unsee, and know things you cannot unknow. It is a journey that demands everything. Your past. Your memories. Your very essence. Arlen's stomach tightened. He wanted to run. He wanted to turn away and forget about the truth, the mountain, and everything that had led him here. But deep down, he knew that running was no longer an option. The mountain had chosen him for this, and he couldn't escape it, no matter how much he wanted to. "I will do it," Arlen said, his voice more certain than he felt. His throat was dry, and his hands shook, but he knew that this was his only choice. "I want the truth. I will pay whatever it takes." The figure's lips curled into something resembling a smile, though it was twisted and cold. "Very well," it said. "The truth is yours to claim. But remember this, there are no second chances. Once the veil is lifted, you will never be the same again." With a final, deliberate motion, the figure stepped aside, revealing a path that had not been there before. The cavern walls, once imposing and oppressive, now seemed to fade into the distance, and the air became lighter, almost inviting. In front of Arlen, a narrow tunnel opened, its entrance glowing with an eerie light. The path was unclear, but Arlen could feel its pull, as though something was waiting for him at the end, as he stepped forward. The shadows seemed to reach for him, whispering in languages he couldn't understand. The deeper he moved into the tunnel, the more oppressive the air became. But with every step, a sense of resolve settled over him, and his fear began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity and an undeniable need to discover what lay ahead. The tunnel twisted and turned, its walls smooth and unyielding. The ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate with energy, as though the very mountain itself was alive, aware of his every movement. Arlen's heart beat in rhythm with the thrum of the mountain, each pulse filling him with an eerie sense of purpose. The further he traveled, the more the light ahead grew, casting strange, shifting shadows on the walls. It was not like any light he had seen before. It was soft, yet intense, as though it came from somewhere beyond the physical realm. It beckoned to him, and despite the growing sense of dread, he couldn't help but move toward it. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast, open space, even grander than the chamber he had left behind. The air here was thick with power, and in the center of the room stood an altar, ancient and weathered. Upon it lay an object covered by a dark cloth, a strange, almost unsettling presence emanating from it. Arlen stepped closer, his breath catching in his throat. He could feel the mountain's energy swirling around him, growing stronger with each step. His fingers itched to pull away the cloth and reveal whatever was hidden beneath, but part of him, part of the instinct he had been following through this entire journey, knew that he was not yet ready. "Are you certain, dreamer?" A voice echoed from the shadows, a voice he recognized as the one that had spoken to him earlier, though now it sounded softer, almost compassionate. Arlen's chest tightened. He turned to face the voice, but there was no one there. Only the shadows and the pulsating energy of the mountain surrounded him. "I've come this far," Arlen said, his voice steady despite the unease creeping through him. "I have to know. Whatever the cost." The voice seemed to nod in approval, and for a moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Then, with a sudden movement, Arlen reached out and pulled the cloth from the altar. What he saw beneath it sent a shockwave through his entire being. There, on the altar, lay a stone, smooth, dark, and impossibly ancient. It shimmered with an inner light, faint but undeniable. The stone was not just any stone, it was alive with power, its surface shifting and swirling as though it were a living thing. As Arlen gazed at it, something deep within him stirred, an ancient knowledge, a recognition, as if the stone itself were a part of him, and in that moment, Arlen knew. The truth was not something he could hold or touch. It was a part of him. A part of everything. It was not a gift he could claim, but a challenge he would have to embrace. The path before him had only just begun. Arlen stood motionless, his hand still resting on the altar as he stared at the stone, its surface shimmering with an unearthly light. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat, each thrum seeming to echo through his very soul. The room around him seemed to fade, the edges of reality growing blurry as the stone's power enveloped him. It was as if the mountain itself was watching, waiting, and he was but a small part of something far greater than he could comprehend. As he gazed deeper into the stone, the shifting patterns on its surface began to take form. They twisted and morphed, revealing images, fleeting glimpses of faces, landscapes, and symbols. Faces that felt familiar, but not quite. Landscapes that stirred forgotten memories. And among the symbols, one in particular stood out, a symbol he had seen before, carved into the stone walls of the mountain itself. The realization hit him like a wave. This is the key. The stone, the pattern, the images, they were all a part of the same puzzle, a puzzle he had been chasing ever since he set foot on the mountain. It was all connected, a thread woven through time and space, leading him to this very moment, but there was more. As Arlen's fingers traced the stone's surface, something deep within him stirred, an ancient energy awakening in response. It was not just a physical sensation, it was something far more profound. It was as if the stone recognized him, acknowledged him as its rightful heir. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, but one he couldn't ignore. The voice, the one that had guided him through the journey, spoke again, its tone now filled with urgency. "Arlen," it said, echoing in the silence. "You have touched the heart of the mountain. The stone is alive with the power of all that has come before you. It holds the truth you seek, but it is not without cost." Arlen's heart raced. The voice had been a constant presence throughout his journey, but now, its words carried a weight he had not anticipated. The truth he had sought for so long was within his grasp, but he was no longer sure if he was ready for it. "What do you mean?" Arlen asked, his voice barely a whisper. His fingers had not yet left the stone, and he felt its warmth spreading through him, filling him with an unsettling sense of purpose. "The truth is not a gift," the voice replied. "It is a burden. One that cannot be undone once it is known. You will see the world as it truly is, and you will understand the forces that shape it. But with that knowledge comes the responsibility to act." Arlen's mind spun. He had known this moment would come, but he hadn't understood it fully until now. The mountain had promised answers, but those answers were not without their price. They would change him. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he had already changed. The journey, the dreams, the struggles, they had all shaped him into someone he didn't quite recognize. And this truth, whatever it was, would be the final piece. "What do I have to do?" Arlen asked, his voice steady, though his heart was pounding in his chest. The voice was silent for a moment before answering. "The stone will show you what you need to see. But be warned, once you look into it, you will not be able to turn back. The path ahead will be clearer, but it will also be harder." Arlen hesitated, his mind torn between the desire for answers and the fear of what those answers might reveal. Could he bear the weight of the truth? Could he live with the knowledge of what was coming? With a deep breath, Arlen made his decision. He had come this far. He could not walk away now. He closed his eyes and reached out, touching the stone once more. The moment his fingers made contact, the world around him seemed to dissolve. The chamber, the altar, the mountain, everything faded away. He was falling, plunging into an abyss of light and shadow, of swirling images and voices that spoke in tongues. Time itself seemed to stretch and warp, as if he were no longer bound by the limits of reality. In the depths of this strange, infinite space, a figure appeared before him. At first, it was only a silhouette, but as the figure drew closer, Arlen's breath caught in his throat. It was his father, but not the father he had imagined. This man was different. His eyes were cold, his face hardened, and there was a darkness about him that Arlen could not ignore. "You came," the figure said, its voice a mix of sadness and bitterness. "I knew you would." Arlen opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. His father's presence was overwhelming, suffocating, and he struggled to find his voice. "You seek the truth," the figure continued, "but do you understand what it means to truly know? The truth is not a comfort. It is not a balm for your wounds. It is a fire that will burn everything you thought you knew about yourself." The figure stepped closer, and Arlen could feel the weight of its gaze. Heavy and accusing. "You were never meant to walk this path," it said. "You were never meant to uncover these secrets." Arlen's heart raced. This wasn't the reunion he had longed for. This wasn't the father he had hoped to find. This was something darker, something more unsettling. The truth he sought was not a simple answer, it was a weapon, a force that could unravel everything. "I had to," Arlen whispered, his voice trembling. "I had to know the truth." The figure's lips curled into a twisted smile. "And now you know. But what will you do with it? Can you live with the consequences?" Before Arlen could respond, the figure dissolved, vanishing into the swirling abyss. The light grew brighter, and the world around him began to solidify once more. He was no longer falling. He was standing, but in a different place, a place that felt both familiar and alien. Before him stood a vast landscape, one that stretched out into infinity. It was a world of endless possibility, but also one of infinite danger. The truth had been revealed to him, but it was not a comforting truth. It was a harsh, unforgiving reality that would require every ounce of his strength and courage to face. Arlen knew, with a clarity he had never felt before, that the journey was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Arlen stood at the edge of the vast landscape, the weight of the truth settling into his bones. The world before him stretched out in endless, rolling hills, vast forests, and towering mountains, but it was a world he no longer recognized. It was as if the veil had been lifted, revealing not just the beauty, but also the underlying darkness that lurked beneath. The trees whispered secrets, and the wind carried the weight of long-forgotten stories. The air felt heavier, charged with a power he had never sensed before. Arlen felt the pull of the mountain deep within his chest, a connection that seemed to draw him forward, urging him to take the first step into this new reality. But his mind swirled with the vision of his father, the cold, accusing figure that had appeared before him in the abyss. The words of the figure echoed in his ears, "You were never meant to walk this path. You were never meant to uncover these secrets," but Arlen knew he couldn't turn back. He had come too far. The truth was now a part of him, and there was no way to unlearn what he had seen. He had to move forward, but the path ahead seemed daunting, like a road he was not sure he could navigate. The weight of the revelation was like a shadow, always lingering just behind him. A figure appeared on the horizon, a silhouette against the bright, shifting landscape. It was hard to make out the details, but there was something familiar about the way the figure moved, the way it stood tall and unshaken against the winds. Arlen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, as the figure drew closer, the world seemed to hold its breath? The figure was tall, draped in a flowing cloak that shimmered like the stars, and as it stepped into the light, Arlen could see the face beneath the hood. It was a woman, with eyes that glowed like the moon, calm and unearthly, yet filled with ancient wisdom. "Arlen," she said, her voice a soft melody that resonated deep within him. "I knew you would come. You have seen the truth, but now you must decide what to do with it." Arlen's heart raced, a mix of fear and curiosity flooding him. "Who are you?" he asked, though he already had a feeling. This wasn't just any figure, this was someone important. Someone who had been waiting for him. "I am the keeper of the dream," she replied, her gaze piercing into his soul. "I have watched over this mountain for eons, guarding its secrets and its power. You have awakened what was dormant for so long. Now, you must decide how to use what you have learned." Arlen took a step forward, his mind racing. "The truth. The truth I saw in the stone. What does it mean? What am I supposed to do with it?" The keeper's gaze softened, but there was an air of sadness in her eyes. "The truth is not a gift, Arlen. It is a burden, one that comes with great responsibility. You now understand the balance of the world, the forces that have shaped it and the forces that threaten to destroy it. But you are not the only one who knows. Others seek this knowledge, and not all of them are as pure of heart as you." Her words weighed heavily on him. Arlen felt the truth sink deeper into his chest. He had uncovered secrets that could reshape the world, but others, dark and dangerous forces, were also aware of the power within the mountain. They would stop at nothing to control it. "The path you walk now is perilous," the keeper continued. "The forces that seek the truth will come for you. But it is not just their power you must fear. There is a darkness within the mountain itself, one that even I cannot control. The more you uncover, the more that darkness will awaken. You must be prepared." Arlen's thoughts spun. He had thought the mountain was a place of answers, a sanctuary for knowledge. But now, it seemed more like a place of danger, a place where every step forward was met with greater peril. The truth he had uncovered had come at a cost, and the cost was far greater than he had imagined. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Arlen admitted, his voice trembling slightly. "I've always wanted answers, but this feels like too much." The keeper's eyes softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch gentle but firm. "No one is ever truly ready for the truth, Arlen. But you have already chosen this path. You cannot turn back now. But you are not alone. There are those who will help you, those who will stand by your side as you face the trials ahead. Her words gave him some comfort, though doubt still gnawed at his mind. He had chosen this path, but what had he truly chosen? What was waiting for him in the shadows? I don't know where to begin, Arlen said, his voice small. The keeper smiled faintly, as if she had been waiting for him to ask that very question. The journey ahead will not be easy. You will face many trials, and some of them will be more difficult than you can imagine. But remember this, you must find the heart of the mountain. There, you will discover what you are truly capable of. The heart of the mountain holds the power to either save the world or destroy it. Arlen's mind whirled with the weight of her words. The heart of the mountain. He had heard of it before, but never truly understood its significance. Now, it seemed that finding it would be the key to everything. How do I find it? He asked, desperation creeping into his voice. The keeper's smile faded, and her expression grew solemn. The heart will reveal itself when you are ready. But be warned, the path will not be easy. You will face temptation, fear, and darkness like you have never known. And there will come a time when you must choose. Will you protect the truth, or will you let the darkness consume it? With that, the keeper slowly began to fade, her form dissolving into the mist. Remember, Arlen, she said softly as her voice grew distant. You are the dreamer. And with the dreamer comes great power. But with power comes the greatest responsibility. Arlen stood in the quiet space where the keeper had once stood, the weight of her words settling around him. The journey ahead was clear, but it was a journey he had never expected. He had sought answers, but now he realized that the answers were only the beginning. The real test was yet to come. Arlen's feet were steady against the earth, but his mind felt as though it were adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The keeper's words echoed through his thoughts, over and over, like a haunting melody. The heart of the mountain. You must find it. He looked up, scanning the vast expanse of the mountain that loomed above him. The paths seemed endless, each one a potential road to the unknown. The wind howled through the valleys, its mournful cry carrying the weight of countless forgotten stories. The air was thick with the promise of adventure and the threat of danger, and Arlen could feel the tension, as if the very mountain was holding its breath. A soft rustling came from behind him, pulling him from his reverie. Turning, he saw a figure emerging from the shadows of a nearby tree, her silhouette a welcome sight in the otherwise desolate landscape. It was Lyra. Her expression was a mixture of determination and concern. Her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty that gnawed at Arlen's heart. I thought I'd find you here, she said softly, stepping closer. Are you ready for what's ahead? Arlen met her gaze, his heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and fear. He didn't have the answers, not yet. But with Lyra by his side, he felt like he wasn't entirely alone in this. He didn't know what the future held, but perhaps together they could face whatever challenges the mountain had in store. I don't know if I'm ready, Arlen admitted, his voice low. The keeper spoke of the heart of the mountain. She said I had to find it. But I don't even know where to begin. Lyra placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The mountain is vast, Arlen. The path to the heart won't be easy. But I believe in you. I've seen the strength you carry inside. You've come this far, haven't you? And you're not alone. I'm with you. Her words filled him with a sense of purpose, a flicker of hope that hadn't been there before. Maybe he didn't have to face this alone. The weight of the truth, the mountain, and the unknown threats that lurked in the shadows seemed less heavy when shared with someone who believed in him. Arlen took a deep breath, looking at the mountain once more. The path ahead still seemed daunting, but the promise of discovery and the unknown called to him, pulling him forward. "Thank you, Lyra," he said quietly. I don't know what's coming, but I'll face it." Together, she nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Together, and so, side by side, they began their ascent once more. The climb was steep, the air thinning with each step they took. The mountain seemed to grow darker as they advanced, the shadows growing deeper, as if the very soul of the mountain was watching them. Every step felt heavy with the weight of history and the burden of the unknown. As they moved forward, the landscape shifted. The once vibrant forests now seemed twisted, the trees gnarled and bent as if they were reaching out to ensnare them. Strange, flickering lights danced at the edge of their vision, and distant whispers floated through the air. Arlen couldn't help but feel the presence of something ancient, something that had been watching them long before they had arrived. "I don't like this," Lyra muttered under her breath, her eyes darting around nervously. "There's something wrong here." Arlen's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel it too, the oppressive weight of something watching them, waiting. Every part of the mountain seemed to be alive, breathing, shifting. "Stay close," Arlen urged, his voice tight with apprehension. As they continued, the path narrowed, and the sky above them darkened. The once serene beauty of the mountain had turned sinister, its twisted forms seemingly alive with malevolent intent. The air became thick with mist, and the world around them felt distorted, like a dream that could slip away at any moment. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. A jagged rock, larger than any they had seen before, tumbled down the mountain, crashing to the ground just feet away. Arlen and Lyra jumped back, their hearts racing. What was that? Lyra gasped, her breath coming in short gasps. Arlen's gaze was fixed on the fallen rock. It hadn't just rolled down the mountain. No, it had been thrown. He could sense it, a strange pull in the air, as if the very mountain was reaching out to them. "They're here," Arlen muttered, his voice tight. "We have to keep moving. With no time to lose." They pressed on, their pace quickening. The mountain seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, and the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the air became. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if the mountain itself were speaking to them, urging them to turn back, warning them of the dangers ahead. But Arlen could feel the pull of something greater, something calling to him from the heart of the mountain. He couldn't stop now. Not when he was so close. They rounded a bend in the path, and before them stood a massive stone archway, dark and foreboding. The entrance to a cave, or perhaps something far older. The air around it shimmered, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with an unknown power. "This is it," Arlen whispered, his heart pounding in his chest. "The heart of the mountain. It's close." Lyra took a step forward, her hand brushing against the cold stone. "We're ready," she said, her voice firm, though Arlen could see the fear in her eyes, and with that, they stepped through the archway, the darkness of the cave swallowing them whole. The path ahead was uncertain, but there was no turning back now. The heart of the mountain awaited. The cave swallowed them whole, its dark embrace closing around them as the outside world faded into nothingness. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of earth and the strange, metallic tang of something ancient. Every footstep seemed to echo endlessly, a reminder that they were no longer in the world they knew. The walls of the cave were slick with moisture, their surface smooth, almost unnaturally so. As Arlen and Lyra moved deeper into the cave, the faint glow of phosphorescent minerals began to illuminate their path, casting an eerie light on the jagged rocks that lined their way. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft shuffle of their footsteps and the distant rumble of the mountain. But as they ventured further, something began to shift, a subtle hum in the air, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mountain. Arlen paused for a moment, his hand resting on the rough stone wall. The hum was growing louder, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through his chest. It wasn't just the mountain, it was as if the cave itself was alive, breathing, waiting. "Do you feel that?" Lyra whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "I do," Arlen replied, his voice low and tense. "It's like the mountain itself is calling to us." They continued on, the path narrowing as they descended deeper into the earth. The air grew colder, and the walls seemed to pulse with an energy that made the hairs on the back of Arlen's neck stand on end. Every step brought them closer to whatever awaited them at the heart of the mountain, but a gnawing fear had begun to take root in his gut. "What if we're not ready for this?" Arlen murmured, his voice tinged with doubt. Lyra stopped beside him, her gaze unwavering. "We're ready because we have no choice but to be," she said quietly. "You've come this far, Arlen. I believe in you." The warmth in her words steadied him. He drew a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you, Lyra. Let's go." They moved forward once more, the path now almost claustrophobic as the walls closed in. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. The air in the room was thick with the weight of something powerful, something old. Arlen could feel the pulse of energy here more strongly than ever. It was almost as if the entire chamber were alive, breathing in time with the mountain itself. At the center of the cavern stood a massive stone pedestal, its surface covered in strange, glowing runes. The pedestal was surrounded by an intricate pattern of symbols etched into the floor, a labyrinth of light and shadow that seemed to shift as they stepped closer. Atop the pedestal, a small, crystal-like orb pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. "The heart of the mountain," Arlen whispered, awe and fear mixing in his chest. Lyra stepped forward cautiously. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "But there's something more here. Something we don't understand." Arlen nodded, his heart racing as he approached the pedestal. He could feel the weight of the mountain's gaze upon them. And as his fingers brushed against the orb, a surge of energy coursed through his body. The light of the orb flared brightly, illuminating the entire chamber in a blinding flash. For a moment, everything was silent, as if the world itself had paused. And then, with a suddenness that made Arlen's heart stop, the orb began to crack. The sound of the crack reverberated through the cavern, a deep, resounding tremor that shook the very foundation of the mountain. The runes on the pedestal and the symbols on the floor flared to life, their light flashing in sync with the cracks forming along the surface of the orb. "What's happening?" Lyra gasped, her voice tight with fear. Arlen stumbled back, his hand instinctively reaching for Lyra's. "I don't know," he said, his voice shaky. "I think we've awakened something." The orb cracked open completely, revealing a swirling vortex of light and shadow within. From the depths of the vortex came a voice, low, ancient, and filled with a power that seemed to shake the very air around them. "Who dares awaken me?" The voice rumbled, echoing through the cavern. It was the voice of the mountain itself, or perhaps something even older, something more powerful. Arlen's breath caught in his throat. This was not just a force of nature, it was something far more ancient and dangerous. I didn't mean to," Arlen stammered, his heart pounding. We were just trying to understand." The voice chuckled, a sound that sent chills down Arlen's spine. "Understand? You have awoken that which should never be disturbed. Now, you will bear the consequences." Before Arlen could react, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the chamber was plunged into darkness. The vortex flared brightly, and suddenly, they were no longer standing on solid ground. They were falling. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime as they plummeted through the void. The swirling vortex of light and shadow twisted around them, pulling them deeper into the mountain's heart, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, the fall stopped. They were standing on solid ground once more. Though the world around them was nothing like what it had been before, they were no longer in the cavern. They were somewhere else, a place of endless twilight, where the sky was a swirling mass of stars, and the ground was covered in soft, glowing moss. The air was still and heavy, and the silence was profound. This isn't the same place," Lyra whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Arlen didn't answer. He was too stunned, too lost in the strange beauty of the new world they had found themselves in. But deep inside, a feeling began to grow, a feeling that this was only the beginning. The heart of the mountain had opened a door to something much larger than they had ever imagined. And in the distance, something moved. Something ancient, something powerful. The adventure was far from over. The strange world around them felt both unnervingly silent and vibrantly alive. Arlen's gaze darted across the landscape, taking in the luminous sky, the soft, glowing moss beneath their feet, and the towering, twisted trees that seemed to sway in a windless breeze. The stars overhead shimmered like diamonds scattered across velvet, and the air was filled with the scent of something both sweet and faintly metallic. It was a place that existed somewhere between dream and reality, a realm that did not belong to the waking world. Lyra stepped forward, her feet making no sound as she moved across the moss-covered ground. Her eyes, wide with awe and curiosity, flicked over the shifting colors of the sky. "Where are we?" she whispered, almost afraid to break the silence that enveloped them. Arlen didn't have an answer. He reached out to touch a nearby tree, its bark smooth and cool to the touch, but it pulsed with a strange energy, like the very heart of the mountain had given it life. "I don't know, Lyra. But it feels ancient. As if we've crossed a boundary we shouldn't have." The voice from the mountain echoed in his mind, the rumbling tones still reverberating in his ears. "Now, you will bear the consequences." The words filled him with a sense of foreboding, but also with an undeniable pull to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the silence. Arlen's heart skipped a beat as he turned toward the source. In the distance, beyond the strange trees, a figure emerged from the mist that clung to the ground like a shroud. It was tall, cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered like the surface of a still lake, and its features were indistinct, shifting as if made of the very mist itself. Lyra tensed beside him, her eyes narrowing as she stepped closer to Arlen. "Who is that?" she whispered. "I don't know," Arlen replied, his voice barely audible. "But I don't think we're alone here." The figure moved gracefully toward them, its steps slow and deliberate. As it approached, the air seemed to hum with an unearthly energy. The soft glow of the moss beneath their feet flickered in time with the figure's movements, and the stars overhead seemed to dim in its presence. When it was close enough, the figure stopped, and the mist that surrounded it began to settle, revealing more of its form. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but its eyes, when they glanced toward Arlen and Lyra, shone with an unnatural light, pale and silver, like two distant moons. The figure tilted its head, studying them with an intensity that felt like it could see into their very souls. "You should not be here," the figure spoke, its voice a soft, melodic echo that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was both beautiful and chilling. Like the whisper of the wind through the trees, but with an edge of sorrow. Arlen swallowed hard, stepping forward cautiously. "We didn't mean to come here. We were just trying to understand. We awakened something in the mountain, and it brought us here." The figure's silver eyes seemed to pierce him as it considered his words. "The dreamer's mountain," it murmured. "You have disturbed the balance. It was never meant for your kind to see what lies beyond." Lyra clenched her fists at her sides. "We didn't have a choice. The mountain called to us. We couldn't just leave." The figure seemed to contemplate this for a moment before speaking again. "It is true that some things cannot be ignored. But you must understand, the mountain is not simply a place. It is a gateway, a door to realms far older than the world you know." Arlen's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean? What is this place?" "This is the dreamer's realm," the figure explained, its voice heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge. "It is a place between worlds, a realm of the forgotten and the lost. It is where dreams and memories are woven together, where time flows differently. The mountain you sought was but a stepping stone to this place. And now that you have crossed the threshold, you are bound to it." A shiver ran down Arlen's spine as the word sank in. "Bound to it? What does that mean for us?" The figure stepped closer, its presence unsettling yet strangely comforting. "It means you are no longer just visitors. You are part of this world now, woven into its very fabric. And you will remain here until the mountain calls you again, or until you have undone the damage you've caused." Lyra's voice trembled slightly. "What damage? What are we supposed to undo?" The figure's eyes seemed to flicker with a distant sorrow. "The dreamer's mountain was never meant to be awakened by mortal hands. It holds the memories of the ancient ones, of those who walked before your time. And now, the balance has been fractured. The dreamers that once lived in harmony with the mountain are lost. and the dreams they left behind are fading. You must restore what has been broken, or else this realm, this place you now find yourself in, will wither and die. The silence hung in the air like a heavy fog, each word of the figure's speech sinking into the ground, echoing through the vastness of the strange world they now inhabited. Arlen looked at Lyra, their faces filled with confusion and uncertainty. How are we supposed to fix this? We're just two people. The figure's lips parted in a faint smile, though there was no warmth in it. You are more than you realize. The Dreamer's Mountain chose you for a reason. Perhaps you are the ones who can remember what was lost. Perhaps you are the ones who can awaken the forgotten dreamers. But time is short, and the longer you linger here, the harder it will be to return. With those words, the figure stepped back, its presence lingering in the air as though it had never been there at all. The silence that followed was deafening, as if the very world held its breath. Arlen turned to Lyra, his mind racing with everything the figure had told them. There was no time to waste. They had to find a way to fix what had been broken, but where could they even begin? The answers, he knew, were hidden somewhere within this strange realm, in the forgotten dreams of those who had once walked the mountain. And it was up to them to uncover them before the mountain, and everything they had just witnessed, disappeared forever. Let's go, Arlen said, his voice steady despite the weight of the task ahead. We have to find the dreamers. The air was still, as if holding its breath, and the weight of the mountain pressed down on them with an almost tangible force. Arlen and Lyra stood at the edge of the clearing, where the figure had just vanished into the mist. The strange, glowing trees and the pulsing moss beneath their feet felt like both a part of this world and an intrusion into their own, as though the very fabric of reality was being twisted around them. Arlen took a deep breath, his mind racing. The dreamers. What did that figure mean by awakening them? And how do we even begin to fix this? Lyra didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gazed at the distant horizon, where the mountain's peak was hidden in the clouds. The figure's words lingered in the air like an unspoken promise. They had been chosen for a reason, but why? What were they supposed to do with this responsibility? I don't know, Lyra finally whispered, her voice a soft tremor. But I feel like we have no choice but to try. Whatever this is, it's bigger than both of us. Arlen nodded, his eyes narrowing with determination. We've come this far, Lyra. We can't turn back now. The dreamers are counting on us. The mountain is counting on us. A sudden, distant sound broke through the silence, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound vibrated through the ground beneath their feet, making the moss pulse in time with the rhythm. That's it, Arlen murmured, his gaze flicking toward the sound source. We need to follow it. Without another word, they began to move through the strange, glowing forest. The path ahead was unclear, winding and twisting like a maze, but the melody led them forward, a beacon in the dark, guiding them deeper into the heart of the mountain's realm. As they walked, the stars overhead flickered with greater intensity, casting a soft light over the landscape. The forest grew denser, the trees more twisted and gnarled, their bark covered in strange symbols that seemed to shimmer in the light. Arlen couldn't help but feel the weight of the mountain's history pressing down on them, the sense that every step they took was echoing through time itself. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. Its surface was like liquid glass, reflecting the strange, pale light of the stars above. In the center of the lake stood an island, surrounded by a faint mist that glowed with an ethereal light, the melody. Lyra whispered, her voice almost reverent. "It's coming from there." Arlen nodded, his heart racing. He could feel it now, the pull of the island, as if it were calling to them, beckoning them closer. Without hesitation, he began to make his way toward the water's edge. But as he took his first step, something shifted in the air. A low rumble echoed through the ground, and the surface of the lake began to ripple, sending waves of energy coursing through the air. The mist surrounding the island thickened, and the soft, melodic hum grew louder, more insistent. Lyra grabbed his arm. "Arlen, wait. Something's wrong." But it was too late. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and before they could react, a massive wave of energy shot up from the lake, enveloping them in a blinding light. The sound of the hum reached a crescendo, filling their ears and drowning out everything else. For a moment, Arlen felt as if he were falling, as if the world itself was unraveling around him. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the light and the sound faded, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Arlen's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. He could still feel the energy in the air, a faint hum that seemed to resonate through his very bones. Slowly, he opened his eyes. They were no longer standing at the edge of the lake. Instead, they stood in a vast, open field. The ground was soft beneath their feet, the grass swaying gently in a breeze that wasn't there. The sky above was a deep, rich purple, dotted with stars that shimmered like distant beacons. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of the mountain, its peak now crowned with a glowing, swirling cloud. "This isn't where we were," Lyra said, her voice filled with awe and uncertainty. Arlen nodded, still trying to process what had just happened. "It's like we've been transported. But where are we?" Before they could react further, a figure appeared before them, stepping out from the shadows of the tall, swaying grass. It was a woman, tall and regal, with flowing hair that seemed to shift with the colors of the sky. Her robes, made of some delicate, shimmering fabric, billowed around her as if caught in an unseen wind. "Welcome," she said, her voice smooth and melodic, like the hum they had heard earlier. "You have arrived." Lyra stepped forward cautiously. "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently, her eyes shining with an ancient wisdom. "I am one of the dreamers, the keepers of the mountain's secrets. And you have come to the heart of the dreamer's realm." Arlen's breath caught. "The dreamers. You're one of them?" The woman nodded, her gaze shifting to the swirling clouds around the mountain peak. "Yes. I am part of the very dream that binds this place together. And now, you must understand what it is you've come to awaken." Lyra's eyes narrowed. "What do we need to do? How can we fix what's been broken?" The woman's smile faded slightly, her expression growing more somber. "You must first understand the dreamer's truth. The mountain has always been a place of balance, where dreams and memories intertwine. But now, something has disturbed that balance. The dreamers you seek have been scattered, lost to the currents of time and space. It is your task to bring them together again." Only then can the realm be restored. Arlen's heart raced. The weight of their task was becoming clearer with each passing moment. How do we bring them together? The woman's gaze softened, and she extended a hand toward them. By finding the dreams that have been scattered across the realms. The lost memories of the dreamers hold the key. You must seek them out, one by one, and restore the dream they once shared. And with that, the woman vanished into the shimmering mist. Leaving Arlen and Lyra standing alone in the field, the weight of their task hanging heavy in the air, the dreamer's realm had shown them its secrets, but it had also given them a mission far greater than they could have ever imagined. It was now up to them to restore balance to a world that had long been forgotten. Arlen stood in the field, the air thick with the weight of their new purpose. Lyra, beside him, seemed equally lost in thought, her eyes distant, as if trying to piece together the puzzle that the dreamers had just set before them. The world around them was calm, too calm, almost, considering what they had just learned. The mountain's peak still glowed faintly in the distance, the swirling clouds above it like a beacon guiding them forward, but the path ahead seemed uncertain. Lyra broke the silence first, her voice quiet but firm. We can't do this alone. We need to figure out where to start. Arlen nodded, taking a slow breath. We have no choice but to move forward. The dreamers need us. And we have to find their memories. The words felt heavier than he expected, as though they held an unseen power. Finding the scattered dreams of the dreamers wasn't going to be easy, and yet, it was the only path they could take. The vision of the woman, the dreamer who had spoken to them, was still vivid in Arlen's mind, her eyes, full of ancient wisdom, and the way she had promised that the dreams held the key to restoring the balance. We need to find the first dreamer, Arlen said, though the words didn't feel fully real. The one who can help us understand the rest. The one who can lead us to the others. Lyra turned to face him, her brow furrowed. How do we find them? Though. The woman said they're scattered. What if we can't? I don't know yet, Arlen replied, shaking his head. But we have to try. There has to be a clue. The dreamer's realm is too connected. Too alive. There's something we're missing. They both fell silent, each lost in their thoughts, before a sudden rustle in the air interrupted their quiet contemplation. A soft breeze, almost like a whisper, passed through the tall grass that surrounded them. Arlen looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. A figure was emerging from the mist that lingered around the field, stepping lightly toward them. It was tall and cloaked, but the figure's presence was different from the woman they had seen earlier. This figure seemed to shimmer, like a mirage formed from the very air itself. As the figure approached, its form became clearer, a tall man, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. His cloak, woven with threads of gold and silver, seemed to move with a life of its own, shifting in response to the surrounding wind. Arlen and Lyra exchanged a quick glance, both sensing that this was no ordinary person. The man stopped a few paces away from them and bowed slightly, a respectful gesture. I am the dreamer of the winds, he said, his voice carrying a soft, melodic tone, much like the hum that had echoed through the air earlier. I have been waiting for you. Arlen felt a chill run down his spine. You're one of the dreamers? He asked, Though it felt like the answer was already clear, the dreamer nodded. Yes. I have watched over the winds that swirl around this mountain for centuries, keeping the balance of dreams and memories. And now, I see that you have been chosen to restore that balance. Lyra stepped forward, her gaze filled with both hope and doubt. How do we find the other dreamers? The ones whose memories have been lost? The dreamer of the wind smiled gently, his eyes glimmering with the wisdom of the ages. You seek to awaken the memories of the dreamers. But to do so, you must first understand the nature of the winds that carry those dreams. Each dreamer's memory is tied to a specific element, an essence that defines their very being. The winds, the earth, the fire, the water, they are all part of the dreamer's realm. And it is through the winds that you must begin. Arlen's mind raced, trying to grasp the meaning of the dreamer's words. So, to find the others, we have to understand the elements they represent. The dreamer of the winds nodded. Yes. But be warned, each element holds its own trials and challenges. The path to awakening the dreamers is not an easy one. You will need to gather the essence of each element to awaken the dreamer's memory, piece by piece. Lyra looked toward the distant mountain, her brow furrowed. Which element do we start with? The dreamer's gaze turned toward the peak of the mountain, his eyes narrowing with focus. The winds first, for they are the breath of the mountain. The winds hold the memory of the past, and it is through them that you will find your first key. Follow the path where the wind speaks the loudest. There, you will find the next piece of the puzzle. Arlen and Lyra exchanged another glance, both feeling the weight of the task ahead of them. But there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the mountain was counting on them. Thank you, Arlen said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty in his heart. We will do what we must. The dreamer of the winds nodded once more, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Remember, young ones. The winds will guide you, but only if you listen carefully. Trust in them, and they will lead you to where you need to go. With that, the dreamer's form began to dissolve, becoming one with the breeze that swirled around them. The air seemed to grow lighter, and the soft hum of the wind filled the space once again. Arlen and Lyra stood silently for a moment, taking in the dreamer's words. Then, without another word, they turned and began to walk toward the mountain, the wind at their backs, guiding them forward. The path was set. The air grew colder as Arlen and Lyra continued their ascent up the mountain. The wind, now more persistent, whispered to them in voices that seemed to come from the very heart of the mountain itself. The path was steep, winding, and treacherous, but they pressed on. There was no turning back now. They had learned from the dreamer of the winds that they needed to follow the wind's guidance, to let it lead them to the first key, the essence of the winds that would unlock the memory of the dreamer. But even with that knowledge, they felt a growing sense of uncertainty. What would they find when they reached the summit? Would they truly be able to awaken the dreamer's memories? And if they did, what would it mean for the world around them? Lyra broke the silence, her voice soft but filled with a quiet determination. Do you think we'll be able to handle the trials ahead, Arlen? Each element has its own challenges. And we know so little about them. Arlen glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. The weight of her question was not lost on him. They were venturing into the unknown, driven by the hope that they could restore the balance of dreams and memories. But deep down, he shared her doubts. "I don't know," he admitted, his gaze turning to the swirling wind around them. "But we don't have much choice, do we? We have to trust in what we've learned so far. The dreamers are counting on us, and the mountain itself is guiding us." "That has to mean something," Lyra nodded, though she still seemed uncertain. The path they walked was now covered in patches of thick mist, which clung to their feet like the whispers of forgotten dreams. The mist grew heavier as they climbed higher, the chill biting through their clothes. It felt as though the air itself was thick with waiting, as if something ancient and powerful was watching them. The wind picked up again, its sound growing more intense. It howled through the trees, swirling around their bodies and pulling at their hair, as if trying to carry them forward. Arlen stopped for a moment, listening intently. The wind had changed direction, becoming sharper, colder. It seemed to be beckoning them. "That way," Arlen said, his voice steady as he pointed towards a narrow opening in the mist. There, between two towering rock formations, the path seemed to stretch upward, leading into the heart of the mountain. Without a word, Lyra followed him, and together they made their way toward the gap in the rocks. As they passed through it, the wind's howling intensified, almost as if it was urging them forward. The mist seemed to part for them, revealing a hidden passageway that twisted and spiraled up the mountain, its walls lined with ancient carvings that glowed faintly in the dim light. The carvings seemed to tell stories, stories of long-forgotten times, of dreamers whose names had been lost to history. Each image spoke of struggles, triumphs, and wisdom passed down through the ages. The deeper they went, the more they felt the presence of something immense, something ancient. As they reached the top of the winding path, they found themselves standing in a large cavern. The wind was quieter now, almost gentle, as though it were waiting for them to understand. The cavern stretched out before them, filled with strange, glowing crystals that pulsed with an ethereal light. In the center of the cavern stood a stone pedestal, on which lay an ancient, intricately carved box. It was surrounded by swirling winds that circled it, pulling the air around it in a rhythmic dance. Arlen approached the pedestal cautiously, his breath catching in his throat. "This must be it," he whispered. "The key." Lyra stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the box. "But how do we open it? How do we unlock what's inside?" The wind seemed to answer her question, as if it had been waiting for her words. It surged around the pedestal, swirling faster and faster, until it formed a vortex of light and sound. The cavern itself seemed to vibrate with the power of the wind. Arlen reached out, feeling a sudden pull toward the box. He wasn't sure what had prompted him, but he knew that now was the moment. With a deep breath, he placed his hands on the box, feeling the ancient power hum beneath his fingers. The moment his hands made contact, the wind grew even stronger, the sound almost deafening. Then, with a soft click, the box slowly opened. Inside, instead of a physical object, there was only light, a bright, radiant glow that seemed to pulse with life. It wasn't just light, though. It was as if the very essence of the wind had been contained within the box, a piece of the dreamer's memory waiting to be unlocked. Suddenly, a voice, distant yet clear, echoed in Arlen's mind. It was the voice of the dreamer of the winds. "You have found the first piece. The winds hold the memories of those who have walked before you, those who have shaped the path ahead. But be warned, Young dreamers, the trials are far from over. The winds will not always be gentle. Trust in each other, and in the winds, for they are the key to the future. Only by unlocking each piece can you restore the balance. The light from the box began to swirl around them, lifting from the pedestal and spreading throughout the cavern. As it moved, the mist began to rise, swirling around them like a living thing. The winds were no longer an external force, they were a part of them, connecting them to the mountain, to the dreamers, and to something much larger than they had ever imagined. Arlen felt a rush of clarity. The wind was no longer a mystery, it was a guide, a force that would lead them to the next piece of the puzzle. "We've done it," he said, his voice filled with awe. "We've awakened the first memory." Lyra smiled, her eyes shining with newfound determination. "Then let's keep going. There's more to find." Together, they stepped forward into the swirling winds, ready to face whatever came next on their journey to restore the dreamers' memories and bring balance to the world. The winds had spoken, and the path was clear. The wind's whispers grew softer as Arlen and Lyra ventured deeper into the heart of the cavern, the light from the box still swirling around them like an ethereal cloud. The air had changed. The staleness of the mountain walls seemed to dissipate, replaced by a fresh, almost sacred feeling as if the mountain itself was breathing with them. They walked in silence for a moment, each processing what had just happened. The light from the box had revealed something far beyond their understanding. It wasn't just a fragment of memory, it was an invitation. The winds had spoken, but the words had been like a riddle, something to be unraveled with time. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, and yet the wind's soft murmur was now guiding them. Every step they took felt lighter, as if the very air around them had become a source of strength. It wasn't long before they reached a narrow tunnel at the far end of the cavern, bathed in soft blue light. Lyra paused at the entrance, her brow furrowed in thought. "Do you feel that? The wind that it's almost like it's waiting for us to take the next step?" Arlen nodded, his hand resting on the stone beside him. "The dreamer said we must trust in each other. And in the winds. That's what we've been doing so far, right? We can't stop now." With a shared glance, they stepped into the tunnel, the cool stone beneath their feet echoing their every move. As they walked deeper into the passage, the light grew brighter, more intense. The walls were covered in delicate carvings, symbols that seemed to shift as they passed by. The air felt charged, alive with magic, as if the very stone of the mountain was imbued with the essence of forgotten times. The passage eventually opened into a vast, open chamber. The sight before them was breathtaking. Before them, suspended in midair, was a glowing orb. It hovered above a pool of crystal-clear water, casting shimmering reflections on the walls. The orb pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow, echoing the steady beat of a heart. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, breathing in unison with the dreamers. "Is this the second key?" Lyra's voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile peace of the place. Arlen stepped forward, drawn to the orb's glow. "I think it is," he said. "But how do we unlock it? How do we awaken the next memory?" Just as he spoke, the orb seemed to react to their presence, its light growing brighter. A soft, melodic hum filled the air, resonating through their bones. It was the sound of something ancient, something that had been waiting for centuries to be heard again. The water beneath the orb began to ripple, and from the depths of the pool, a figure emerged, an apparition, glowing with an ethereal light. The figure's features were obscured, but there was something familiar about the way it moved. It was graceful, fluid, as though it was part of the very essence of the mountain. "Who are you?" Arlen asked, his voice trembling with awe. The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering his question. Then, in a voice that was both gentle and powerful, it spoke. "I am the dreamer of the waters, the keeper of memories long forgotten. I have waited for those who would come to restore the balance." Lyra stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "The dreamers. You mean we're not the only ones?" The dreamer of the waters nodded slowly. "You are the ones who have awakened the first key, the essence of the wind. But the path is far from over. The waters hold the second key, and you must unlock it if you are to continue." Arlen felt his heart race. "How do we unlock it? What must we do?" The dreamer of the waters gestured toward the orb, its glowing form now steady. "The key lies within you. You must reach into the water and allow the memory of the dreamer to awaken within your soul. Only then will the second piece of the dreamer's memory be revealed." Lyra looked to Arlen, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Do you think we're ready for this? To face whatever memory lies within the water?" Arlen met her gaze, a quiet determination settling in his chest. "We don't have a choice. The dreamers need us, and we need to remember. Together, we can face whatever comes next." Taking a deep breath, Arlen stepped forward, his hand reaching toward the shimmering orb. As his fingers brushed the surface of the water, a rush of images flooded his mind, flashes of memories that were not his own. He saw glimpses of the dreamers, of their struggles and triumphs, their hopes and dreams, all lost to time. The memories twisted and swirled around him, pulling him deeper into their world. Then, suddenly, he saw something else, something dark. A shadow that stretched across the dreamer's world. A force of destruction that sought to unravel everything. The shadow was growing, its presence heavy in the air. Arlen felt the weight of it pressing down on him, and for a moment, he faltered. But then he heard the wind, gentle and calm, guiding him forward. "Do not fear," the voice of the dreamer of the waters echoed softly. "The shadow is only a part of the journey. You must face it, but you are not alone. The winds will carry you through." With renewed strength, Arlen reached deeper into the water, feeling the memory of the dreamer rise within him. The shadow began to recede, its grip loosening as the light of the orb filled the cavern. And in that moment, Arlen understood. The dreamer's memories were not just to be restored, they were to be carried forward, so that their light would shine again, and the shadows could not consume them. When Arlen pulled his hand back from the water, the orb's light dimmed slightly, but the cavern was alive with the energy of the memory they had unlocked. The second piece had been revealed. "We've done it," Arlen whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lyra smiled, a sense of peace settling over her. "The path is becoming clearer." Together, they turned toward the next challenge, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The mountain was guiding them, and they were ready to follow, knowing that each step brought them closer to restoring the dreamers, and to unlocking the future. The light from the orb still shimmered in their minds as Arlen and Lyra stood in the vast cavern, the echoes of the dreamer of the waters fading softly into the distance. They had unlocked the second key, the essence of water, and with it came an understanding, an awareness of the path ahead. But they knew, deep within, that their journey was far from over. The mountain around them seemed to hum with energy, as though the stone itself was alive with the power they had awakened. The water's ripples continued to dance across the cavern, the soft glow of the orb now casting gentle shadows on the walls, illuminating the symbols carved into the stone. The words of the dreamer resonated within Arlen's heart. The shadow grows. It will test you, but together, you will find the light. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the distant glow of the orb. The shadow. I keep thinking about it. What is it? Why does it keep following us? Arlen's gaze wandered back to the water, the swirling reflections beneath its surface forming shapes he could not fully comprehend. I don't know. But I think the shadow is more than just a thing, it's a force. Something that doesn't want the dreamer's memories to be restored. But we have to keep going. We have to find the third key, and only then will we be able to face it. Lyra nodded slowly, her fingers lightly brushing the edge of the stone. What do you think the third key will be? The dreamer of the waters spoke of the elements. But we've unlocked wind and water. What's next? Arlen was quiet for a moment, his thoughts swirling. I think it's fire. Or maybe earth. The balance must be complete. Wind, water, fire, earth. It's the foundation of everything. We've already unlocked the first two, but it's like the pieces are just part of a bigger puzzle. Lyra smiled faintly. I think you're right. The elements. And if we're to face the shadow, we need all of them, don't we? Arlen nodded, his hand tightening around the box that had been their guide thus far. It was warm now, almost as if the light inside it was responding to their resolve. They turned to leave the cavern, the air growing cooler as they made their way back through the winding tunnels. The path ahead seemed more uncertain now, but they were no longer afraid. Together, they had unlocked the first two keys. Together, they would unlock the third. As they emerged from the cavern into the open mountain air, a change seemed to settle over them. The sky above was filled with heavy clouds, swirling in patterns that mirrored the same currents they had seen in the water. The winds had changed. The once gentle breeze was now a fierce gust, and the mountains seemed to shudder beneath their feet. Arlen. Lyra's voice was filled with a strange urgency. Do you feel that? He stopped, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. Far off, nestled between the peaks, there was a flicker, a glimmer of light that appeared to be moving. Weaving through the mountain passes, it's the fire, he whispered. It's calling us. The two of them set off at a brisk pace, the light flickering ahead like a distant star, guiding them. The mountain was growing darker, the winds howling louder. The shadow was close. They could feel it, like a presence at the edges of their minds. It had been growing since they had unlocked the second key, and now, it was closing in. The flickering light drew them forward, the air growing warmer as they neared the source. They arrived at a vast cliffside, where the mountainside dropped away into a valley below, deep and untamed. And there, standing before them, was a fire unlike any they had seen before. It wasn't just a fire, it was a force, its flames swirling upward into the sky, twisting and turning in patterns as if alive, as though it too was a guardian, waiting for them. Arlen felt the pull of the flame. It was like the wind, like the water, alive, but different. Fiercer. Hotter. Lyra gazed at it in awe, stepping forward cautiously. "This is it," she said, her voice steady, though her hands trembled. The third key. Arlen's heart raced as he stepped forward, his hand outstretched toward the fire. The warmth of it kissed his skin, a sudden rush of energy flooding his veins. The fire was beckoning them, calling them to understand its essence. He could hear the faintest whisper in the flames. An ancient voice speaking in riddles: the fire does not burn without purpose. It illuminates and purifies. To claim the third key, you must embrace the fire and accept its truth. Lyra's voice broke the silence. "What does that mean?" Arlen's eyes narrowed as he focused on the flame, the swirling patterns of it beginning to form symbols, shapes that seemed to tell a story. The fire wasn't just a force, it was the essence of creation and destruction, of light and darkness. To unlock it, they had to understand it, to connect with its core. The wind rushed behind them, the fire flickering in response to its call. And as they stood there, bathed in the warmth of the flame, Arlen knew what they had to do. The fire was not to be controlled. It was to be felt, experienced. With a deep breath, Arlen stepped into the heart of the flames, feeling the heat wrap around him like a living thing, his body glowing with the fire's power. The light seemed to surge within him, filling him with understanding. The shadow was close, yes, but it was also a part of the fire. The light and the dark were intertwined. To defeat the shadow, they had to embrace both, not as enemies, but as two halves of the same whole. The fire roared as it consumed him, and in that moment, Arlen saw the truth. The third key had been unlocked. It wasn't fire alone that they needed, it was balance. Wind, water, fire, and earth. Together, they formed the strength to face the shadow. When the flames faded, Arlen stood tall, the energy of the fire still pulsing within him. Lyra was beside him, her eyes wide in awe. The third key was theirs. "The shadow doesn't stand a chance," Arlen whispered, and with the three keys now awakened, they turned toward the final challenge, the shadow itself. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, swirling like a vast ocean above them. The winds that had once whispered through the mountain were now fierce and unrelenting, howling around them in waves. The fire that had once flickered with purpose now raged like a tempest, and the world felt as if it were holding its breath. Arlen and Lyra stood at the edge of the cliff. Their feet firm against the rocky ground, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the shadow loomed, growing larger with each passing moment. It was not just a shadow of darkness, it was a force, an ancient presence that stretched across the mountain and beyond, sweeping through the land like a consuming storm. The key to the fire still burned within them, the light of the flames swirling in their hearts, filling them with warmth, strength, and a strange clarity. But as the shadow drew nearer, the warmth seemed to dim, the balance they had fought so hard to maintain beginning to waver. Lyra's voice was barely audible over the howling winds. "We've unlocked the keys. But is it enough?" Arlen turned to her, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "It has to be. The fire, the water, the wind, they're all part of us now. They've given us the strength to face whatever comes. We can't stop now." The shadow was nearly upon them, the air growing cold as its presence closed in. It was no longer a distant force, but a tangible thing, creeping through the mountain like a tide of darkness. Arlen could feel its weight on his chest, the air thick and suffocating. It was a force of chaos, a void seeking to undo everything they had worked for. Lyra's hand found his, her grip steady despite the chaos around them. "We've come this far," she said, her voice a steady calm amidst the storm. "We've unlocked the 3 keys. We've faced the elements. Now we face the shadow." Arlen nodded, his heart pounding. The shadow was the final challenge, the ultimate test of everything they had learned. The keys had given them power, yes, but it was more than that. They had unlocked a connection to the world itself, to the very forces of nature. They had learned to listen to the winds, to feel the currents of the water, to understand the fire's pulse. But the shadow was different. It wasn't something they could fight with brute strength or force. It wasn't a monster to be slain, it was a reflection of everything they had yet to understand. It was a challenge not of power, but of perception. The shadow loomed larger, its form now beginning to take shape, twisting and writhing as though it were alive. A dark figure emerged from the swirling mass, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figure was familiar, yet not. It was the embodiment of fear, of doubt, of every shadow that had ever haunted their journey. "You've come so far," the shadow spoke, its voice a low, resonating echo that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath them. "But do you truly understand what you seek? You've unlocked the keys, but the truth is not so easily found. The fire, the water, the wind, they are but pieces of the whole. The earth, the heart, the mind, they are the true keys. But you, Arlen, and you, Lyra, you've overlooked them." Arlen stepped forward, his heart burning with the fire of determination. "We haven't overlooked anything. We've unlocked what was meant to be unlocked. We understand what we've been given." The shadow's laughter was a hollow sound, echoing through the winds. "You understand? Do you truly? Then face the truth of your own hearts. For the shadow will only fall when you confront what lies within. Only then will you understand the final key." Lyra's grip tightened on Arlen's hand. The final key. The shadow shifted, its form changing once more, now a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to consume the light itself. "The shadow is not an enemy, Arlen. It is a reflection of your own fears, your own doubts. It is what you carry within, what you refuse to face. Only when you confront the deepest parts of yourselves will you truly be free." Arlen felt his breath catch in his chest. The shadow was speaking the truth. They had unlocked the elements, yes, but had they truly unlocked their own hearts? Had they faced the darkness within themselves? The fire, the water, the wind, those were the external forces, the elements that shaped the world. But the earth, the heart, the mind, those were the forces within them. The shadow was not just a force of darkness. It was a reflection of all they had yet to understand. Arlen closed his eyes, his mind racing. What was he afraid of? What was Lyra afraid of? He had unlocked the power of the elements, but had he truly unlocked his own potential? Had he confronted the fears that held him back, the doubts that lingered at the edges of his mind? Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, soft and steady. We have to face it, Arlen. Together. The shadow isn't just something to defeat. It's something we have to understand. Arlen opened his eyes, his gaze meeting hers. They had come so far, but this was the final test. Not of strength or power, but of understanding. They had to face the shadow within themselves before they could defeat it. With a deep breath, Arlen stepped forward. His heart open, his mind clear. The shadow writhed before him, its form shifting and changing, but he no longer saw it as an enemy. He saw it for what it was, a part of him. A part of Lyra. A part of every person who had ever walked this path. Lyra stepped beside him, her voice calm but filled with conviction. We are not afraid. We've faced the elements. We've unlocked the keys. And now, we unlock ourselves. The shadow paused, its form flickering as if unsure of what to do. The wind seemed to still, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. The ground beneath them hummed with energy, as though the very mountain was waiting for them to act. Arlen reached out his hand toward the shadow. His fingers trembling, not with fear, but with understanding. The shadow seemed to recoil for a moment, but then, slowly, it began to dissolve, the darkness melting away like mist in the morning sun. The mountain sighed, a deep, resonating sound that echoed through the air. The shadow had been faced. The truth had been unlocked, and in that moment, Arlen and Lyra understood, the final key had never been about conquering the darkness. It had been about embracing it, understanding it, and finding the light within. The true power lay not in defeating the shadow, but in accepting it as a part of the journey. The winds calmed. The fire dimmed. The water flowed gently once more. And in the silence that followed, Arlen and Lyra knew their journey was complete. The mountain had been climbed, the shadow had been faced, and the keys had been unlocked. The world was at peace, and so, the dreamer's mountain stood still, waiting for the next dreamer to find their way. The mountain stood silent, as if it, too, had exhaled a long-held breath. The storm had passed, leaving behind a quiet calm that seemed to touch every corner of the world. The winds no longer howled through the cliffs, and the fire, once wild and fierce, had settled into a gentle warmth. Even the water, which had surged and roared in their path, now flowed with a peaceful rhythm. It was a moment of peace, but it was fleeting. There was still much left to understand. Much left to discover. Arlen and Lyra stood side by side, their hands still connected, their bodies weary but their spirits unbroken. They had confronted the shadow, unlocked the final key, and the world had responded with quiet acceptance. But there was a deep, unspoken truth between them. They hadn't finished their journey. Not yet. The mountain had been transformed, but so had they. The fire, water, wind, and shadow were no longer just external forces, they were part of them. Every step they had taken, every trial they had faced, had been about learning not only about the world around them but also about themselves. They had unlocked something within that was far more powerful than the elements themselves. Lyra's voice broke the silence, soft but filled with the weight of understanding. It's not over, is it? Arlen turned to her, meeting her gaze with a quiet intensity. No. It's only just begun. The journey had been one of growth, a journey into the unknown, but this was not the end of the path. It was a beginning, the first step toward understanding the true depth of their connection to the world, to the elements, and to themselves. The wind, now gentle and caressing, seemed to whisper through the trees, as if beckoning them forward. The mountain was waiting for them to take the next step, to delve deeper into the mysteries that still lay hidden within the world. The keys had unlocked the power of the elements. But it was what they would do with that power that truly mattered. Arlen and Lyra exchanged a glance, and without a word, they began walking once more, their feet light as they moved through the lush forests that stretched before them. Every step was filled with purpose, a deep understanding that they were no longer simply walking, they were moving with the rhythms of the earth itself, connected to something far greater than themselves. As they moved further into the heart of the mountain, the air grew thick with the scent of ancient trees, their trunks towering above them like silent guardians. The path ahead was no longer clear, but they knew they had to keep moving. The journey had led them to this point. But it had also set the stage for something far more intricate and mysterious. After a long silence, Lyra finally spoke, her voice steady yet filled with curiosity. "Do you feel it, Arlen? The earth beneath us, the way it seems to hum with life?" Arlen nodded, his senses alive to the world around them. "I do. It's as though the mountain itself is waiting for us to listen, to understand." The landscape around them seemed to shift subtly, the trees leaning closer, their leaves rustling in a language that Arlen was beginning to understand. It was as if the very earth was alive, aware of their presence. And it was speaking to them, urging them to listen more closely. They walked for hours, the air growing heavy with anticipation, until they reached a clearing. The ground here was soft and moss-covered, a place where time seemed to stand still. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, weathered and ancient, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Lyra approached the altar, her steps slow and deliberate, as if she were drawn by an unseen force. Arlen followed, his heart racing with a sense of inevitability. The altar seemed to call to them, a silent invitation to discover what lay beyond the surface of their journey. As they stood before the altar, a voice echoed in their minds, soft yet powerful. "You have unlocked the keys, but the path is not complete. The final step is yet to come. What you seek lies within the earth, within the heart, and within your own souls." Lyra placed her hand on the altar, her fingers tracing the symbols carved into the stone. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Arlen stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he examined the markings. They were ancient, older than the mountain itself, and yet they felt familiar, as if they were written in a language that had always been part of him. His fingers brushed against the stone, and in that instant, he felt a surge of energy pass through him, a connection to something ancient and profound. "You must open your hearts," the voice continued. "For the final key is not an object or a force. It is the understanding that you carry within. The fire, the water, the wind, the earth, these are the elements of the world. But the true key lies within the unity of all things, within the balance between all that is. To unlock the final step, you must surrender your fears, your doubts, and your desires. You must trust in the path that has been laid before you." Arlen's breath caught in his chest. The voice was clear now, and its words were resonating deep within him. It was not enough to understand the elements, to master their powers. They had unlocked the keys, yes, but the final key was something far more elusive. It was about unity, about the harmony between the elements. Between the earth, and between themselves, Lyra looked at him, her eyes filled with the same realization. It's not about power. It's about connection. Yes, Arlen whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of understanding. The final key isn't something we can control. It's something we must become a part of. A unity that transcends the individual. The wind shifted around them, carrying with it the scent of earth and water, fire and air. The elements were converging, their energies blending in a symphony that resonated through every fiber of their being. Arlen and Lyra stood in the heart of the mountain, no longer separate from the world but a part of it. They closed their eyes. Their hands still on the altar, their hearts open to the deep, ancient rhythm that flowed through the earth. The final key was within them, within their understanding of the world, and it was not something they could hold, it was something they had to live, to embody, to become, and as they stood there, in the quiet of the mountain's heart, they understood, the path had never been about unlocking secrets or finding power. It had always been about balance, about becoming one with the world, and understanding the unity of all things. The final key had been unlocked, and the mountain whispered its approval, a soft sigh that echoed through the air. The journey was complete, but the path, the true path, was just beginning. The quiet of the mountain embraced them, the night deepening around their still forms as they stood at the altar. The air, now thick with the weight of understanding, seemed to hum with an unseen energy. The elements, once separate and distinct, had fused together in a delicate dance, a delicate balance that resonated not just in the mountain but in the very core of their beings. Arlen and Lyra were no longer mere travelers on a path, they had become the path itself. The stars twinkled above, as if mirroring the quiet illumination that now radiated from within them. The final key had been unlocked, but with it came an unspoken question that lingered in the silence. What now, Lyra? Her hand still resting gently on the stone altar, turned to Arlen. We've come so far, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but it feels as though the mountain is asking us for more. Arlen nodded slowly, his eyes still closed, lost in the rhythm of the wind, the whisper of the leaves, the deep pulse of the earth beneath him. Yes. It's not just about the knowledge we've gained, it's about what we do with it, what we become. Their eyes met in understanding. The journey had never been about conquering the elements or mastering their power. It had been about surrendering, opening themselves to the deeper truths of existence. It was a journey of inner discovery, of finding harmony not only within the world around them but within themselves. The mountain was a mirror, reflecting their own deepest truths. They had sought answers to the mysteries of life, and in doing so, had found not just the keys to unlock the elements but the keys to understanding themselves. They were no longer just seekers of wisdom. They had become the wisdom, the living embodiment of the very forces they had tried to comprehend. As they stood there, in the heart of the mountain, the ground beneath them shifted slightly. A soft tremor ran through the stone altar, and the symbols etched on its surface began to glow with a gentle, golden light. The mountain was responding, acknowledging their transformation. And yet, the mountain was still waiting. As though inviting them to take the next step. What is this? Lyra asked, her voice filled with awe as she watched the altar's symbols come to life. Arlen stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the shifting patterns. It's an invitation, he said softly. An invitation to go further, to understand more. The symbols on the stone altar began to pulse in a rhythmic pattern, their glow intensifying with each beat. The very air seemed to vibrate with energy, as though the mountain itself were alive, breathing in tandem with their thoughts. The world around them shifted once again, as if reality itself were folding and unfolding before their eyes. Lyra took a deep breath, stepping forward to place her hand once more on the altar. "What is it asking of us?" The voice that had spoken to them before echoed softly in their minds once more. "The time has come to embrace the next phase of your journey. You have unlocked the secrets of the elements, but now you must unlock the secret of the soul. The final understanding lies within you, but it is not something you can discover alone. It must be shared, for the unity of all things is not just a matter of balance, it is a matter of connection." Arlen felt the words resonate deep within him, as though they were being etched into his very soul. The final step was not about isolation, not about standing apart from the world. It was about unity, not just with the elements, but with each other, with the world itself. Lyra turned to him, her eyes bright with understanding. "We've learned so much, Arlen. But the last piece. It's about connection, isn't it?" Arlen nodded, feeling the truth of her words wash over him. "Yes. It's about sharing the wisdom, the harmony. It's about teaching others to find the balance, to see the unity in all things." The mountain, as if acknowledging their realization, gave a soft, rumbling sigh. The symbols on the altar flared with a final burst of light, then faded, leaving behind a soft, steady glow. The world seemed to settle, as though a great weight had been lifted. And in that silence, the final answer came. The voice, now softer than ever, spoke once more. "You have completed your journey, but your path is far from finished. The world is waiting for you to share what you have learned. The harmony you have found within yourselves must now be shared with others. Your journey has only just begun." Arlen and Lyra stood for a long moment, letting the truth settle in their hearts. The path had always been about more than just them. It had been about finding a greater purpose, about awakening to the interconnectedness of all things. And now, it was time to share that wisdom with the world. The stars above seemed to shimmer brighter, the wind rustling softly through the trees, as if encouraging them forward. The mountain had given them the knowledge they needed, but it was up to them to pass it on, to become the teachers, the guides, the caretakers of the world's wisdom. Together, they turned from the altar, walking toward the horizon. The journey had led them here, but it had also shown them the way forward. A path not just for themselves, but for all who would listen, all who would learn. And as they moved forward, they understood, the Dreamer's Mountain was not just a place of wisdom. It was a place of renewal, of hope, of the endless possibilities that lay within the human spirit. The final step was not about discovering something new, it was about awakening to what had always been within them, waiting to be shared. And so, with the mountain at their backs and the world before them, they began the next chapter of their journey, ready to share their newfound understanding with all who would listen. The path was endless, and yet, for the first time, they felt at peace with where it would lead. As Arlen and Lyra descended the mountain, the weight of their journey behind them, the world around them seemed to breathe in unison with the harmony they had found. The air was clear and crisp, the horizon stretching wide and endless before them. But even as they made their way down, they both felt the lingering presence of the mountain, a silent witness to their transformation. An ever-present reminder that their journey was not truly over. The landscape changed gradually as they moved away from the towering peaks, the rocky outcrops giving way to fields of soft grass, the earthy scent of moss now replaced by the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. The sounds of the mountain, the whispers of the wind, the distant rumblings, became quieter, as though the land itself was listening, waiting for them to speak. "Do you feel it?" Lyra asked softly, her eyes scanning the vast expanse of the valley below them. "The change," Arlen nodded, his heart full. "Yes. The world feels different. Not just around us, but within us too." They had unlocked the secret of the elements. And with that had come an understanding that had shifted their very perception of life. The unity they had found in the mountain, the balance between earth, air, fire, and water, was not a concept that belonged to the mountain alone. It was a universal truth, one that connected everything, from the smallest leaf to the tallest tree, from the rustling winds to the stillness of the night. The silence that enveloped them now seemed to hum with a deeper meaning. Their journey had not only been about understanding the natural world, but about understanding their own place within it. They had become one with the rhythm of the earth, attuned to the pulse of the world itself. But that knowledge was not meant to stay hidden in the heart of the mountain. It was meant to be shared. As they walked, the horizon began to shift in the distance, a gentle glow beginning to rise. It was the first light of dawn, casting a golden hue across the landscape, lighting their path forward. It was a symbol, a sign that they were not walking away from the mountain but towards something new, a new chapter in their journey, one that would take them into the heart of the world they had once known, and beyond. "We have much to do," Lyra said, her voice filled with quiet resolve. "The world needs to know what we've learned." Arlen smiled at her, his heart swelling with a deep sense of purpose. "And we will show them. But first, we need to share it with each other. To understand fully what we've become." The thought settled in him like a seed, ready to grow. They had unlocked the secrets of the world, but now they needed to understand the true depth of their own transformation. They were no longer the same people who had first set foot on the mountain. They had changed, and the world around them was now alive with possibilities. As the sun rose higher in the sky, they continued their descent, the valley ahead unfolding like an invitation. They had come to the mountain seeking knowledge, but they were leaving with so much more, a sense of unity, of connection, of purpose. The path that lay ahead was uncertain, but it no longer mattered. They had found something far more important than answers. They had found the courage to walk forward, together, into the unknown. The world felt new, and so did they. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the land opened before them like a canvas waiting to be painted. The world was theirs to shape, theirs to nurture. And the knowledge they carried, the wisdom they had unlocked, would be the brush with which they painted the future. Lyra paused for a moment, gazing at the valley ahead. The soft wind stirred the wildflowers, their petals catching the light. She looked at Arlen, her eyes shining. "Are you ready?" Arlen looked out over the landscape, the distant trees, the river winding through the valley. He nodded. "I've never been more ready." Together, they stepped forward, their hearts in sync, their spirits aligned. They were no longer just individuals on a path, they were part of something larger, something endless. The mountain had shown them the way, but it was the journey they would undertake together that would truly define them. The path was long. The world was vast. And yet, in that moment, as they took their first steps into the new day, it felt as if everything had already come full circle. They had unlocked the secrets of the elements, of nature, and now they would unlock the hearts of those they met along the way, for the journey of the Dreamer's Mountain was not just about seeking knowledge. It was about sharing it. About awakening others to the unity that connected all things, from the mountains to the stars. And so, with the sun rising behind them, Arlen and Lyra walked forward, hand in hand, toward the world they would help awaken. Their journey was just beginning, but they knew, deep in their hearts, that no matter where it took them, they would never be alone. The world was awakening. With every step Arlen and Lyra took, the earth seemed to stir around them. The valleys and fields that stretched out before them appeared vibrant, almost as if they were breathing in harmony with their own hearts. The knowledge they had gained atop the mountain resonated within them, a deep, unspoken connection that guided their every movement. The air was filled with the scent of new life, wildflowers in bloom, the sweet earthy tang of fresh rain on soil. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, brushing against their skin like the softest of greetings. It felt as though the land itself had been waiting for them, for this very moment. As they moved deeper into the valley, the path beneath their feet began to narrow, winding between tall grasses that swayed with the rhythm of the wind. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to lean toward them, as if watching, as if curious. Lyra smiled at the sight, sensing the quiet presence of the world around them. "There's something here," she murmured, her voice soft, as though speaking too loudly might disturb the delicate peace. "It's like the land knows us." Arlen nodded, his gaze distant. "It does. We've become part of it, just as it's become part of us. The mountain connected us to more than the elements. It's connected us to everything." The weight of their journey settled into his bones, not as a burden, but as a quiet understanding. The secrets of the mountain had unlocked not only the natural world but also something deeper within them, an understanding of their own inner landscapes. They were no longer the people who had first ventured into the peaks. They were more. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, between the elements of nature and the hearts of those they would meet. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows on the earth as they approached a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone circle, weathered by time, yet still standing tall against the forces of nature. The stones were covered in ancient moss, the markings on them worn with age, but there was a sense of reverence, a quiet power that emanated from the circle. Arlen felt a pulse in the air, a slight hum of energy that resonated deep within his chest. "This place," he said quietly, looking at Lyra. "It feels like we've been here before." Lyra's eyes widened, her fingers brushing over the surface of one of the stones. "It's familiar. Like it's calling to us." They stepped into the circle together. The ground beneath their feet solid, yet alive with energy. The moment they crossed the threshold, a change seemed to occur, an unseen shift that pulled at the fabric of the world around them. It was as if the circle was not just a physical structure, but a doorway. Arlen's mind swirled with questions, but a calm certainty settled within him. This is where it all begins. The true test. Lyra turned to him, her face serious. "The true test of what?" He took a deep breath, gazing at the stones, feeling the pulse of ancient energy reverberating through him. The test of what we've learned. The test of the balance we've discovered. It's not just about knowing the elements. It's about knowing how to live with them. In harmony with the world around us. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the trees and the distant hum of the river. The world was still, waiting. Then, without warning, the air shifted. The temperature seemed to drop slightly, and the shadows around them deepened. From the very ground beneath their feet, a soft glow began to rise, like mist curling upward in the evening light. The stones, once dull and gray, now shimmered with an ethereal light, glowing faintly under the fading sun. Lyra gasped, her hand instinctively reaching for Arlen's. "What is this?" "It's the heart of the mountain," he whispered. "The final lesson." The mist rose higher, swirling around them in soft, undulating waves. It was beautiful, calming, but also filled with an ancient power, one that felt both gentle and unyielding. And then, from the center of the circle, a voice, soft but clear, echoed in their minds, "You have come far, dreamers. But the true journey is only beginning. The world is waiting for you, for the knowledge you carry. But the question remains, can you bring balance to all that is?" Arlen's heart thudded in his chest, and Lyra's grip tightened on his hand. The voice, though unseen, was not something that could be ignored. It was a call, a challenge, and a promise all at once. Lyra looked up at him, her eyes full of questions. "What does it mean?" "It means we are not finished yet," Arlen replied softly. "The balance we've learned, our knowledge of the elements, must be applied. Not just in the mountains, but in the world beyond. It's our responsibility now." The mist swirled faster, gathering around them as though drawing them deeper into the circle. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse, as if alive, as if it were waiting for them to make their next move. Lyra took a step forward, her resolve clear. "Then let's begin." Arlen nodded, feeling a surge of energy, of purpose, course through him. The journey of the Dreamer's Mountain was not just about understanding nature, it was about awakening others to the same truth. To the same harmony they had discovered. The world was vast, but with each step they took, they would weave the threads of balance into the fabric of existence, one person at a time. As the mist enveloped them, the stones hummed with energy, and the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The mist, thick and swirling, surrounded Arlen and Lyra like a blanket, wrapping them in a quiet stillness. The air was charged with energy, yet there was no fear. In fact, it felt more like an invitation to understand, to grow, and to meet the world beyond the mountain with eyes wide open. Lyra's heart beat softly against her chest as she stood at the center of the stone circle. Her senses alive, attuned to the subtle shifts of the world around her. The land, the air, the very stones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a rhythm all their own, a shared heartbeat that connected everything in a vast web of life. The mountain had taught them this, and now it was time to take that knowledge out into the world. Arlen's voice broke the silence, calm but resolute. "It's time to move forward. We have learned much, but the true test lies ahead. We must carry this balance with us." Lyra nodded, her gaze fixed on the mist that continued to rise around them, feeling as if the very air itself was holding its breath in anticipation. But how do we carry it? How do we bring the harmony we've found here into a world that is so out of balance? The question lingered in the air, hanging heavy between them, but Arlen simply smiled. We begin with what we know. We start with one step at a time. Every journey, no matter how vast, begins with a single step. And we walk it together. The words, though simple, carried a profound truth. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. The journey ahead was daunting, yes, but it was also something they would walk through side by side. The mountains had tested their resolve, their understanding of balance. But the true test was not of knowledge, it was of action, of how they would apply what they had learned to the world outside, to the lives they would touch. Together, they turned away from the stone circle and began their descent from the mountain. The mist still clung to the air, but now it seemed like a gentle veil, leading them forward, guiding them on the path ahead. Every step they took was a reminder that their journey was not just about themselves, but about the world that awaited them. As they walked, the landscape around them shifted. The tall, ancient trees gave way to open fields, the soft grasses swaying in the breeze. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a soft, golden glow. Night was falling, but there was no fear in the darkness. In fact, it felt comforting, like a gentle embrace. Lyra looked up at the stars, her heart swelling with the knowledge that they were no longer the same people who had first set foot on the mountain. They had been transformed, reshaped by the lessons of the earth, the air, the fire, and the water. They had learned the delicate balance of nature, and now it was time to live it. Do you feel it? She asked quietly, her voice almost a whisper. Arlen, who had been walking in thoughtful silence, turned his gaze to the sky. I do. The world is awake. The winds have changed, and now we must listen, not just with our ears, but with our hearts. Lyra smiled, feeling the truth of his words settle within her. The journey ahead was not a simple one, but she knew that with Arlen by her side, they would face whatever came their way with courage and wisdom. They had been gifted with knowledge, but the greatest gift of all was the ability to apply it, to make a difference, one step at a time. The path ahead was unclear, but it no longer mattered. They had learned what they needed to know. And with each step, they would carry the balance of the mountain with them, sharing it with the world they had once thought was out of reach. Together, they would awaken the hearts of others, one soul at a time. The stars above shimmered brightly, as if nodding in approval, and the wind whispered softly through the trees, carrying with it the promise of a new beginning. The night stretched on in a serene silence, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the cool breeze. Arlen and Lyra walked side by side, their feet guided by a path only they seemed to understand. Each step, deliberate yet effortless, brought them closer to the edge of the mountain, to the world beyond. The stars above twinkled like ancient fireflies, their light soft but steady, as though they, too, were watching over the travelers below. Lyra's eyes lifted toward them, her heart feeling a strange pull, as if the vastness of the universe was calling her to something greater, something still unknown. As they approached a clearing, the trees began to thin out, revealing the vast landscape beyond. The valley stretched out like a canvas, untouched. full of promise. The air here felt different, fresh, and alive, and Lyra could feel it seeping into her being, filling her with a quiet energy. She turned to Arlen, who had been silent for some time. He seemed lost in thought, his eyes focused on the horizon. "Do you think we're ready?" she asked, her voice quiet but filled with the weight of the question. Arlen stopped and looked at her, his expression unreadable for a moment before a soft smile touched his lips. "I think," he said slowly, "that we've always been ready. We just needed to find the courage to believe in it." Lyra nodded, taking in his words. She had wondered, at times, if they were truly prepared for what lay ahead. After all, the journey from the mountain to the world was not one that could be taken lightly. Yet, as Arlen had said, they had learned so much, and in those lessons, they had been given everything they needed. The question was no longer about readiness, it was about trust. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the cool night air. The valley before them seemed to hum with an energy all its own, and she felt that same energy stir within her. There was a rhythm here, a pulse that she now recognized, a rhythm she could carry with her, wherever she went. "It's almost like the world itself is waiting for us," she said softly, her voice filled with wonder. Arlen nodded, his gaze shifting from the valley to the distant mountains they had left behind. "The world has always been waiting for people who are willing to listen," he said. "And now it's our turn to listen, to hear the stories that need to be told, the truths that need to be shared." Lyra's heart stirred with a sense of purpose. For so long, the world had seemed distant, as though it were a place for others to shape, not for her and Arlen to influence. But now, standing at the edge of the mountain, it felt as though everything had aligned. The stars, the air, the earth, they were all in harmony, awaiting the moment when she and Arlen would step into the world and begin the work they had been destined for. The path forward was not clear, not entirely. There were no guarantees, no promises of an easy journey. But in the depth of her heart, Lyra knew this was where they were meant to be. The mountain had given them everything they needed to understand the balance of the world, to guide them as they moved forward. The next steps might be uncertain, but they would walk them with open hearts, and so, hand in hand, they took their first steps out of the clearing and toward the valley below. The ground was soft underfoot, the air gentle, as though the world itself was embracing them. Lyra glanced over at Arlen, her companion, her friend, and saw the same sense of calm determination mirrored in his eyes. Together, they would face whatever came their way. And as they moved into the unknown, they did so with a quiet strength, a strength born from the lessons of the mountain and the harmony they had found within themselves. The world awaited. And with that, the journey continued. The valley unfolded before them like a dream made real, a land untouched by the burdens of time, where nature and spirit existed in a delicate harmony. The soft light of the moon bathed the landscape, casting long shadows and highlighting the quiet beauty of the world that awaited their footsteps. The air here felt different, gentler, more alive, like it had been waiting for them to arrive. Arlen and Lyra continued their journey, the path winding its way through tall grasses that swayed with the rhythm of the night. The distant sound of a flowing river reached their ears, its gentle murmur blending with the soft whispers of the wind. There was a sense of peace here, but also an undercurrent of something deeper, something hidden beneath the surface, as though the land itself held stories yet untold. "Do you feel that?" Lyra asked, her voice a soft murmur, as though speaking too loudly might disturb the magic of the moment. "It's like the land itself is alive." Arlen nodded, his expression thoughtful. "It is," he said. "The land is always alive, but it speaks in ways we often don't hear. The more we listen, the more we understand." Lyra paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. She had spent so much time focusing on the things she could see and touch. But now she was starting to understand the deeper layers of the world around her. The land wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, full of wisdom and stories, waiting to be heard. She reached down to touch the earth beneath her feet, her fingers brushing against the cool soil. It was soft, rich, and full of life. For a moment, she closed her eyes and listened. The sounds of the night were like a quiet symphony, chirping crickets, the distant rustle of leaves, the steady flow of the river, and the ever-present hum of the world moving forward. And beneath it all, there was something else, a faint pulse, a deep, rhythmic thrum, as though the very heart of the world was beating in time with her own. Lyra smiled to herself, the sense of connection growing stronger with every breath she took. The mountain had shown her how to listen, how to feel the balance of the world, and now she was learning how to hear the whispers of the earth itself. "Do you think the people here understand it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do they hear the land the way we do now?" Arlen looked out over the valley, his gaze far off, as if he could see beyond the visible world, into something deeper. "Some do," he said softly. "But not all. Many are caught up in the noise of the world, distracted by the things they think are important. But the ones who listen, who truly listen, they understand. They know that everything is connected. And they live in harmony with it." Lyra thought about his words, wondering how many people in the world truly understood that connection. How many had forgotten the wisdom of the land, of the rhythm of life that flowed through everything. As they walked, the path began to climb gently, leading them up a small hill. At the top, the view opened up even further, revealing a vast expanse of the valley below, with winding rivers, dense forests, and fields of wildflowers. It was a landscape that seemed untouched by time, as if it existed in its own quiet corner of the world, far removed from the noise and chaos of human life. In the distance, Lyra could see something else, a flicker of light. Like a lantern swaying in the wind. It wasn't a bright light, but a soft, steady glow, almost like a beacon calling them forward. "Look," she said, pointing toward the light. "Do you think that's where we need to go?" Arlen followed her gaze, his expression calm but curious. "It's possible," he said. "It could be someone who understands the land, someone who knows the ways of the earth." They stood there for a moment, taking in the view, feeling the pull of the distant light. The world stretched out before them, vast and full of possibilities. The path ahead was still uncertain, but one thing was clear: they were no longer the same people who had first set foot on the mountain. The journey had changed them, had opened their eyes to a deeper truth. And now, they had a choice: to follow the light, to learn more, to continue their journey into the unknown. With a final glance at each other, they began walking toward the flickering light. The night was still, and the world around them seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. It wasn't just the light they were following, it was the promise of something greater, a deeper understanding of the world and their place within it. As they moved forward, Lyra felt a sense of calm, of certainty, settle over her. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, with the knowledge they had gained and the connection they had forged with the land. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, Lyra felt that it was exactly where it was meant to be. The land whispered its approval, and the light in the distance beckoned them onward. The path ahead seemed to grow softer with every step, the ground beneath their feet more yielding, as though the earth itself was welcoming them into a new chapter of their journey. The flickering light in the distance grew brighter, more defined, casting a gentle glow across the landscape. It was a beacon, but not of urgency. Rather, it was like a star, quietly guiding them forward, offering no promises, but simply an invitation to follow. Lyra and Arlen continued their steady pace, the cool night air filling their lungs with every breath. The soft rustling of the grasses around them, the occasional call of a distant bird, all felt like pieces of a greater song, one that was just beginning to play. As they drew closer, the figure behind the light became clearer, a lone figure standing at the edge of the path, bathed in the soft glow of the lantern they held. The person was draped in a simple cloak, their face obscured by the shadow of the hood. The lantern they held did not shine with the harsh brightness of modern lights, but rather with a soft, golden hue, almost as if the light itself was woven from the fabric of the night. Lyra felt a strange pull toward the figure. An intuition that this person held knowledge they had not yet uncovered. There was a presence about them that seemed both ancient and timeless, as though they had been waiting for the travelers all along. When they were just a few paces away, the figure spoke, their voice soft but steady, like the whisper of a stream over smooth stones. "You've come," they said, the words echoing in the quiet night. Lyra stopped, her breath catching for a moment. "We've come, yes," she said softly, almost uncertain. "Who are you?" The figure tilted their head slightly, as though considering the question. "I am but a keeper of paths, a guardian of the way forward," they said. "I guide those who seek the truth of the earth and the sky. Those who listen to the whispers of the world." Arlen stepped forward, his expression calm but curious. "How do you know we are the ones seeking truth?" The figure smiled, though the expression was not one of amusement, but rather understanding. "The land knows. The wind knows. The stars themselves know. You have been on a journey, and it has led you here. You seek something more, something that cannot be touched by the hands, but must be felt by the soul." Lyra looked at Arlen, her heart stirring with a mixture of wonder and uncertainty. What did they seek, really? They had come so far, learned so much, but there was still so much left to uncover, so many mysteries to unravel. The idea that they had been led here, that their journey had a purpose beyond what they could comprehend, was both comforting and daunting. "And what do we do now?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure raised the lantern slightly, its light dancing with the shadows. "Now," they said, "you step forward. You've been prepared. But the true test is yet to come. You will face choices, trials, but they will be the ones you were meant to face. The answers will not come all at once. You must continue to listen, to learn, and to trust that the path will reveal itself as you walk it." The figure's words resonated deeply within Lyra. She had come to realize that there were no final destinations in the journey she and Arlen were on, only moments. Choices, and the ongoing process of discovery. The answers, it seemed, were never fixed, they were fluid, unfolding as they ventured deeper into the mysteries of the world. "I'm ready," she said, her voice more confident now. "We're ready." Arlen nodded beside her, his gaze steady. "We've learned to trust the journey, to trust the land." The figure nodded, their cloak swaying gently in the breeze. "Then follow the light, and let it guide you to the next step." And with that, the figure stepped back, the lantern's light growing brighter, casting a wider glow across the valley. The figure did not speak again, but Lyra felt the shift in the air, a sense of permission, of encouragement. It was as if the world itself was telling them to move forward, to continue their journey. Lyra and Arlen exchanged a brief look, a wordless understanding passing between them. Without another word, they began walking toward the light, stepping into the embrace of the unknown. The figure behind them slowly faded into the shadows, as if they had never been there at all. The lantern's light continued to flicker softly, a steady companion as they journeyed forward. The valley stretched out before them, endless and full of promise. The world was vast, and there were still so many stories to uncover. But Lyra knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. The path they were on would lead them to truths they hadn't yet imagined. To places and people who would shape their understanding of the world, and as they walked forward, the land whispered once more, its voice carried on the wind. "The journey has only just begun. Trust in the path, and you will find what you seek."